The Desolate Era. What Qi Shi Hong Shi, I eat tomatoes. Source: https://novelfalel.net/the-desolate-era. HTML. Generated by Light Novel Crawler. The Desolate Era C1-100. Volume 1 Book 1 Chapter 1, The Land of the Dead. Book 1 Chapter 2, Reincarnation. Book 1 Chapter 3, Birth. Book 1 Chapter 4, Prefecture Lord. Book 1 Chapter 5, Ji Clan. Book 1 Chapter 6, The Path to Immortal Training. Book 1 Chapter 7, Crimson Bright Diagram of the Nine Heavens. Book 1 Chapter 8, The Moon in one hand, the Sun in the other. Book 1 Chapter 9, Archery. Book 1 Chapter 10, Footwork. Book 1 Chapter 11, Sword Training. Book 1 Chapter 12, 6 Years. Book 1 Chapter 13, 5 Major Sword Techniques. Book 1 Chapter 14, The Cage. Book 1 Chapter 15, Cage Battle. Book 1 Chapter 16, Causing Devastation. Book 1 Chapter 17, Buying a Weapon. Book 1 Chapter 18, Wings. Book 2 Chapter 1, Entering the City. Book 2 Chapter 2, Mercy. Book 2 Chapter 3, A Life and Death. Book 2 Chapter 4, Each One's Rage. Book 2 Chapter 5, The Father of Spring Grass. Book 2 Chapter 6, Ji Ning and Serpent Wing. Book 2 Chapter 7, 1 Against 7. Book 2 Chapter 8, Ji Ning's Sword. Book 2 Chapter 9, The Traceless Talisman. Book 2 Chapter 10, Eastmount Marsh. Book 2 Chapter 11, Entering the Marsh. Book 2 Chapter 12, A Slaughter Begins. Book 2 Chapter 13, Ji Ning Battles the Dire Monster. Book 2 Chapter 14, The God Beast, Azure Sky Snake. Book 2 Chapter 15, One with the World. Book 2 Chapter 16, The Fur Collectors. Book 2 Chapter 17, Sword Energy Flying Everywhere. Book 2 Chapter 18, Yin and Yang Twin Energy Formation. Book 3 Chapter 1, Heart Filled with Murderous Intent. Book 3 Chapter 2, Comprehending the Way by the Pond. Book 3 Chapter 3, Fire and Water Descend, Giving Birth to Xiantian. Book 3 Chapter 4, Lotus Petals of Fire and Water. Book 3 Chapter 5, Plum Blossom Fragrance, Assailing the Nose. Book 3 Chapter 6, The Return. Book 3 Chapter 7, Blacktooth Tribe. Book 3 Chapter 8, Spring Grass. Book 3 Chapter 9, Riverside Tribe. Book 3 Chapter 10, Collapsing the City Walls. Book 3 Chapter 11, For the Tribe. Book 3 Chapter 12, Serpent Wing Lake. Book 3 Chapter 13, Serpent Wing's Lair. Book 3 Chapter 14, Aquatic Manor. Book 3 Chapter 15, The Full Story. Book 3 Chapter 16, The Waiting Parents. Book 3 Chapter 17, Dao Battle Armor. Book 3 Chapter 18, Determining Life and Death. Book 4 Chapter 1, His Waiting. Book 4 Chapter 2, The Fifth Master. Book 4 Chapter 3, To Make a Copy. Book 4 Chapter 4, Lesser Thousand Swords Formation. Book 4 Chapter 5, Ancient Rites. Book 4 Chapter 6, Ji Ning, Entering Lake, Battling Serpent Wing. Book 4 Chapter 7, Painting Serpent Wing Lake with Blood. Book 4 Chapter 8, Ji Ning's Gains. Book 4 Chapter 9, The Marquis of Stillwater. Book 4 Chapter 10, 9 Scrolls on Formations. Book 4 Chapter 11, Ji Ning is Here. Book 4 Chapter 12, Pursuit. Book 4 Chapter 13, Zifu Disciple. Book 4 Chapter 14, Revered Master. Book 4 Chapter 15, Wraith. Book 4 Chapter 16, Clansman. Book 4 Chapter 17, A Frenzied Battle. Book 4 Chapter 18, A Heroic, Frenzied Shout. Book 4 Chapter 19, Heart Eater. Book 4 Chapter 20, Wait for Your Child. Book 5, Chapter 1, Kill. 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 Book 5, Chapter 2, Lesser Thousand Sword Formation, Kill. Book 5, Chapter 3, A Battle to the Death. Book 5, Chapter 4, Beizishan. Book 5, Chapter 5, Wanshan Adept. Book 5, Chapter 6, Returning. Book 5, Chapter 7, Seeing Mother. Book 5, Chapter 8, Learning Acceptance. Book 5, Chapter 9, Warmth. Book 5, Chapter 10, Unfathomably Deep. Book 5, Chapter 11, Ji Ning's Sword. Book 5, Chapter 12, The World Suddenly Changes. Book 5, Chapter 13, Immortal. Book 5, Chapter 14, A Large-Scale Mine. Book 5, Chapter 15, Snowdragon Mountain. Book 5, Chapter 16, Crossing Swords. Book 5, Chapter 17, Longing. Rain Line. Book 5, Chapter 18, The Ji Clan's Concession. Book 5, Chapter 19, Separation. Book 5, Chapter 20, Each Showing Their Abilities. Book 5, Chapter 21, The Zifu Lake. Book 5, Chapter 22, Two More Remaining. Book 5, Chapter 23, Life and Death, Two Choices. Book 5, Chapter 24, The Stone Room Within the Mine. Book 5, Chapter 25, Establishing the Zifu. Book 5, Chapter 26, Storm Clouds Approaching. Volume 1. Book 1, Chapter 1, The Land of the Dead. Book 1, The Ji Clan of Swallow Mountain. Chapter 1, The Land of the Dead. Walk faster. You've already died and become a ghost. Faster. You are a prince? You ruled over tens of millions of citizens and 30,000 armored horsemen? In the Netherworld Kingdom, you human princes are nothing. Smack. Smack. A tall, powerful-looking demonic soldier, his face mean and vicious, snarled angrily as he lashed out with his whip repeatedly. The whip flashed like lightning, striking on the bodies of the souls of the dead. He struck the ghost who had been arrogantly proclaiming that he was a prince several dozen times, only stopping when the ghost's soul had almost dissipated. I should have died. So that means, this is the Netherworld Kingdom? Ji Ning appeared out of nowhere. He couldn't help but stare with curiosity at the unfamiliar surroundings. When he heard the arrogant boastings of the prince, Ji Ning couldn't help but feel suspicious. 10 million citizens? 30,000 armored horsemen? In the modern Earth, where would one find 30,000 armored horsemen? Faster. The massive, glowing Minotaur demon soldier stared at Ji Ning and brayed. Ji Ning followed the rest of the regiment. Countless men in white clothes formed into a line, like a long, sinuous dragon, as they slowly moved forwards. At the end of each line, more people in white would suddenly appear. Some of these white-dressed people would shake their heads and sigh. Some would weep. Some would brag and curse. Some would stare in astonishment. My father is the Devil King of the Great Snowy Mountain. How dare you strike me? I'll eat you. Grr. Stop hitting me. Ah. The ghosts who had just reached the Netherworld Kingdom didn't know they were dead. Many of them were roaring in anger as they were beaten, but quickly, they were beaten to the point of understanding that they were dead. No matter how glorious they had been in the past, in death, they now had nothing. Time passed quickly. Ji Ning walked for a very long time in that endless line of ghosts. He didn't dare to say anything. If he spoke, he might be whipped by that Minotaur. He had walked in a daze for a long time already. Fortunately, ghosts didn't get hungry or thirsty. One day, after a long period of dazed walking, Ji Ning! A thunderous sound seemed to echo in the world. The countless ghosts all raised their heads to stare at the sky. Ji Ning stared at the sky as well. From the horizon, an enormous black cloud began to roll over, and atop that cloud was an enormous Minotaur god who was glowing with black light. This enormous Minotaur god was over 100,000 meters tall. He was like a massive mountain. The black cloud he was on quickly flew over from the horizon. Ji Ning. Atop the massive black cloud, the Minotaur god stared downwards, his eyes shooting out twin lofty golden rays of light, covering the entire area below and illuminating the body of Ji Ning, who stood there like an idiot. The glowing light from the eyes of the Minotaur god wrapped around Ji Ning's body, and Ji Ning disappeared from within the ranks of the ghosts. Those ordinary Minotaur soldiers were all silent, none daring to make a sound. All of the ghosts were in a state of shock. Only a long time later did they recover. Within the boundless black clouds, the titanic Minotaur god stood. He stretched out his hand, and on top of his palm was a tiny little dot. Ji Ning. Ji Ning was totally shocked. God. An enormous Minotaur god was standing in front of him, and he was standing on its palm? Ji Ning. The Minotaur god peered down at the tiny little speck in his hands. I have come at the orders of the Lord of Chui Palace to come receive you. The Minotaur god spoke to the tiny speck in his hands, and then with a wave of his hands, Ji Ning was placed into an empty void area. The Minotaur god then rose his black cloud and quickly disappeared into the horizon. In the Fiendgods city of the ghost world. Within a quiet study, there was a bookshelf and a table next to it. A blue-robed man in his middle years was flipping through a book. Ji Ning stood there in front of him. Why does the Lord of Chui Palace wish to see me? Ji Ning was wondering. He had no idea who this Lord of Chui Palace was and had never met him. He was just an ordinary person. How could he possibly know any immortals? If he had a powerful background, then he wouldn't have been tormented by his illness his entire life. So why had that Lord of Chui Palace sent the Minotaur god to bring him here? He summoned me, but then he doesn't speak to me. Ji Ning sneaked a glance around the room. The study was very simple. The only decoration was a single painting. Ji Ning looked at it carefully. This was the painting of a girl. Her feathered clothes were filled with natural grace, and the smile on her lips was even more enigmatic than those on the Buddhas in the temples on earth. In the blink of an eye, Ji Ning became enamored with studying that painting. The woman in this painting, in terms of appearance or hair or clothing, was extremely alluring. Oh! The blue-robed man raised his head and glanced at him, glancing at the painting in surprise. I didn't expect that he would have such powers of perception. Wake up! The blue-robed man shouted quietly. The world of vacant pondering which Ji Ning had been in just now was totally shattered, and he was totally woken up. Only now did he remember that he was in the Lord of Chui Palace's place. The Lord of Chui Palace had closed his book and was looking at him. Ji Ning's expression instantly changed. This was because from his current position, he could see the words within the hands of the Lord of Chui Palace, Book of Life and Death. The Lord of Chui Palace was reading the Book of Life and Death? I've just been reading about your life. The Lord of Chui Palace smiled towards Ji Ning. Ji Ning was startled. His life? His previous life appeared in his mind like a dream. His father was a leading researcher in a bioscience program. His salary was extremely high. His mother was an ordinary teacher. His life should have been great since he had been born into such a family, but unfortunately, he suffered from constant diseases. The doctors all said that it would be a miracle if he would live to 15 or 16. Therefore, he couldn't go to school, nor could he play around with his peers. Every day, just by walking for half an hour, he would feel exhausted. His weak body, constantly tormented by illness, caused his childhood to be very lonely. He had heard long ago in the hospital that others were discussing how he should die in his teens. This sort of terrifying feeling of knowing your death was coming soon had tormented his childhood, causing him to be even more of a loner. Fortunately, he had his books and the internet. The books and the internet gave him a mental world which allowed him to avoid the fate of having a twisted personality. Through books and the internet, he ravenously acquired knowledge about the world, and his heart slowly grew calm, making him more rational in the way he viewed the world. He knew that in the world, there were children who were even worse off than him. After all, he still had his parents and he had enough to eat. He was searching for his value in life. He couldn't just stay here and wait to die, right? While he was alive, he had to do something. And thus, he had asked for 100,000 Chinese dollars from his parents and began to do business online. He originally had wanted to make his life more interesting, but unexpectedly, he really had incredible achievements. After many years, he had earned an enormous fortune. But despite that, his illness constantly reminded him that he wouldn't be able to live for much longer. As his parents didn't need him to support them, he felt that leaving the money there would be a waste. Thus, before dying, he handed out all of his money, giving it to the poor and sick children throughout the country. I can't change my own destiny, but I can change the destiny of those countless poor, sick children. This was the deepest desire in Ji Ning's heart. After handing out all of his money, he hadn't expected that one day, while he was taking a walk in the streets outside the hospital with his parents, he had simply died. Your life was bitter since you were born, the Lord of Shui Palace said softly. But bitterness didn't twist you. Instead, it spurred you on to astonishing accomplishments. You not only made a huge sum of money, but more importantly, you gave it all away. 18 years of age. Dead. The Lord of Shui Palace sighed. For one to be willing to sacrifice oneself to rescue a stranger is quite rare. Ji Ning said, Palace Lord, you praise me too much. If I had lived a long life, I might not have been willing to do this. According to the doctors, at most I would have lived another 3 months. For me to trade those 3 months of life to allow a little girl to gain dozens of years in her life was worth it. The Lord of Shui Palace laughed, and then casually flipped open the Book of Life and Death. His gentle voice carried an infinite majesty. Ji Ning, in your life, you saved over 10,000 people. Your merits are great. For your reincarnation, you shall be reborn into the Heaven Realm. The Heaven Realm. Ji Ning murmured quietly. The Lord of Shui Palace sighed, only those who accumulate great karmic merit can enter the Heaven Realm. On Earth, it is very hard for one to reach this level. Knowingly or unknowingly, by giving up your vast fortune and helping all of those children, you accumulated enormous karmic merit. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be able to enter the Heaven Realm. Palace Lord, what do you mean? Ji Ning was confused. People are born pure and without malice. The Lord of Shui Palace said. Children are totally pure, but later on, the vagaries of life cause them to change. If you were to have helped adults, you might have helped some kind people, but it is hard to say who is kind and who is evil. If you had helped evil people, it would have reduced your karmic merit. Ji Ning now realized what he meant. The Book of Life and Death had preordained that you would only live to be 16. However, because of your accumulated merits, you were allowed to live until age 18. The Lord of Shui Palace sighed. What? Ji Ning was shocked. Are you saying that the fates contained within the Book of Life and Death can be changed? Of course they can be changed. Why can't they be changed? The Lord of Shui Palace laughed. For me, adding 100 years to a person's life is nothing. Even if heaven wanted you to die, it would still give you a chance, much less the Book of Life and Death. A person's destiny is preordained, true, but it can be changed later on. Ji Ning now understood. It was true. The ancients said, if heaven commits a sinful act, one can go against it, but if you do a sinful act, then you will not be allowed to live. If heaven wanted you to die, it would still give you a chance at life. The Book of Life and Death was nothing more than preordained destiny, which one could try and change afterwards. I believe there are many people who accumulated great merit. Palace Lord, why did you summon me alone? Ji Ning asked, puzzled. The Lord of Shui Palace laughed. Because, you and I are from the same hometown. From the same hometown? Ji Ning was stunned. Are you also from Right. According to the words you modern people use, I'm also from Earth. The Lord of Chui Palace laughed. But that was back in the era of the Sui and Tang dynasties. The Sui and Tang dynasties? Ji Ning was extremely excited. I heard those ghosts say that they were princes or devil kings. None of them are from Earth. It is normal from them to not be from Earth. In the infinite universe of spacetime, there are three realms: the heaven, the netherworld, and the mortal realms. The Lord of Chui Palace explained. Heaven refers to the heaven realm. The netherworld refers to the underworld, the netherworld kingdom. Mortal refers to the mortal realm. In the mortal realm, there are over 3,000 major worlds and trillions of minor worlds. The 3,000 major worlds are all extremely vast, and have immortals and devils hidden within them. As for the trillions of minor worlds, all of them are much smaller and have much lower populations. Our hometown, the Earth, is one of those minor worlds. Up until now, there are still only a couple billion people. Every moment, in those 3,000 major worlds and trillions of minor worlds, there are countless deaths, and the spirits all come here to the netherworld kingdom. Tell me, how many ghosts does the netherworld kingdom have? The Lord of Chui Palace looked at Ji Ning. Ji Ning was shocked. My God! 3 realms? The mortal realm was enormous. The Earth was just one of a trillion minor worlds. As a human of Earth, in the past, he always thought the Earth was the center of the universe. But now, he realized that the Earth was just one of a trillion minor worlds, and couldn't even be considered one of the 3,000 major worlds. In an instant, he had a sense of loss and disorientation. 3,000 major worlds, a trillion minor worlds. Of course, there's many people who have high merit. But it is rare that there is someone from my hometown who has accumulated such high merit, and what's more, your preordained fate was a short life. For you to be able to reach such a level despite that is very rare. I just happened to have some free time, so I wanted to meet you, my fellow Earthman. The Lord of Chui Palace. You are going to reincarnate soon. Let me tell you about the 6 states of reincarnation. The 6 states of reincarnation refers to devas, asuras, humans, animals, predaghosts, and hell beings. The Lord of Chui Palace explained, those who are born as devas and asuras are all considered to be in the heaven realm. Humans and animals are part of the mortal realm. Predaghosts and hell beings are in the netherworld kingdom realm. The heaven realm is the place where you are about to be reborn in. These words immediately caused Ji Ning to grow alert. The Lord of Chui Palace sighed, this is the best place to be. When you are reborn into the heaven realm, nature itself will give birth to you as a deva. Only someone who is born naturally by the heavens can be described as an immaculate life form. Born by nature? Not by a mother? Ji Ning was absolutely shocked. Of course. The Lord of Chui Palace laughed. Otherwise, how could you be considered an immaculate life form? Strictly speaking, the heavens and the earth will be your parents. After being born into the heaven realm, you will train at an astonishing pace. You will easily be able to enter the celestial court and become a soldier or a general of heaven. The Lord of Chui Palace sighed emotionally. Ji Ning rubbed his eyes. A soldier or general of heaven? He was going to become a soldier or general of heaven? Devas have another advantage. Once you turn 16, you will regain all your memories of your previous lives. The Lord of Chui Palace sighed. The only reason I met you this time was because you had high merit and are a fellow countryman. I didn't expect that when you came here, you would have been spellbound by the painting of Manhwa, the creator of humans. Your insight and perception is indeed very high. For the sake of helping you to become a standout soldier of heaven, I'll give you some help. Ji Ning was absolutely delighted. Help him? Help him out? Stare at the painting of Manhwa. The Lord of Chui Palace pointed at the painting on the wall. Ji Ning looked at it. So that woman in the painting was the goddess Manhwa? The person on this painting is the most holy and most compassionate primordial goddess, Miss Manhwa. The face of the Lord of Chui Palace turns solemn. Ever since Pango died after creating the universe, only she, Miss Manhwa, has reached Pango's level. Miss Manhwa is capable of destroying the universe, but also capable of healing it. She can even create new life. Of the countless races, the human race is the most spiritual one, and it was created by Miss Manhwa. She has understood 84,000 truths, and without question, she is the most invincible, powerful presence in the three realms. The highest in the three realms? Ji Ning was stunned. Manhwa created humans, and Manhwa repaired the world. He had long ago heard of these myths. This painting is used for the visualization technique, but there's no way you can see the secrets hidden within it. The Lord of Chui Palace laughed. Although you are about to become a deva and a heavenly warrior and will also be trained in this, let me first teach you a bit of the visualization technique and fulfill the karmic bonds that brought us together. Thank you, Lord of Chui Palace. Ji Ning bowed so low, he almost reached the ground. No need to thank me. It is nothing more than a visualization technique. It isn't some sort of secret training method, or a magical technique of the Immortals or the devils. The Lord of Chui Palace pointed a single finger at Ji Ning's forehead. Boom! Ji Ning felt his brain suddenly explode, and an enormous figure of Manhwa appeared in his mind. Wake up! The Lord of Chui Palace looked at Ji Ning. Remember. Often visualizing her will definitely allow you to train your soul. But of course, you are about to be reborn and you'll need to drink Grandma Meng's elixir. You will temporarily lose your memory. When you turn 16, you will remember this visualization technique. But that's enough. It will definitely be enough to let you become an outstanding figure in the army of heaven. With this visualization technique, you will have a chance to train to become an immortal. If you wish to become a celestial immortal, you will suffer many trials. I hope that you will succeed, and in the future, we will meet again in the celestial court. Ji Ning's heart was filled with excitement. The army of heaven? Becoming an immortal? He really looked forward to it all. Go! The Lord of Chui Palace waved his hand. Hua! Ji Ning disappeared. Book 1, Chapter 2, Reincarnation. Book 1, The Ji Clan of Swallow Mountain. Chapter 2, Reincarnation. By order of the Lord of Chui Palace, I have come to escort you to the road to the Yellow Springs, brother. In midair, a woman dressed in purple was flying while holding Ji Ning by his hand. Ji Ning stared around him. Just a moment ago, he had been in the palace of the Lord of Chui Palace. How did he suddenly appear in midair? Dare I ask, who exactly is the Lord of Chui Palace? Ji Ning was puzzled. I heard that before reincarnating, I should meet with the judges of the dead, who would investigate my past and present lives, then send me to be reincarnated. Didn't you already see a judge? The violet-clothed woman laughed. As the custodian of the Book of Life and Death, naturally the Lord of Chui Palace is the first judge of the dead. Since he personally came to judge you, of course the other common judges don't need to come judge you. In the Netherworld Kingdom, the highest authority was that of the Yamas of the 10 halls, the 10 kings of hell. Immediately beneath them was the first judge of the dead, the Lord of Chui Palace, Chui Ju. His great fame had long since spread throughout the three realms. The mortal realm was vast beyond compare. It had 3,000 major worlds and trillions of minor worlds. Every single living creature, before they were born, would have their good deeds and evil deeds assessed by the judges. What an enormous task this was! Thus, the entire Netherworld Kingdom had trillions of judges who were responsible for judging the dead souls of the trillions of worlds. But Chui Ju was the leader of all of the judges, and was titled the first judge. He was the true custodian of the Book of Life and Death. His power was so great that he was virtually on the same level as the 10 kings of hell. Look! The road to the Yellow Springs. The woman pointed to a vast road ahead of them, which had countless ghosts slowly trudging along in a line. If you follow the road, you will quickly arrive at the Bridge of Despair. After you pass the Bridge of Despair and drink Grandma Meng's elixir of forgetfulness, you can go be reborn. Go. The woman waved her hand. Ji Ning's body was suddenly surrounded by golden light, which sent him flying straight down into the front of the line, allowing him to cut in line. The Minotaur soldiers next to the line, upon seeing the violet-clothed woman high up in the air, didn't dare to say a word. They even arranged for one of the Minotaur soldiers to escort Ji Ning and were extremely courteous to him. The Yellow Springs Road was full of mist. Countless souls were making their way through it, and Ji Ning was one of them. What's that? Ji Ning stared in front. In front of him, the mist was very thick. Any souls that entered there disappeared and never came back. Go on. In front is the Bridge of Despair. The nearby Minotaur soldier said amiably. Ji Ning nodded. Not hesitating, he stepped forward, entering that dense fog. He suddenly felt as though spacetime had changed. Where is this? Ji Ning stared at his surroundings in confusion. In front of him was a small, winding road. Ghostly forms could be hazily made out. In front of him, only a few dozen ghosts could be seen. In front of this little road was a river with rapid, turbid water. That should be the legendary Bridge of Despair. Ji Ning headed forward. How strange. Clearly, countless people entered here. But how come after I stepped in, so few people can be seen? Ji Ning was quite baffled. How could he know that here at the Bridge of Despair, time flowed differently than in the outside world? As the saying goes, for each day that passes in heaven, a year passes in the mortal world. Time passed here at the Bridge of Despair at an even more extravagantly fast pace. A single day in the Netherworld Kingdom would equal countless years here in the Bridge of Despair. I'm sorry. As Ji Ning walked onto the Bridge of Despair, he saw that the other side of the bridge had a pool of blood. The pool of blood had all sorts of poisonous bugs, poisonous snakes, and vicious dogs that wildly bit at people. Most of the ghosts simply walked past the pool of blood, but some fell straight into it. Clearly, these people were burdened by great sins, and found it impossible to avoid the terrifying pool of blood. If you knew what would happen today, would you have acted so previously? Ji Ning shook his head, then stared at the other side. So beautiful. Next to the river of forgetfulness was countless beautiful flowers. Not too far from the bridge was a precious gem which flashed the light, creating many different images. This was the legendary Gem of 3 Lives, referring to the previous life, the current life, and the next life. Not too far away from the Gem of 3 Lives was a stone dais. This was the dais of viewing home. After the souls passed the dais, they arrived at Grandma Meng. Grandma Meng was a seemingly very ordinary old grandmother. She held a bowl of water in her hands, handing it over to each soul to allow them to drink from it. After drinking it, the souls would become sluggish and seem to be in a trance, as they automatically began to walk towards one of the 6 tunnels of rebirth behind Grandma Meng. Deva. Asura. Mortal. Animal. Preta-ghost. Hell. Ji Ning stared at the infathomably deep tunnels behind Grandma Meng. I won't drink, I don't want to forget. Many ghosts struggled. But no matter how much they struggled, they were forced by an invisible, inexorable force to move forwards. When they arrived next to Grandma Meng, they were forced by the invisible force to drink Grandma Meng's elixir. No matter how they screamed or howled, they still drank it, and after drinking it, no matter how strong their emotions were or how deep their memories were, they forgot it all. By then, they were no longer themselves. I'm entering the heaven realm. Although I'll recover my memories at age 16, but by then, will my memories of the 16 years of life in the heaven realm will take precedence, or would the memories of my previous life take precedence? By then, would I still be me? Ji Ning felt a hint of grief. he understood. In this life, he only lived 18 years. In the heaven realm, during those 16 years, he would be far more powerful than in this life. Most likely, his current memories would be secondary. But what can I do? Ji Ning was already bound, and he moved forward under that force's control. The ghosts ahead of him all drank from Grandma Meng's elixir. In 6 more ghosts, it would be his turn. Grandma Meng's elixir. Ji Ning stared at Grandma Meng. Grandma Meng suddenly raised her head. This was the first time Ji Ning had seen Grandma Meng raise her head. Grandma Meng stared far away into the skies, and then her ancient voice said in fury, "Impudent." Boom! The skies seemed to shatter and the earth seemed to break. The surrounding sky suddenly began to fracture, and the surrounding mist began to break down and dissipate, exposing the countless ghosts in line in the outside world. The fractures in space transformed a large number of ghosts into dust. Like bubbles that were popping, countless souls began to disappear, all of them screaming in misery. Boom! 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 In midair, countless black dragons could be seen flying about, each one of them seeming as enormous as a massive, sinuous mountain chain. Ji Ning seemed to be able to see even those heart-freezing dragon scales. The countless dragons were wandering about, having fun in the skies, and then each of the black dragons vomited forth multiple streams of black lightning. Instantly, trillions of bolts of black lightning slashed down, every single one of them causing the heavens and the earth to break apart. The life and death formation of the Calamity Dragons? How is it that you dare to attack the 6 paths of reincarnation? This is a grave sin. Grandma Meng shouted with unbridled fury. Transforming into a beam of light, she flew towards the tens of millions of black dragons in the sky. Instantly, those countless black dragons surrounded Grandma Meng. Rumble! The world was fracturing, and the muddied waters of the river of forgetfulness began to form waves. Any ghosts that touched those waters were instantly dissipated. The bridge of despair shattered, and the ghosts atop the bridge of despair fell directly into the river of forgetfulness. As for the 6 paths of reincarnation, those immeasurably deep tunnels were beginning to shake as well, and light was gleaming from within their depths. Oh! Ji Ning stared in terror at the calamity he was witnessing. At the same time, he could sense that invisible binding force dissipate. I'll risk it. When the binding force dissipated, Ji Ning was both surprised and pleased. Half hopping, half flying, he jumped directly towards the mortal realm tunnel. The 6 paths of reincarnation each were located in different places. Because most people entered the mortal realm's tunnel was directly behind Grandma Meng and was the closest one to Ji Ning. Naturally, Ji Ning chose to jump down into that tunnel. The surrounding ghosts were all jumping down into the various reincarnation tunnels. One ghost dared to try and rush towards the most distant, heaven realm tunnel. Boom! A bolt of black lightning struck down. That ghost, who hadn't managed to dodge in time, instantly dissipated, along with several other nearby ghosts. What exactly had happened in the Netherworld Kingdom? Those countless black dragons that had been circling about in the air, those trillions of black lightning bolts that had wildly struck downwards, that terrifying scene had shocked Ji Ning. But he understood that as an ordinary ghost, there was no point in worrying too much about it. In addition, right now, he didn't have any time to worry about it, because his head hurt. Ji Ning sensed that his head was in tremendous pain, as though something was frantically grabbing onto and tearing at it. His neck hurt, and his body was suffering tremendous pressure. Hua! Suddenly, he felt at ease, and then, he felt a bone-piercing cold. At the same time, a breath of fresh air entered his mouth. This was the first breath which Ji Ning had taken since dying. Wow! After taking a deep breath, Ji Ning immediately let out a cry. The cry of an infant. A son! It's a son! Although his hearing was a bit distorted, he could still understand what was just said. Oh! I've been reborn. Ji Ning instantly understood. Book 1, Chapter 3, Birth. Chapter 3, Birth. Ji Ning opened his eyes and saw that he was being held by a giant who wore a set of white fur clothes. Ji Ning instantly understood that this person was a giant, only because right now, he was an infant being held by this man. "You can leave now," the man said. "Yes," the three maids said respectfully. The man holding Ji Ning in his arms should be his father. Although he had just gotten a son, he still seemed like a piece of glacial ice, very hard to get close to. He wore a set of beautiful fur clothes, while those three maids also were dressed in animal fur. Clearly, they were of much poorer quality. The room was quite empty. The wall, the dresser, the seats, the bed, all of them were carved from marble. The carvings were quite exquisite and gave off an ancient, beautiful nobility. Atop the bed was a 6 or 7 meter long enormous beast fur, with the fur hanging down to the floor. At a glance, one could tell that this fur was no doubt extremely expensive. Atop that bed, there was a red-faced young woman, more. Even the chairs and the dressers were carved from marble. The room itself should be made from marble as well. Father and those three women are all dressed in animal fur. It seems this world doesn't have a high level of civilization. Ji Ning secretly said to himself. Son. Despite holding his infant son in his arms, that man still seemed very cold, without a hint of a smile on his face. Only, his eyes betrayed his excitement. Ji Ning suddenly had the feeling that a mysterious cold energy entered his body. It was very comfortable, and then, quickly, it passed away. Ichwan, how is my son doing? The woman on the bed hurriedly asked. As expected, his body's quality is ordinary. Ji Ichwan said softly. The woman on the bed had faint tears in her eyes. Let me hold him. The man carried the child over in his arms. Be good. The young woman looked at the infant, her eyes filled with love. Ichwan, our child was injured in the womb. Although he ate those natural treasures, it only repaired some of the damage. We haven't done right by our child. He had been injured in the womb? Natural treasures? It seemed as though his parents in this world weren't ordinary people. Despite having just given birth to a child, his mother had easily been able to get off the bed. She was also dressed in a white fur, and was in her husband's arms as they walked out of the room. You can clean up in here. His father, Ji Ichwan, said to those three maids. Yes. The three maids said respectfully. Outside the door, on the hallway, there was a big, snow-white dog. Its fur was as long as cotton, and it appeared very docile. When its gaze fell upon Ji Ning, it was filled with excitement and love. In the wide courtyard outside the room was a giant, pitch-black coiling python which was lining the outside of the courtyard. It had circled around in multiple loops, and its head was raised to a height of dozens of meters. Its body was covered with dark, heart-stoppingly cold scales. The giant python slowly lowered its head and drew near. Good God! Ji Ning was frightened. That snow-white dog was fine. He had seen plenty of dogs in the past. That snow-white one was just a bit bigger. But this coiled, enormous monstrosity? Was it even a snake? Coiled around in endless circles, and its raised head alone was dozens of meters high. The entire thing had to be 200 or 300 meters long. Such an awe-inspiring beast was actually in front of his own family's house? This was simply... Son. Ji Ichwan didn't pay any attention to his son's feelings, or perhaps in this world, people were used to these things already and didn't feel they were strange. Ji Ichwan pointed at the snow-white massive dog in front of them. This is your Uncle White. He is your father's lifelong friend, and he saved your life. You must treat him as you would treat me. The snow-white hound looked lovingly at Ji Ning. Ji Ning could almost physically feel the deep love which the snow-white hound bore him. However, he had to call a dog Uncle White? Each one, the child was just born and doesn't understand anything yet. Is there a point to telling him these things? The young woman said while holding the child. Even if he doesn't understand, this is his first time meeting with Little White. Ji Ning raised his head to stare at the massive python. Brother Black. Hiss. This enormous black python, which definitely would have made countless nations go insane, suddenly transformed into a black mist, and then reformed into a black-haired middle-aged man. The black-haired man smiled towards the infant. Ichwan, I still remember how when you first showed your budding talent, I agreed to follow you. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, you would have a son. Child, don't be afraid. I am your Uncle Black. Let's go outside. Ji Ning said. Grandpa and the others are outside waiting as well. Brother Black, it's best if you return to your regular form. I know it is very uncomfortable for you to be in human form. Hiss. The black-haired man nodded, and then he once more transformed into a black fog, which quickly returned to that massive, coiled black python. The massive black python immediately slithered towards the outside. Its enormous body moved very quickly. Slither, slither, slither. It easily passed the walls and disappeared. Ji Ning felt that he was still in a state of shock. Although this might be normal to people of this world, to Ji Ning, a man from the earth, this was simply too stunning. A 200 to 300 meter long black python had suddenly transformed into a black-haired man, and had said that he was his Uncle Black? Monster! Can it be that the Snow White Hound is also a monster? Ji Ning had the feeling that this world was more amazing than he could imagine. Husband and wife held the child together as they walked out into the corridor, while by their side was the Snow White dog. Once they reached the end of the corridor, they walked onto a stone-paved road which led to a garden. Within the garden, there was a thick layer of snow. Many black armored guards were standing there unmoving, while in the center, there were several dozen people standing. These several dozen people all possessed all sorts of miraculous bizarre beasts, venomous pests, and flying beasts. Ji Ning instantly understood. It wasn't that his father was special. It was that the people of this world all raised strange beasts. Taming them was a common habit. It seems in the future, I'll have to get used to making friends with monsters. Ji Ning quickly adjusted to this new reality and began to observe those several dozen people. These several dozen people all seemed ferocious as tigers or panthers. Virtually all of them were dressed in beautifully cut animal furs. Only the three women were dressed in silk or cloth garments. This secretly startled Ji Ning. It seemed that not everyone in this world wore animal furs. Silk and cloth already existed here. Judging from the location where the three women were standing, they were a fairly common rank within those dozens of people. Clearly, the quality of those silk or cloth clothes weren't any higher than the lavish, exquisitely cut animal furs. The silver-haired old man standing in front walked over. Come, H1. Let me hold the child. Grandfather. Ji Ning nodded, then took the child over from his wife's arms and delivered him to the old man. This child truly is beautiful. The silver-haired old man's face was filled with joy. He said in praise, H1, now that you have a son, I will no longer worry as much. I've been the lord of our prefecture for already 80 years. According to the rules of our clan, a person can only be a prefecture lord for no more than a century. I only have 20 years left as prefecture lord. Previously, I wanted you to succeed me in the position of the prefecture lord of the West Prefecture of our Ji clan, but you insisted on focusing on walking the path of the Immortals. Now that you have a son, as I see it, in the future, he can be the next prefecture lord. The next prefecture lord? Ji Ning was surprised. It seemed as though his status was quite high, and this clan should be a special one as well. Those extremely obedient female servants and those unmoving, black armored guards all were a testament to his clan's power. Big brother! A sudden angry shout. Who would dare to be so disrespectful to the prefecture lord? Ji Ning looked in the direction of the noise. He saw a red-haired old man who emanated heat walk over. The man had an eye-catching red earring in his right ear. Wait. It wasn't a red earring. It was a little red snake the size of a finger. He was actually wearing a snake in his ear? The old man with the snake in his ear walked forward, growling, "The matter of the succession to the position of prefecture lord can't be so casual as this. In addition, who knows what sort of ability that little fellow would have?" Each one's son's ability would naturally, the silver-haired old man was extremely confident. At the same time, a sudden surge of heat entered Ji Ning's body, then quickly dissipated. Each one. The silver-haired old man stared in astonishment towards the grandson he was so proud of. How could he not be shocked? This was the son of Ji Ichwan, famed as the Raindrop Sword. The majestic Raindrop Sword, all by himself, had exterminated countless monsters hidden in deep lakes and high mountains. The countless tribes under the control of their west prefecture of the Ji clan all knew of the Raindrop Sword. In fact, more people knew of him than knew who the prefecture lord was. As long as his child ate some precious treasures while in the womb, the infant would naturally have the finest possible growth conditions. Big brother. The snake elder laughed. It seems each one's son is quite average. How can the west prefecture of our Ji clan, which commands so many tribes, have a weak little fellow take over the important position of prefecture lord? How can the people of the Ji clan possibly submit to him? How can the countless tribes be willing to submit to him? Prefecture lord. This little fellow, it seems, isn't suited to the position of being the next prefecture lord. The important position of prefecture lord cannot be so casually given away. Those few dozen people present were all high-level members of the west prefecture of the Ji clan. Many began to speak. Shut your mouth. Ji Ichwan frowned. As he swept the area with his icy gaze, instantly, many of the clan members fell silent. But the snake elder said angrily, "What a huge temper. This is the west prefecture of the Ji clan. What, we can't even talk here? Your son is the prefecture lord. If your son was qualified, then given the great merits you yourself have rendered to the west prefecture of the Ji clan, we definitely wouldn't say anything. But your son is so very average. You still wish him to be prefecture lord? The countless tribes under the banner of the west prefecture of the Ji clan must fight together in territorial battles, and also must struggle against the dire monsters in the deep mountains and the lakes. How can a weak prefecture lord make the clan members willingly submit? How can he make those tribes submit? If the west prefecture isn't awe-inspiring, then how will we struggle for power against the surrounding organizations, and how will we go to the mountains and the lakes to slay the dire monsters? I will naturally be the one to kill the dire monsters of the lakes and the mountains. Ji Ichwan's voice was cold as ice. You sure are tough. You live up to your reputation, Ji Ichwan. So you'll go kill all of the dire monsters hiding in all of the mountains and lakes by yourself? Then I, Ji Li, will say this to you. If you can kill 100 dire monsters, then I will no longer dispute with you over who will become the next prefecture lord of the Ji clan's west prefecture. I'll let your son take it over. The snake elder sneered. Ji Ichwan stared at him. Every single dire monster was extremely sly and powerful. How could they be so easily killed? Even killing 10 of them would be a miracle, much less 100. Enough. The child was just born and can't take all this stress. The silver-haired elder stared at them, then ordered, "Tonight, we'll hold a celebratory banquet at the Snowfall Hall. For now, everyone can leave." All right. The serpent elder was the first to respond, and he did so loudly. He immediately led more than half the people away with him, with the rest quickly returning to their own places as well, leaving this garden. Book 1 Chapter 4, Prefecture Lord. Chapter 4, Prefecture Lord. The banquet at Snowfall Palace continued into the late night. Late at night, the sky was covered with stars. Ji Ichuan and his wife took their infant back home. Whoa! Ji Ning blearily opened his little eyes and saw the night sky filled with stars. Ah! He had fallen asleep. He had actually fallen asleep midway. There had been fascinating performances, with musicians, drummers, and barefoot, fur-clad female dancers filling the hall. This was very different from Earth's performances, but it was still very pleasing to the eye. However, he was still just an infant. Halfway through, he was simply too sleepy and thus he immediately fell asleep. Ichuan. Yuchi Snow said with a hint of anger while walking in the snow. At the banquet, why did you say that you would let our son go seize the golden sword? Don't you know how hard that is? I was able to accomplish it. Ichuan frowned. You are the most powerful member of the West Prefecture of the Ji clan. You were able to do it as a youth, but in the 1,000-year history of the Ji clan's West Prefecture, how many have been like you? Snow was angry. Normally, she was very gentle, but anything which involved her son made her anxious. And today, when the prefecture lord raised the question of having our son becoming the next prefecture lord, 5 overseers had agreed. Only a single additional overseer was needed. All you had to do was convince a single overseer, with 6 overseers in agreement, then our son would have easily been able to become the next prefecture lord. Why go seize the golden sword? Seizing the golden sword was simply too hard. Ichuan shook his head and sighed. You don't understand. What don't I understand? Snow said angrily. You haven't been at the West Prefecture for a long time yet. You don't understand the intricacies hidden within. Ichuan explained. The 10 overseers of the West Prefecture are divided into the Prefecture Lord's side and Ji Li's side. There are 3 centrists. If we were to draw another overseer into our orbit, the price would have been too high. So what if the price is high? Snow said unhappily. Yes, if we paid an enormous price, we could let our son become the prefecture lord. Ichuan frowned. But if our son is incapable, even if he is allowed to take the position of prefecture lord, he'll just suffer countless miseries, unspeakable miseries. That will be a form of torment. Yuchi Snow was stunned. I don't want my son to be miserable. Ichuan continued slowly. Thus, I brought up seizing the golden sword. If my son possesses astonishing insight and talent and is able to strengthen rapidly, then naturally, he'll be able to seize the golden sword. No one would say a single word of dissent if he were to take over the prefecture lord position after doing so. Ichuan said. But if my son is unable to seize the golden sword, then he can just live a life of leisure. I, Ichuan, will protect him his entire life and let him live without any cares. Snow seemed to have understood. Becoming prefecture lord didn't necessarily mean a life of ease. If an expert became the prefecture lord, then naturally, his rule would be stable. But if someone incapable took the position, even if he was forcibly installed, he would just be miserable. Ichuan, I was wrong to blame you. Snow said softly. Ichuan just lowered his head and rubbed his son's face. His eyes are wide open. This kid woke up long ago. Right, Ichuan. What name should we give him? Snow suddenly asked. I asked you when I was pregnant, but you weren't happy with any of the names. Now that he's been born, we have to come up with a suitable name. Let his name come into the world alongside him. Ichuan said. How could I not be careful about it? I hadn't made up my mind in the past, but just now, I suddenly thought of a name. Let's call our son Ning, meaning calm. No matter whether his life is normal or exciting, no matter if he is weak or becomes an expert, let him maintain a calm, peaceful heart. Ning? Snow murmured. Ji Ning. Ji Ning. Ji Ning? The infant in his mother's arms stared with wide eyes. Was this the name which the first judge, the Lord of Chui Palace, had preordained that he would have in the Book of Life and Death? Or was it a true coincidence? In this life, he would be named Ji Ning once again? The most powerful member of the West Prefecture of the Ji clan was the Raindrop Sword, Ji Ichwan. The second was the Tiger Demon, Ji Li. Within Li's prefecture. Congratulations and felicitations, father. A middle-aged man with several dozen braids in his hair said. That Ichwan was so arrogant and blind that he actually said he would have his son go seize the golden sword. The West Prefecture has been in the hands of our Ji clan for generations. Not a single person has taken the prefecture lord position through seizing the golden sword. The old man with flaming red hair and that scarlet snake in his ears slapped his hands together. When I was young, I should have become the prefecture lord. But at that time, I was simply too much of a show-off and ended up losing to my big brother, Ji Young. That old bastard Young ended up taking the prefecture lord position and has been in that position for 80 years. 80 full years. I've been waiting all this time. Every day has been a crucible. Li ground his teeth. I didn't expect that his line of descent would produce someone like Ichwan. He truly is a glorious, outstanding talent. Fortunately, Ichwan is only interested in training to become an immortal and doesn't care about becoming the prefecture lord. Ichwan was simply too arrogant today. He actually chose such a path for his son. It seems it is the will of heaven that we take the prefecture lord's position. The middle-aged man said excitedly. Don't be hasty. Li shouted. When I was young, that loss I suffered taught me that a person can't be too happy before one has actually succeeded. What we need to do is prepare. Father, do you mean to say? The man asked. Li was frowning in concentration. Time slowly passed. The middle-aged man sat off to one side, not daring to disturb him. He knew his father was thinking. Right. Ji Li suddenly said in a soft voice. That's what we'll do. The middle-aged man looked at his father. Father, what is your plan? In order to seize the golden sword, one must defeat all of the youths of the tribes and the descendants of the Ji clan. Li said in a low voice. Although there are few clan members, they are able to acquire a large amount of treasures and secret manuals, while although there are many youths in the tribes, very few will get any treasures. But despite that, in the quadrennial golden sword ceremony, out of every 5 or 6 ceremonies, only once will a Ji clan member win. The middle-aged man nodded. There are simply too many tribe members. There will always be an extremely talented person who emerges. However, no matter how great their talent, we won't teach them the truly powerful arts of the Ji clan. We'll only teach them some of the lesser arts. Although those youths of the tribes might be powerful during the golden sword ceremony, after 70 or 80 years, the most powerful exponents are those of the Ji clan. What I mean to do is, Ji Li said in a whisper. Select a few outstanding youths from the tribes and give them a large amount of treasures and resources and train them. Without my training, those tribal youth talents are already so powerful. Once they receive my training, they will definitely skyrocket in power and become even mightier. I refuse to believe that the son of each one will be able to defeat all of them and seize the golden sword. Right. Right. The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded. Usually, the treatment of the tribal youths and of the Ji clan members were totally different. The Ji clan youths were of one family. Naturally, the Ji clan would treat them much better. But in dealing with the youths of the tribes, they would have to both draw them close and also control them well. But this time, he would use all of his talent to cultivate the most promising youths. Father, if you do this, then Ji Ichwan's son will definitely lose. The middle-aged man said confidently. Ha ha ha, Li laughed. Remember. Plant some of our people by Ichwan's side. I want to know how rapidly Ichwan's son grows in power. Only knowing one's own power and one's opponent's power will one gain victory. Yes. The middle-aged man's eyes were shining. Yuchi Snow gently placed her son down atop the warm bed. Ning, be a good boy and sleep tight. Snow gently kissed her son's face, then lay down on the bed as well. A pained look was on Ning's face. He wiped the corner of his lips. He had just drank breast milk. What a weird sensation. The events of the past 24 hours were simply too shocking, too unbelievable. First, he had passed the bridge of despair, but then, just before he was to drink Grandma Meng's elixir, a great upheaval had occurred in the Netherworld Kingdom. It was as though the world was about to shatter. He had been lucky enough to react in time and jump into the mortal realm's tunnel, and had been reincarnated into this world. A Snow White hound who was his Uncle White? A several 100-meter giant black python that could raise its head up to the level of a house, and also transform into a black-haired middle-aged man, who was his Uncle Black. And now, he was supposed to see some golden sword and become some prefecture lord? Hey guys, did you think about asking me how I feel about all this? Bah! Infants have no human rights. Ji Ning licked the milk from the corner of his lips while pondering. Still, a hint of excitement was in his eyes. Time to train. The very first day he had arrived here, he had sensed that his clan was a powerful one. How could a clan capable of commanding countless tribes be ordinary? But clearly, the position of prefecture lord had aroused interest from all sides. That old fellow with the red snake in his ear wasn't weak either. He dared to argue against the prefecture lord and squabble with Ning's father. Screw it. Ning was still just an infant. There was no reason for him to worry about all these things. Right now, the most important thing was to train. Train in the visualization technique, Manhwa painting. The Manhwa painting, according to the Lord of Chui Palace, was something which would allow him to be an outstanding figure, even if he had been born into the heaven realm and had joined the celestial host, much less here in the mortal realm. In the mortal realm, it definitely would be the most top tier of visualization techniques. Such a precious technique that had been deeply ingrained into his mind was the most powerful source of support he would have in this world. In his past life, he had been tormented by illness for 18 years. He had been exhausted just by strolling for half an hour. He had simply had enough of that powerless sensation. The sensation of being powerless in the face of death. He had enough. 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 He would take his destiny into his own hands, and that destiny was to follow the path that the Lord of Chui Palace had spoken to him of, training to become an immortal. Training to become an immortal was the only choice he would make. Ning closed his eyes and began. A hint of natural energy slowly began to enter Ji Ning's body. It was being attracted into his consciousness and began to strengthen his soul. But because only a tiny amount of natural energy was being absorbed, neither Ichuan nor Snow noticed at all. The visualization technique was capable of absorbing natural energy? This was simply incredible. The reason was, this wasn't an immortal training technique, nor was it an immortal magic technique. If it was an immortal training technique, it would wildly devour the surrounding natural energy. But the visualization technique, despite absorbing just a bit of natural energy, was already quite incredible. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tiny threads of elemental energy constantly entered Ning's infant body. Natural energy repeatedly entered his body and cleansed his body. Infants were born pure. Only after experiencing life would they be sullied by the dirt and grime of the world. But right now, Ning's body had very few impurities within it. With the natural energy repeatedly cleansing him, he quickly became incomparably pure as a newborn. Book 1, Chapter 5, Ji Clan. Chapter 5, Ji Clan. The rays of the spring sun shone down with lazy warmth. A red-lipped, pale-faced child was standing with arms stretched out, while a fur-clad young lady was quickly and carefully helping him get dressed in his fur clothes. Another young lady was waiting next to him with a basin of water and a bowl with rough salt. In my past life, I was always sick and dressed myself. I didn't expect that in this life, I would not only be perfectly healthy, I would also have servants to take care of me. Ji Ning had been served by people since he was born. When he sometimes automatically began to dress himself out of habit, the two terrified maids, Spring Grass and Autumn Leaf, immediately fell to their knees, trembling in absolute terror. "Give it to me." Now dressed, Ning took over the black bowl of rock salt and headed outside the room. He walked to a nearby fountain, then began to use those white, tough pieces of rock salt to brush his teeth more. What a disaster this era is. There are no toothbrushes. I have to use my hands to brush my teeth. And there's no toothpaste, only rock salt. Ning quickly finished brushing his teeth. Actually, he wasn't sure why, but he was extremely clean ever since he was born, and he didn't have any mouth odor. There was no need for him to brush his teeth, but his mother forced him to do it anyways. Gargle. Ji Ning raised his head, then spat out a mouthful of water, then handed the basin to the nearby maid, Spring Grass. The maid, Autumn Leaf, then offered him a blue stone bowl for washing his face. Ji Ning quickly washed his face, then wiped the water off with a cloth. Autumn Leaf. Ning stared at her. In your tribe, do you also use salt to brush your teeth? Although he was already 4 years old and had read many books of the clan and had learned many things, he actually didn't know much about the situation inside the tribes. How could that be possible? Autumn Leaf had a slightly freckled face. Even the table salt which we use in the tribes aren't as white and as clean as this salt. How can we use it to brush our teeth? The men and women of the tribe just use water to rinse their teeth. Many will go their entire lives without brushing their teeth. And also, this sort of basin is extremely valuable and is usually used to boil soup. How can we use it to brush our teeth? Boil soup? Ning rubbed his eyes. This basin could be used to boil soup? Let's go eat. Ning turned his head and walked away, with the two maids behind him. Father. Mother. Ning arrived in the main hall and immediately stood there and bowed. His father, Ji Ichwan, was seated in front, while his mother was seated to the left. His own position was towards the right. In front of him was a black, marble table, with 3 big bowls on it. One contained steaming, aromatic meat, another had thick yet soft pastries, and the third was a bowl of hot water. This was his breakfast. If this breakfast for a 4-year-old was placed on Earth, it would probably be enough for 3 adults to eat. But in this world, every child could eat a tremendous amount of food. Ning was no different. It tastes so good. Ning grabbed a chunk of meat from the first bowl and ate it. Despite having the taste buds of an Earth human, he still felt the food was delicious. Ning knew, because his body was physically average, ever since he was young, he had been fed special food. The meat he ate wasn't meat from ordinary beasts, it was meat from magical, monstrous beasts. In the tribes, monster meat was extremely rare and precious, but Ning was able to eat it every single day. It had special effects. It would make Ning stronger. I'm done eating. Ning ate very fast, it could be described as simply scarfing the food down. And then, with a gurgle, he drank all the hot water as well. Let's go. Ning ran out, with Spring Grass and Autumn Leaf chasing after him. Snow watched her son run away and laughed. Although Ning was rather weak when he was born, that's only because he was injured while in the womb. His potential is still very high. Look, every day, he's able to eat so much monster meat. His body will definitely grow stronger. Ichwan nodded as well. Monstrous beasts weren't like ordinary animals. Monstrous beasts absorbed the natural elemental energy of the world, and their flesh contained that energy as well. Normally, children wouldn't be hungry for 2 days if they ate it for breakfast, but Ning ate it for 3 meals a day. Clearly, he was able to absorb it all. The two maids were carrying thick books behind Ning. Behind them were 18 massive guards who wore scarlet red armor. The red armored guards had mysterious runes scrawled onto their armor, which faintly seemed to hum with a strange energy, causing all of them to emanate a powerful aura. The Crimson Guards were the most powerful soldiers of the Ji clan. The West Prefecture only had 100 Crimson Guards who listened only to the command of Ji Ning. Each one arranged 18 Crimson Guards to protect Ning at all times. If Ning was to ever be outside the house, the 18 Crimson Guards would stay right by his side. To the training yard. Ning's journey was very smooth. Nobody dared to block his path. The city of the West Prefecture was a great and massive city. Within the city was hundreds of thousands of citizens, and there were 3 major areas. They were the inner city, the military camp, and the training grounds. The inner city was where the Ji clan members of West Prefecture lived. It was the central administrative area. The military camp was the place where the soldiers controlled by the Ji clan of West Prefecture were stationed. The training grounds was where the youths of the Ji clan and of the many tribes controlled by the Ji clan would come to train. The inner city and the training grounds were connected by a straight line. Ning led his servants and guards directly towards the central training grounds. The vast training plaza currently had thousands on thousands of youths there training. Look, it is Ji Ning. The only child of the raindrop sword? Ji Ning? Are his female slaves holding books? When those roving merchants came to my clan in the past to sell books, I heard that the cost of each book was 1,000 lambskins. Many of the youths in the training grounds were talking amongst themselves. There were many who had matured quickly, and thus knew that this child was the son of the #1 expert of the Ji clan, Ji Ning, the raindrop sword. Many of the youths actually were quite fond of this child, because although Ji Ning came from a powerful and noble clan, he didn't bully them at all. But no matter how fond of him they were, they wouldn't dare tease him. Oof! Ji Ning sat down on the chair, his eyes filled with excitement. In the previous life, he was often by himself, and so now, in his heart, he really enjoyed crowded, rowdy areas. Give me the books. Ning took a thick and heavy book from the hands of Spring Grass. This tome really was thick, roughly 20 centimeters thick, and it was bound by the soft skin of some monstrous beast. In this era where slavery still existed, books were quite precious. Ning, however, could casually flip through the books in their private library and even take a few out. After being born, Ning had primarily done 2 things. The first thing was to train in according to the visualization technique, Manhwa painting. His soul had become strong and sturdy, to the point where he now had photographic memory. Just half a month ago, he had even been able to reach the level of dividing his mind into 2. What did dividing his mind in 2 meant? For example, he could simultaneously use his left hand to write an essay while using his right hand to paint a painting. It was as though his consciousness had been divided into 2 parts which didn't interfere with each other. Actually, this wasn't particularly miraculous. According to the books, those who trained in the path to become an immortal could all use their minds to accomplish multiple things at once. They would be able to use several treasures to attack at the same time. The true brilliance of the Manhwa painting was that Ji Ning was able to divide his mind in 2 after visualizing it for just 2 years. The second thing he had done was to read. Half a year after his birth, when Ning was able to form some words, he had hugged a book and pointed at what looked like some words in it and said, this, spring grass and autumn leaf, being personal maids, all knew how to read. Naturally, they didn't dare to not reply. With their help and with guesswork, he soon learned how to recognize the words. And then, his reading began. As the saying goes, spending time sharpening the knife makes the cutting go faster. Although he was fully devoted to the idea of training to become an immortal, Ning understood that sometimes, haste made for ineffectiveness. Reading was a way of sharpening the knife to become an immortal. First of all, he needed to understand what this world was like. He would also learn more about what it meant to become an immortal, and what types of immortals there were, and so on and so forth. Only after learning about this would he know what the best choice for himself would be. After reading many books, Ning came to know that the Ji clan of West Prefecture was a small power located within the vast expanse of land ruled over by the Grand Xia dynasty. The territory ruled over by the Ji clan of West Prefecture stretched for 3,000 kilometers from north to south and 5,000 kilometers from east to west. There were countless tribes who lived on this land, and all of them were ruled by the Ji clan. What's more, this was nothing more than the Ji clan of West Prefecture. The Ji clan was an ancient clan. It was divided into the Central Prefecture, the East Prefecture, the West Prefecture, the North Prefecture, and the South Prefecture. All 5 prefectures combined made up the entirety of the Ji clan. However, the Grand Xia dynasty was simply too large. Its territory was nearly limitless, and it was an ancient dynasty which was born during the Fiendgod era. Over 1 trillion years had passed since the terrifying Fiendgod era. For a dynasty to be able to last 1 trillion years was something which Ning found to be inconceivable. The Ji clan was nothing more than a small power within the borders of the Grand Xia dynasty, but to the countless local surrounding tribes, the Ji clan was definitely their absolute rulers. This truly is a world where immortals and devils abound. Ji Ning sighed mentally. Ordinary mortal realms find it hard for an empire to sustain for even 1,000 years, but in this ancient world, an ancient, large empire is something which is beyond my imagination. Right. It has been over 2 years since I was born, and I know very little about training to become an immortal. It is time I begin. He had spent a year in the womb, and when he was born, it was winter, while a new year had come soon after that. Thus, he had lived in this world for over 2 years now. That very night, both sides of the main hall were filled with lit lamps, and the entire hall was extremely bright. His father continued to sit where he usually sat, with his mother on the left and Ning on the right. The table was still covered with meat as well as plates of vegetables and grains. Nom nom nom. Ning blew through the meat on the table like a twister, and then raised his head up. Father, mother. HRM, what is it? Each one looked at his son, and Snow did as well. Although their son's intelligence caused them boundless joy, it didn't startle them too much, because in this vast world, there were plenty of people who were devilishly clever. I want to train. Ning said seriously. I wish to train to become an immortal. Seeing the serious look on her son's face, Snow began to laugh. Train to become an immortal? Each one, our son wishes to train to become an immortal. Immortal? Each one looked at his son coolly. Do you know what training to become an immortal means? Book 1 Chapter 6, The Path to Immortal Training. Chapter 6, The Path to Immortal Training. I don't know. Please instruct me, father. Ning said respectfully. Actually, after having read so many books, Ning had learned about it long ago. But as a 4-year-old child, there was no need for him to appear so devilishly intelligent. Then I will tell you and let you understand. Each one's voice was like ice. First, let's talk about the 7 major stages. The first stage, Hotian. Lifespan of 100 years. The second stage, Xiantian. Lifespan of 200 years. The third stage, Zifu, the Violet Palace. At this level, one will be addressed as Zifu disciple. Lifespan of 500 years. The fourth stage, Wanxiang, manifestations. At this level, one will be addressed as Wanxiang adept. Lifespan of 800 years. The fifth stage, primal. Can be referred to as primal Taoist. The sixth stage, void. Can be referred to as land immortal or earth immortal. In the later levels of the void stage, a heavenly tribulation will test them. If they fail, then they will die and their spirits will be extinguished. If a primal's body is destroyed but manages to escape with his soul, then he will become a loose immortal, whose power is roughly on par with the earth immortals. The seventh stage, celestial immortal. Only at this stage can one be considered to have ascended beyond the 3 realms and no longer be formed by the 5 elements. Each one stared at Ning after speaking. He wanted to see the look of awe and surprise on his son's face, but Ning was just listening intently. You say you wish to train to become an immortal. Thus, I wish you to know how hard it is to become an immortal. Each one's voice sank down. The first obstacle to becoming an immortal is to pass from the Hotian stage to the Xiantian stage. What does Xiantian mean? Only a lifeform which was naturally born by the heavens and the earth can be described as a Xiantian lifeform. In the distant Fiendgod era, there were Fiendgods that were born naturally by the heavens and by the earth and which possessed tremendous power from their birth. In addition, there are those who are reborn into the heavenly realms as Devas or as Asuras. These Devas and Asuras are all birthed by nature itself, and thus by their very nature, they are a Xiantian lifeform. This makes it very fast for them to train, because only Xiantian lifeforms can train to become an immortal. It is impossible for mortals to train to become an immortal, but the heavens always leave a thread of hope. Thus, in the past, benevolent elders created a set of training techniques which can allow the bodies of ordinary people become akin to the bodies of Xiantian lifeforms. Only then did it become possible for ordinary people to train to become an immortal. But for an ordinary person to become a Xiantian lifeform is against the natural laws of the universe, making it very hard. The success rate is lower than 1 in 10,000. Tell me, is it hard or not? Ning continued to listen. Xiantian lifeform? If it wasn't for that huge disturbance in the Netherworld Kingdom, he probably would have already reincarnated and become a Deva in the heavenly realms. Naturally, that would mean he would already be a Xiantian lifeform. However, currently he was a mortal, and indeed, for a mortal to reach the Xiantian stage was an extremely difficult path. The second great obstacle to becoming an immortal, from the Xiantian stage to the Zifu stage. Only by establishing a Zifu, also known as a violet palace, can one continue to train as an immortal. Establishing a violet palace is like laying the foundation when building a house, or seeding the fields in order to harvest the crops. The violet palace is the crop field and is the core for an immortal. It is the basic underpinning of the path of immortals. Only after one has truly established a violet palace in one's body can one embark on the route to becoming an immortal. And only then can one be titled a Zifu disciple. For a Xiantian expert to establish a violet palace, perhaps 1 in 1,000 will succeed. Tell me, is it hard or not? Nin nodded. Right. It was hard. At the same time, he continued to listen carefully. The books of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture only described these 2 obstacles. They didn't describe the obstacles after that. In order to establish a Zifu and become an immortal, one must possess a world-shaking power. But becoming an immortal, by its very nature, is against the laws of the universe. Thus, starting from the day you step onto the path of the immortals, in other words from the day on which you establish your Zifu, you will be tested every 300 years. Every 900 years, you will undergo a major tribulation. Thus, as the saying goes, 3 centuries a calamity, 9 centuries a tribulation. Calamities are easy to avoid, but tribulations are hard to escape. A test every 3 centuries, and a tribulation every 9, after embarking on the path to becoming an immortal, this will continue forever, unless you become a celestial immortal. Otherwise, the 3 calamities, 9 tribulations will become your eternal fate. 3 calamities, 9 tribulations? 3 centuries a calamity, 9 centuries a tribulation. Calamities are easy to avoid, but tribulations are hard to escape? Ning truly was shocked by this. Unless one became a celestial immortal, everyone who trained in the path of immortals would have to deal with a test every 3 centuries. Ji Ichuan and Yuchi Snow looked at their son. Right now, there was a look of shock and disbelief on their son's face. Seeing the stunned look, Ichuan nodded slightly. He had finally managed to shock the little rascal. Our son is still very young. Why did you tell him all those things? Snow said unhappily. Mother. Ji Ning lifted his head up, a smile on his lips. It is fine. Ji Ichuan looked at him in surprise. Father. Ji Ning laughed. From mortal to Xiantian, from Xiantian to Zifu. These 2 obstacles alone are extremely difficult. The 3 calamities, 9 tribulations are very distant and very far off. I don't need to worry about them at all for now. Ichwan nodded. Your attitude isn't bad. You are correct. Right now, there truly is no need for you to think about becoming a Zifu disciple. That's too far away for you. At the vast area around Mount Swallow, the strongest people in the countless tribes and in the Ji clan are only at the Zifu disciple level. The path of the Immortals is a hard one. Even our massive Grand Xia dynasty would perhaps produce only a single celestial immortal in the space of 1,000,000 years. Nin nodded gently. In the Netherworld Kingdom, the ruler of Chui Palace had told him that the Nuwa painting would only give him a chance at becoming a celestial immortal, and that there were still many obstacles to overcome. And that was assuming that he was going to be a deva and also a soldier in the armies of heaven. From this, one could imagine how hard it was for one to become a celestial immortal. To escape the confines of the 3 realms and no longer be subject to the 5 elements wasn't so easily done. Do you still desire to train to become an immortal? Ichwan looked at Ning. Yes. Nin nodded. Ichwan nodded slightly. If the boy had been terrified just by hearing about this, Ichwan would have been disappointed. What he didn't know was, how could Ning possibly be scared as easily as this? There was nothing without risk. Even walking on the street, one might be killed by a rock falling down from the skies. Even when eating, one might choke to death. Training to become an immortal naturally would be extremely risky. It would be bizarre if it wasn't. However, Ichwan frowned. You are too young, and training techniques are very complicated. If I was to transmit a high-class immortal training technique to you and you trained in a wrong direction, it would harm your body. But ordinary immortal techniques aren't worth learning. Father, Ning said, I wish to learn the Fiendgod body refining technique. Oh? You know about body refining? Ichwan was extremely surprised, and Snow began to laugh. It seems our son has read quite a few books. He even knows that there are 2 main paths of immortal training. There were 2 primary paths of training to become an immortal. The first was in ki refining ki energy. 99% of those who trained to become an immortal chose this path. This path allowed one to use many mysterious immortal treasures, create complicated golems, control large amounts of deadly magical beasts, develop powerful magical formations, and also use some extremely vile techniques. In a word, this was an extremely glorious and profound path. The other path was in body refining. Supposedly, the 3 realms had each given birth to many Fiendgods. All of them were born from nature itself and were powerful from their birth. As for the creator of the universe, Pangu, he himself was the mightiest of them, the Fiendgod of primordial chaos. He also possessed the most powerful body, and thus, a number of elders managed to develop this Fiendgod body refining technique, which would allow the practitioners to possess bodies on par with Fiendgods. Indestructible bodies, possession of boundless strength, having 3 heads and 6 arms, regenerating from a single drop of blood, immortal and undying, these all belong to the Fiendgod body refining method. Reputedly, at the same level of development, a Fiendgod body refiner would be able to totally suppress his opponents. Body refining is 100 times more difficult than ki refining. Ichwan said seriously. The Fiendgod body refining method allows one to possess the power of a Fiendgod. How powerful is that? Hard, very hard. Father, first I'll train the body. Afterwards, I will develop ki. Ning said. These 2 training methods can be simultaneously progressed in. By then, I'll take whatever path I am most skilled in, which will be my primary path. In addition, weren't you afraid that I am too young and that training in ki will damage my veins? The Fiendgod body refining technique doesn't have this risk. Ichwan and Snow glanced at each other. It seemed their son had thought things through. Indeed, the Fiendgod body refining technique primarily exercised the entire body's muscles and internal organs. As for the blood vessels? It didn't have much to do with that at all. It must be known that innate Fiendgods came in all types, and their veins were totally different from the veins of human beings. The benevolence of those ancestors had developed the Fiendgod body refining technique from the bodies of the Fiendgods. Naturally, they ignored the veins. All right. Each one nodded. The Fiendgod body refining method is incomparably precious. Our Ji clan in total has 19 books on Fiendgod body refining scattered through our 5 prefectures. I will let you choose the one you wish to train in. Yes. Ning was extremely excited. Brother Black. Each one shouted towards the outside. A black-haired middle-aged man appeared from outside. His eyes faintly glowed with red light, and his eyes were rather long. It was the human form of that massive black python. Uncle Black. Ning hurriedly called out. 2 years ago, when he was born, he had learned that this black-haired man was a dire monster who had already trained to reach the Sentient lifeform stage. Generally speaking, animals who had reached a certain level of intelligence would be called monsters. After beginning to absorb the energy of nature, since they didn't possess special training techniques, it was even harder for them to train than it was for humans. Only when they broke through to become sentient lifeforms would they possess the ability to transform themselves. The black-haired man smiled and nodded. Each one, what do you need? I'd like to trouble you to make a journey to the library. Each one said. Bring the abridged versions of those 19 training methods of the Fiendgod body refining techniques here. Ning wants to use them. Ning wants to use them? The black-haired man looked at Ning with a laugh. Someone who trains with the Fiendgod body refining would have the power of a Fiendgod. It seems Ning is quite ambitious. Hua! The black-haired man disappeared into thin air. Ning took a deep breath as he waited. Uncle Black spoke the truth. He was indeed ambitious. The first reason was because he knew that due to his youth, his father probably wouldn't allow him to train in key refining. Self-study? Ning didn't have the confidence. The second was that the Fiendgod body refining method had some very powerful benefits. To kill a Fiendgod practitioner was more than 1,000 times more difficult than to kill a key practitioner. Fiendgod body refining experts, at the same level, could totally dominate a key refining expert. They had both strong self-preservation abilities and strong power. Just based on these two alone, Ning took a liking to the Fiendgod body refining method. Who? A gentle wind appeared out of nowhere, and the black-haired man appeared in the middle of a hall, a smile on his face. 19 copies of abridged versions of Fiendgod body refining techniques. Ning. Each one looked at his son. The abridged versions only have the first parts of each immortal training technique, combined with a summary and description of the technique. Take a close look and see which one you want. The black-haired man placed the 19 tomes in front of Ning. Every single tome was very thin. After all, these were abridged versions. Even if they were stolen, they wouldn't pose a loss for the Ji clan. They couldn't possibly place precious immortal training copies in their entirety in the library, after all. However, even these abridged versions of the Fiendgod body refining weren't freely available for others to see. This was why each one had sent the black-haired man to make the trip. 19 tomes. Ning began to read in earnest. Book 1, Chapter 7, Crimson Bright Diagram of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 7, Crimson Bright Diagram of the Nine Heavens. One thin abridged book after another was placed on the table, and Ning instantly began to scan the names of each of these books. Calamity Fiend, Indestructible Blood Fiend, Song of the Inferno, Vajra Buddhist Sutras, Freeform Soul, Crimson Bright Diagram of the Nine Heavens, Eternal Mysteries of the Yellow Earth, Spirit Fox Sutra, Sutra of the Future Buddha. Every single book was covered with ancient, strange-looking characters. Fortunately, Ning had learned these words after Ning had been born into this world. Ning took a deep breath. This was a critical choice. One which would determine his destiny. He picked up a book and began to read. Calamity Fiend. To train it, one needed to cover one's body with magic tattoos and use hellfire to temper one's body. It was extremely painful. After covering the body with 9 different types of magic tattoos and after having been tempered by hellfire 81 times, the body would totally transform and become that of a Xiantian lifeform, instantly acquiring boundless strength, the ability to belch hellfire, and immediately regrow a severed arm. This was an extremely hard yet extremely fast way of training. Theoretically, one only needed 81 days in order to reach the Xiantian level. Indestructible Blood Fiend. The pain this caused was even greater than that of the Calamity Fiend training method. It required 3 years of magic tattoos, 3 years of a hellish, tormented existence. Song of the Inferno. This required one to train next to a blazing inferno, then to be engulfed by a blazing inferno, and then finally to enter the lava of a volcano without being harmed at all. It required a person to become one with fire. Once a person could control the limitless power of fire, the one would be considered to have reached the Xiantian level. Reading these 3, Ning began to frown. Why was it that these fiend god training methods were all so painful? It was worse than torture. You foolish child. Snow couldn't help but speak out. Only a few fiend god body refining methods are truly painful. Only 5 of these 19 books are excruciating painful. The others aren't nearly as bad. I didn't expect that the first 3 you picked up. Oh. Ning let out a sigh of relief. Each one, seated nearby, said coldly, Fiend God body refining is far more difficult than ki refining. For a mortal to become a Xiantian lifeform is against the natural law of the world. To reach that level through the most difficult method, the Fiend God body refining method, of course it is hard. In addition, these methods which require miserable agony and difficulties, although they are quick, can be considered heterodox methods which cannot be considered to have a good foundation. Ning nodded as he continued to read. Vajra Buddhist Sutras. This was a type of Buddhist Vajra training method. Free-form soul. It required an extremely long period of time to train, but after reaching the Xiantian level, it allowed one to freely transform one's body and filled one with life. Even if one was chopped into many tiny pieces, one would quickly reform. This was one of the topmost life-preserving types of Fiend God body training. Crimson Bright Diagram of the 9 Heavens. Without question, the number 1 type of Fiend God body training method. What? Ning's eyes turned hungry, and he immediately stared at the Crimson Bright Diagram of the 9 Heavens, and began to read carefully. The Crimson Bright Diagram of the 9 Heavens had 9 parts. The first 3 levels were for the Hotian stage. The middle 3 levels were for Xiantian lifeforms. The later 3 levels were for the Zifu stage. It really is different. Those other training methods, at their peak, only allowed the trainees to become peak Xiantian lifeforms. But this, Crimson Bright Diagram of the 9 Heavens, allows a person to reach the peak Zifu level. Ning continued to read carefully despite his excitement. Upon reaching the Xiantian level, one would be able to control water and fire, and also possess astonishing physical strength. One's body would be light and agile, and all 6 of the senses would be sharpened. Severed limbs would regrow. Upon reaching the Zifu level, one would be able to regenerate from a single drop of blood. Upon reaching the Wanxiang stage, one would have amazing powers, such as growing 3 heads and 6 arms, the Quafu Sunchasur ability, or Shining Dragon Eyes ability. But of course, the prerequisite was that one would need to be trained in these magical powers. Fiend God body refining adepts were able to easily suppress ki refining adepts of the same level. But the Crimson Bright Diagram of the 9 Heavens was able to suppress all other types of Fiend God body refining techniques. This was publicly acknowledged. There was no dispute. But training in it was extremely hard, the hardest of all. This, too, was undisputed. That will be my choice. After flipping through the remaining Fiend God body refining books, without hesitating at all, Ning made his choice. Crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens. You've chosen? Ichuan looked at his son. Yes. Ning nodded. Ichuan said slowly, crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens. This is publicly acknowledged by everyone in the world as the most powerful fiend god body refining method. It is far more profound than the likes of the Song of the Inferno, the Vajra Buddhist Sutra, or the Calamity Fiend techniques. And that's just at the Zifu level. The later stages of it are even more profound. If you are able to become a Zifu disciple, it would be very easy for you to advance to higher levels as well. This is the most widely spread and most easily obtainable type of fiend god body refining technique. Ichuan looked at his son. But it is also the hardest. Ning laughed. He had spent 2 years here in this world reading many books. He knew that refining techniques were extremely important. The more profound the training technique, the harder it was to train in. For the higher level books regarding the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens, to be easily obtainable meant that it was all the more important for him to choose this one. It has the greatest power. The undisputed best. It is the most widespread one. It is the most easily obtainable method. Ichuan looked at his son. It has countless merits, and just one flaw: it is extremely difficult. There hasn't been a single member of the Ji clan of any of our 5 prefectures who managed to reach the 4th part and become a Xiantian lifeform. What? Not a single member of the Ji clan in all 5 prefectures has been able to use it to become a Xiantian lifeform? Ning was shocked. It was fine if they didn't reach the Zifu stage. But not even one had reached the Xiantian lifeform stage? Right. Ichuan said. Not a single one. Because it is simply too hard, far harder than you can imagine. But I must admit that it is the most mysterious and most powerful fiend god body refining method. Even in the legends of the fiend gods, this technique is the most powerful one. Then this will be my choice. Ning didn't hesitate at all. He was born into the world with the likes of the Manhwa painting, one of the highest class visualization techniques which would allow him to stand out even amongst the armies of heaven. With such a firm foundation, how could he not at least give it a shot? Even if he failed, that wouldn't be a big deal. He could then choose to train in another technique. Fine. Ichuan revealed a rare smile on his face. He was very happy with his son's resoluteness. Then I will go get the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens, for you. Thank you, father. Ning was filled with anticipation. Dark night. The door to the room was closed, and inside the room, the arm-thick candles were flickering. There were only 3 people in the room. Ichuan, Snow, and their son, Ning. Ning was holding an extremely thick book with scarlet red letters and reading through it. This was the legendary, most powerful of techniques, crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens. It really is hard. Ning was frowning as he read it. The crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens had several major obstacles. The first was the introduction. In order to begin training in it, one had to be able to sense the great yang, the sun, and the great yin, the moon, in the skies. Many other fiend god training methods required the absorption of elemental energy, such as fire, water, or electricity in order to build up power. But the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens required its practitioners to immediately begin sensing those 2 greatest of celestial bodies, and to absorb the energy of the sun and the moon. Many trainees simply couldn't sense the sun and the moon at all. And this was just the first step. Afterwards, by absorbing the energy of the sun and the moon, one's entire body would become covered with divine tattoos. This was the second part. After the divine sun tattoo and the divine moon tattoo were completely formed, one could be considered as having completed the first level of the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens. Actually, from this very first level, one could tell how unimaginably profound this technique was, because many of the other techniques, such as the Calamity Fiend technique, all relied on physically carving the magic tattoos onto one's body. But for the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, those tattoos would be formed naturally, and the divine tattoos were of the moon and the sun. Once the first level was mastered, one was usually able to easily reach the third level without any problems. But breaking through to the fourth level and becoming a Xiantian lifeform was even more difficult. It required yin and yang to fuse, water and fire become one. Only then could one break past and become a Xiantian lifeform. The later obstacles, those were too far off. There was no need to worry about them. Phew! Finishing reading, Ning let out a long breath. Ichwan and Snow looked at their son. Father, please instruct me with regards to the mysteries hidden within the first level of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens. Ning looked at his father. Understanding the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens is very easy. Ichwan said. All you need to do is follow the instructions on the pictures. There are 9 pictures to the first level. It is very simple. Ning nodded. He had read many books in this world, and when he flipped through it, he had quickly learned what the training method was. But he was worried that he might have missed some sort of profound meaning. After all, training was something he couldn't be too rash about. Since his father had said that the instructions in this book were very clear, then it was time to start. Ning closed his eyes and raised his fists, then bowed down. This was the first diagram, bowing to the sun and the moon. He carried out all of the movements in accordance with the pictures, seeming almost to move in accordance with a strange ritual dance, and his body carried within it a strange, ancient aura. HRM? Ichwan was surprised. His very first attempts at the movement are so accurate and so precise. Snow was surprised as well. Although most people wanted to make the movements properly, they wouldn't actually be able to do so as precisely as they wished. However, Ning had been training in accordance to the Manhwa painting since his birth. His soul was very powerful, and he had extremely strong control over his body as a result. Given that he had also constantly been cleansed by the energy of nature and his soul was as pure as an infant's, it was quite natural that he could easily make accurate movements. Hua! Ning's final movement was to sit down in a kneeling position, his 2 arms hanging down in front of him, as though one was resting on the sun while the other was resting on the moon. Utter silence. Ichwan and Snow were holding their breaths as well. They knew that it was the critical movement. The earlier dancing movements were only for the purpose of allowing one to sense the great Yang, the sun, and the great Yin, the moon. Whether or not Ning would be able to sense those 2 most exalted of stellar bodies. Despite this just being the introductory part to the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, it had prevented countless people from training in it. The 2 of them knew that the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens was the hardest Fiendgod body refining method to train, and they knew that the chance of their 4-year-old son being able to master the introductory part was very low. However, parents always hoped that their children would succeed. They waited, hoping for a joyous surprise to happen. Book 1 Chapter 8, The Moon in one hand, the sun in the other. Chapter 8, The Moon in one hand, the sun in the other. Ning could feel his consciousness passing through multiple layers of the world's obstructions, constantly going forward. After passing through countless layers, he entered an infinite, endless void. Deep within that infinite void was 2 incomparably enormous stellar bodies. One was an enormous stellar body which had huge plumes of raging flames dancing on its surface. It seemed like an enormous ball of flame, and it illuminated the endless void. The other was covered with a layer of unending ice, with an enormous osmanthus tree in the middle of the ice. The stellar body's cold light also illuminated part of the world. These 2 ancient stellar bodies, one was the solar star, the sun, the other was the lunar star, the moon. Too beautiful. Too incredible. Ning was absolutely stunned. He felt that he could even see those enormous plumes of flame and see the enormous leaves of the osmanthus tree. Others, when training in accordance with the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, found it very hard to even hazily sense the solar star in the star, but Ning could even see the plumes of flame and the leaves on the osmanthus tree. Within the hall, Ichwan and Snow were watching in astonishment. They saw countless spots of starlight appear in the area around Ning. The countless spots of starlight were primarily gold and silver in color, scorching hot gold starlight and ice-cold silver starlight. They swirled around Ning, not stopping in any location. Slowly, beneath Ning's left hand, a miniature star formed beneath his left hand, and on it an osmanthus tree could vaguely be seen. This was the lunar star. And on his right hand, there formed a fiery hot miniature star that was surrounded by a flying golden crow. This was the solar star. The solar star in one hand, and the lunar star in the other. Surrounded by starlight, Ning's face seemed so peaceful, so pious. This. Ichwan and Snow looked at each other, stunned. The moon in one hand and the sun in the other? Ichwan couldn't help but show his shock on his face, no matter how calm and collected he normally was. The osmanthus tree was born on one, and the golden crow flies around the other? The legendary, moon in one hand, sun in the other? Snow stared fixedly at the two miniature stellar bodies which had formed in her son's hands. And even the osmanthus tree and the golden crow have appeared. The two were in a state of absolute shock. They were not ordinary people. Naturally, they knew much more than the common person, and they had personally read the contents of the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens before. They naturally knew what this scene portended. The scarlet diagram of the 9 shining heavens was extremely difficult to train in, and the training speed would normally be very slow. There were several types of initiations one might see. The first type was called threads of starlight. Only 2 threads of starlight would slowly enter the body. This was the poorest type of initiation and guaranteed that one would be extremely slow in training. The second type was called clouds of starlight. A large amount of starlight would surround the body and form a cloud. This was quite good, actually. The third type was known as a vortex of starlight, the moon in one hand, the sun in the other. Countless flecks of starlight would swirl around the body like a vortex, while the left hand would form a lunar star, while the right hand would form a solar star. This was the peak result. But if the 2 miniature stars formed to be so realistic as to even show the osmanthus tree on the lunar star, golden crow on the solar star, then this would be the legendary perfect result. Actually, it wasn't strange for this result to occur. Ning had trained using the Manhwa painting, visualization technique since he was born, a technique which even in the Deva realm would be a top-class technique. He was even capable of dividing his mind. One could imagine how powerful his soul had become. And in addition, after being born, every day he had been nurtured and cleansed by natural elemental energy, rendering his body as pure as a newborn infant's body, without any impurities. The purity of his body was on par with a Xiantian lifeform. His body was as pure as a Xiantian lifeform's. His soul was so powerful that he could divide his mind. With these 2 strengths combined, it was natural that he would have the utmost aptitude for Fiendgod body refining. For my son to have this sort of natural gift, Snow's face had turned red, and she was so excited that her body was shaking. Ichwan, the moon in one hand, and the sun in the other. Osmanthus tree was born, and the golden crow flies. This is something out of the legends. Our son will definitely have great accomplishments when training in accordance to the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens. Right. Ichwan was very excited as well. When his son was born, he had sensed that his son's arteries were very weak, and his bones were very ordinary as well. Although he knew that his son had been injured in the womb, he was still somewhat disappointed, because he knew, in this brutal, man-eat-man world, anyone who had no power would find it hard to live a good life. While he was alive, he could protect his son, but what if he died? This is my son. The son of Ji Ichwan. Ichwan held his wife's hand tightly, and the two stared with excitement and hope towards their son. Which parents didn't hope that their children would fly like dragons? Ning's eyes were closed, and he continued to sit on his knees, holding his two hands in front of him limply, with the lunar star in one, and the solar star in the other. Those two miniature floating solar star and lunar stars were separately transmitting energy non-stop into Ning's body. The power of the sun and the power of the moon were quickly absorbed by the ravenous cells in his body, and Ning's entire musculature and bone structure were undergoing constant transformations. Swish, a layer of ice suddenly appeared on the beast fur clothes which Ning was wearing. But then, crackle crackle crackle. The back of Ning's clothes suddenly began to burn with fire. Both frozen and blazing. This constant interchange was resulting in his furs starting to split apart. HRM? Ichwan frowned. He pointed with a finger, an array of blue flowing light leaped out of his finger towards Ning's back, and the already half-ragged fur clothes totally split apart and collapsed, leaving Ning's back totally bare. On Ning's tender, young back, there was silver light flashing on the left, while golden light flashing on the right. On the left, frozen side, the silver light was constantly flowing and slowly forming into a pattern. On the right, blazing side, the golden light was also constantly flowing and also formed a separate pattern. Divine tattoos. Snow said softly. The very first time he trains, he is already beginning to form the divine tattoos. Given this tattoo forming speed, in 10 days or so the tattoo will have been fully formed. By then, the first level of the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens will be done. Right. Each one watched quietly. Time passed. The divine tattoos on Ning's youthful back continued to grow. One could faintly tell that the left tattoo was that of a rabbit, while the right side was that of a crow. The two great divine tattoos. The divine moon tattoo was that of the moon rabbit, while the divine sun tattoo was that of the golden crow. Who? Ning suddenly let out a long breath and opened his eyes. The divine tattoos on his back disappeared as well, and the two stellar bodies in his hands quickly dissipated. This caused Ning to be greatly startled. He had carefully read the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens, and he knew exactly what it meant for him to have the moon in one hand, the sun in the other, especially with the osmanthus tree being born and the golden crow flying. What a powerful force! Ning clenched his fists, feeling his body surge with power. I'm just a 4-year-old child and I've just been initiated into the Fiendgod body refining method, but I already am this strong. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Put on a change of clothes. With a wave of his hands, his father Ichwan made a set of children's fur clothes appear out of midair, then tossed it to his son. Yes. Ning immediately grabbed it. Snow was still looking at her son, her face filled with joy. The more she looked at him, the happier she felt. Her son was her pride and her joy. On the day he was born, she had been worried about her son's future, but now, her son had demonstrated such inconceivable potential. As a mother, in her heart, naturally she felt filled with joy. Ning. Ichwan said calmly. Father. Ning listened carefully. Your potential is extraordinary. However, if you wish to break through the bottleneck of ordinary lifeforms and become a sentient lifeform, and then embark on the road to becoming an immortal, potential alone isn't enough. Ichwan looked at his son. You need to receive the best instruction possible. Ning said respectfully, Father, please instruct me. Snow. Ichwan looked at his wife, Yuchi Snow. She nodded, and with a flip of her hand, 2 items appeared. One was a deep green gemstone, roughly the size of a fingernail. It was cut and very beautiful. The other was a flashing, rainbow-colored, fist-sized rock. This deep green stone is known as a kalestone. Snow smiled. This is a naturally forming gemstone which contains a miniature dimension inside of it. You can use it as part of a ring and store small items in it, or you can hide and store it within your belt. All you need to do to make it yours is to bind it with blood. Kalestone. Ning was overjoyed. Training to become an immortal was divided into 2 paths, the body refining path and the ki refining path. Body refiners belonged to the fiend god path and didn't teach someone how to use magical treasures. Key refiners, after becoming sentient lifeforms, would be able to control a few low-level treasures, but even the lowest of manufactured treasures had a minimum requirement of the user being a key refiner of the sentient level. Thus, most fiend god body refiners would also concurrently train in key. However, heaven always gave people a chance. There were some naturally occurring objects which only needed to be bound by blood and didn't have any strength requirements. Kalestone was one of them. Bind it first. Snow handed the Kalestone and a short sword over. Yes, mother. Ning accepted them. He didn't hesitate at all, as he gently pricked his finger with the edge of the short sword. A single drop of blood fell onto the Kalestone and was quickly absorbed, giving the Kalestone a hint of a blood color. Get in. Ning willed the short sword in his hand to disappear, and it did, reforming and floating within the miniature dimension inside the Kalestone. Come out. The short sword appeared in his hands. How magical. Ning was absolutely delighted. He knew long ago that these naturally occurring dimensional gemstones existed. They weren't like those manufactured treasures, which all had relatively large internal dimensions. The Kalestone, as a naturally occurring object, had a much smaller internal dimension. Some were only the size of a fist or a head. These half-meter long ones were definitely an extremely precious treasure. Mother. Ning hurriedly said. Please help me make a belt and put the Kalestone inside of it. All right. Snow nodded. The Kalestone can be considered a treasure, but to our Ji clan, it isn't something particularly valuable. Given your father's status, a Kalestone isn't even worth discussing. However, the other treasure is something which your father only obtained after a life and death crisis. Snow solemnly handed over the fist-sized rock which shone with the colors of the rainbow. Bind it. Snow looked at her son. Ning stuck out his finger and once more pricked it gently with the short sword. A single drop of blood fell onto that flashing rainbow stone. The blood was quickly absorbed, and inside the rock, countless red arteries could suddenly be seen. And then, the fist-sized rock turned into a liquid and flowed towards Ning. What's this? Ning felt his entire body turn cold. It is like the Kalestone. It is a naturally occurring treasure. The name of this treasure is the Gold Star Shirt. Snow explained. You can use it immediately after binding it. It will quickly enter and become part of your skin. With the protection of the Gold Star Shirt, nothing below the sentient lifeform level will be able to harm you with its attacks. Ning was shocked. So powerful? He had never read of this in any of the books. The Grand Xiao dynasty, from the Fiend God era until now, has existed for countless of years, and the territory it rules over is vast. In the area around Swallow Mountain, our Ji clan reigns supreme. But in some of the more distant areas, there are clans that are even more powerful than our Ji clan. Ichuan said. In some of those ancient, mighty clans, some of the promising young youths, while they are still young, they will be given this Gold Star Shirt to help protect them. Ning was startled. Turning to look at his father, he felt a warm feeling in his heart. His parents truly were very good to him. Book 1, Chapter 9, Archery. Chapter 9, Archery. Although the Gold Star Shirt is a treasure, I can break through it with a casual finger poke. Ichuan looked at his son. These things are all external. In the future, you must have accomplishments in the Fiend God body refining techniques, and in turn, Fiend Gods specialize in body power. What you need to do is to utilize all of your potential and all of your strength. Right. Ning nodded seriously. With the Fiend God body refining, your strength will be great, your movements will be fast, your vision will be clear at great distances, your hearing will be more sensitive, and even your body's recovery ability will be astonishing. Ichuan looked at his son. In order to transform these into true, mighty power. First of all, what you need is a weapon. Ichuan said. Your strength might be 10 times greater than your opponent's, but your opponent might be able to shoot you to death from afar with an arrow. That's what makes a good weapon so powerful. In addition, you must be good at actually wielding a weapon. For example, a swordsman who has no internal strength but who has reached the second level of sword mastery, man and sword become one, is capable of easily piercing the throat of a powerful yet inexperienced warrior. After all, no matter how much internal strength the warrior has, he can't block the sharpness of a sword. Ichuan said slowly. Ning understood this logic, of course. A powerful but stupid brute who encountered an assassin who was good at wielding short swords would die in a single exchange of blows. A strong body was just one aspect. Skill and technique was what determined how much of your power would be actually utilized. For example, in his past life, those competitors in the kickboxing or jiu-jitsu competitions all were roughly on the same level in terms of physical fitness. It was technique and battle strategy which determined their competitiveness. Tell me, what do you want to learn? Ichuan looked at his son. Ning, son, think carefully. Snow looked at her son as well. Actually, in their hearts, they had already mapped out a plan for their son. After all, as they saw it, their son was still too young, even though he was smart and capable. But they still wanted to ask their son what he wanted, so as to help him learn to think everything through. And then, they would tell him what they thought and let him reflect on the differences. I want to learn 3 things. Ning suddenly said. First of all, I wish to learn archery. Ning said. He was to walk on the Fiendgod body refining path. He would possess astonishing eyesight, and also enormous, heaven-granted strength. Naturally, he had to learn archery. The arrows released by a mighty Fiendgod were definitely capable of breaking past the sound barrier, and the power of its arrows was definitely far greater than the bullets of sniper rifles in his past life. He could kill his opponent from far away. And archery, according to the books he had read, wasn't too hard to learn. Second, I want to learn how to use twin swords. The Ji clan specialized in sword techniques. His father Ichuan was nicknamed the Raindrop Sword. With a resource such as this at his disposal, he absolutely had to learn how to use swords. Twin swords? Ichuan frowned. Continue. Third, I need to learn agility-enhancing techniques and escaping techniques. Ning said. These are what I need. If he encountered a powerful opponent, he would flee. Only escaping techniques would allow a person to live longer. And the longer one lived, the more possibilities one would have. Snow laughed. Ning is headed in the right direction. However, I think it's best if you first start with single swords. There isn't a single twin sword expert in the entire Ji clan, and when training in swords, the greatest danger is in losing concentration. You must focus all of your concentration on a single sword. Only this will allow you to achieve greater accomplishments. Your mother's words are correct. Ichuan looked at his son. Father, mother, I've been able to divide my mind since I was born. Ning raised his head to look at his parents. He wasn't able to explain about the Manhwa painting, and so he just had to claim that he was able to divide his mind since he was born. What? Divide your mind? Ichuan and Snow were both shocked. Do you know what dividing your mind means? Ichuan growled. It isn't as simple as multitasking. It means that your mind can simultaneously contemplate 2 separate matters without losing any effectiveness or causing any disruption. I truly can divide my mind. Ning said hurriedly. Then let's give it a test. Ichuan's eyes began to glow with an astonishing light. With one hand, he pulled over 2 pieces of chalk. Use these 2 rocks to write on the ground. With your left hand, write your mother's name, while with your right hand, write my name. Write simultaneously. Yes, father. Ning nodded. Ning took the 2 pieces of chalk. It felt rather similar to the chalk he had used in his previous life. Immediately, he began to use his hands to write as instructed. Writing with the chalk actually felt quite natural. Hua! Hua! His left hand and right hand easily wrote at the same time, and what he wrote was the ancient, complicated script of this world. On one side, he wrote the name, Ji each one. On the other, Yuchi Snow. His strokes were firm and very graceful. Ning, Yu, Snow was stunned. But, each one was stunned as well. No wonder. No wonder you were able to train in the crimson bright diagram of the 9 shining heavens so quickly. Each one said slowly. So our son's soul is so powerful that he can divide his mind. Each one looked at his son as though he were looking at a piece of priceless, unpolished jade. Extremely excited, he said, I've only been able to reach the level of dividing my mind because I've trained for so long. However, I've focused on using a single sword since I was young, my path is set, and hard to change. But my son is able to divide his mind since birth, he is a born twin sword user. He will be able to use twin swords as though 2 people were wielding them and make his opponents feel like they are being attacked by 2 people at once. What's more, those 2 people will have their hearts and intentions totally linked, increasing the effectiveness 10 times over. From today onwards, I will personally train you in using swords. Each one looked at his son. Early next morning. The thick natural energy of the world filled the hazy morning. Ning had already been brought by his father to the training grounds. Ning. Each one looked at his son, then pointed at a nearby fur-clad, bearded man. This is the #1 expert archer of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. His name is Blindfish. His archery skills are extremely high. Blindfish, come, let the little fellow see what you are all about. Yes. Blindfish said respectfully. Each one walked in front of them towards 4 marble tablets, each one of them weighing several hundred pounds. Each one grabbed one of them, then threw it far away into the distance, and then grabbed another one and tossed that one as well. In the blink of an eye, all 4 of them were howling through the air. These massive, heavy tablets were thrown with such force that they made the air howl. They were like 4 missiles, and had transformed into black dots in the sky. A pitch-black great bow appeared in the hands of the bearded man, Blindfish, along with 4 arrows. He raised his bow high. Shwa! 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 4 arrows flashed through the skies, disappearing almost instantly as they chased after those 4 black dots. Pang 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 ping. Those 4 black dots totally disappeared. Ning gaped at the sight. He gaped for a long time. When father tossed those heavy stones, he threw them at least 1 or 2 kilometers and turned them into missiles? Ning felt stunned. And this Blindfish's arrows, I felt like, in the blink of an eye, in less than a second, they arrived at that distance of a kilometer or 2 away. If we calculate it carefully, these arrows must have at least traveled at the speed of nearly 2,000 meters a second. The legendary god, Hoi, once sent out 9 arrows in a row and shot and killed 9 golden crows. Blindfish laughed loudly. Young master, I only possess some superficial skills. Master Blindfish, the rubble won't hit or hurt anyone when it falls, will it? Ning suddenly remembered to ask this question. Each one shook his head. Ning, your master Blindfish is a Xiantian lifeform, and has infused his arrows with his own innate energy. When the arrows reached the tablets, they immediately blew the tablets into dust which will drift down slowly. How can there be rubble which would smash anyone? Ning was secretly shocked. Formidable indeed. From today onwards, every morning, you will come train with your master Blindfish for an hour in archery. Each one said. This can be considered your morning exercises. Blindfish, sorry to trouble you. To be able to teach the young master is Blindfish's glory. Blindfish laughed loudly. Each one nodded, then turned and left. The entire training yard was very quiet. Only Blindfish and Ning were there. Not even a servant was present. Young master. Blindfish looked at Ning. To an archer, the most important thing is his bows and arrows. The arrow is divided into 3 parts: the arrowhead, the arrow shaft, and the feathers. As for the bow, it is comprised of the bowstring and the body. Arrows can be made in large quantities, but bows are far more precious. There are 2 types of bows. The first type of bow is made from an elastic bow body and a tough bowstring. When drawing the bow, the body of the bow will curve, and that is where the power comes from, the curving of the bow's body. This is the most commonly seen type of bow, and is a fairly simple type of archery. It is easy to produce, and ordinary archers use it. The second type of bow has a tough, inflexible bow body and an elastic bowstring. When pulling the bow's body will essentially remain firm, while the bowstring will be pulled to an astonishing elastic length. This bow in my hand is that sort of bow. Blindfish handed the pitch-black great bow in his hands to Ning. Ning accepted this simple great bow, and he instantly felt its weight. This great bow was at least 100 pounds heavy. He couldn't help but stare at it carefully. The body of the great bow was made from some sort of pitch-black metal which gleamed. The bowstring, however, was as thick as a finger, and carried a blue color. A terrifying fiendish aura could dimly be sensed as coming from the bowstring. This bow body was forged from thunderwind metal and is incomparably tough. But the bowstring is even more precious. It was made from one of the draconic tendons of a dire monster that was slain, a dragon snake. It possesses astonishing elasticity. Even if my strength was 10 times greater, I wouldn't be able to break it. Blindfish laughed. The name I gave my bow is Thunder Dragon Bow. Ning's eyes shone as he listened. A bowstring made from the tendons of a dragon snake, a dire monster? Come, let's begin to learn the proper stance. With a flip of his hand, Blindfish produced an ordinary bow. Standing shot stance, crouching shot stance, backwards shot stance, falling shot stance, running shot stance. Blindfish looked at Ning. Young master, your training will be divided into 2 segments. The first is the basic segment. The second is the mental segment. In the basic segment, you need to practice those 5 stances to the point where hand, eye, and arrow become one. You must always hit your target. Only then can you move to the next segment. In the mental segment, the stances are no longer important. The only thing you need is for your mind and arrow to become one. You no longer need to use your eyes to see. That's simply too slow. You must rely on your mind. In the blink of an eye, you will draw your bow and fire your arrows upon your target as fast as lightning. In a truly critical situation, you only have a heartbeat to do what you need. Nobody will give you a chance to slowly aim. When you have mastered the mental segment, then you will have completed your apprenticeship. Ning listened and nodded. And then, according to Blindfish's instructions, he began to train in the proper stance. Waist straight. Left arm extended. That's the correct posture for drawing the bow. Stay in that posture. Eyes. Eyes. Are your eyes blind? As soon as he began teaching in earnest, Blindfish began to roar at him. The ignorant Ning was like a piece of white parchment. Howled at again and again, Ning could do nothing but endure it and slowly learn. A 10,000-meter high building is still built up from the ground floor. An expert archer had to start with the basics as well. Book 1 Chapter 10, Footwork. Chapter 10, Footwork. After practicing archery for an hour, the sun had already begun to rise. Ning, child, I shall be the one to teach you footwork. Yuchi Snow, clad in white furs, smiled as she looked at her son. Yes. Ning said. Although he had exercised to the point where his waist and his back were bitterly sore, because he had trained in the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens, his body's regenerative speed was astonishingly high. Right now, his mind was clear, fresh, and full of energy. In close combat, footwork is every bit as important as sword techniques. Yuchi Snow said solemnly. When two people engage in a battle, the one with better footwork and agility can make it hard for the opponent to injure them, while they are able to easily injure the opponent. Ning nodded. He understood this logic. Close combat didn't just mean standing there like an idiot, waving swords and sabers at each other. It was constantly changing positions like an unpredictable shadow. In his past life, he had seen taekwondo and karate experts. Those most elite competitors all valued footwork highly, and their footwork was exquisite, capable of causing 10 enemy punches in a row to miss, or at least have their power reduced greatly. The importance of footwork was arguably even higher than that of attacking techniques. Because he had been tormented by illness in his past life, Ning truly and ardently enjoyed watching those competitions, which made him understand the importance of footwork in those taekwondo and karate competitions. In this world where spirits and monsters abounded, the basics were still the same. Footwork was one of the most important things. I will teach you a footwork technique known as the Shadewind steps, Snow said. Don't be fooled by its ordinary name. This is a very amazing set of footwork techniques. I am the only one who knows it in our Ji clan, and even amongst all 5 prefectures, it is considered the highest type of footwork technique. Once you begin learning this footwork technique, you will understand how to dodge and move about in tight areas, while also learning how to easily flee. First, carefully read the 6 basic movements. With a flip of her hand, Snow made a thick yellow book appear out of nowhere. Ning accepted it and began to read it carefully. This book described the Shadewind steps and its 6 basic movements. All 6 of the movements were exquisite and profound in their movements and usage of force and energy. Don't just stare at it. Snow pointed at a distant area. Look over there. Ning turned his head and saw wooden pillars. There must have been thousands of wooden pillars there, and they were all of different height and at different distances from each other. Above these wooden stakes was a number of beast capes, thousands of them which dotted the area like ropes. That is known as the 1,000-star array, Snow said. Through the usage of the 1,000-star array, within 10 years, you should be able to reach the Ruwei stage of the Shadewind steps. If it wasn't for the 1,000-star array, you probably would have to spend 100 times the amount of time. The Shadewind steps technique has 3 stages. First, the basic stage. Second, the advanced stage. Third, one with the world. Snow looked at Ning. Actually, all techniques, be it footwork, sword, saber, spear, or anything else, can be divided into these 3 stages. For example, the advanced stage of sword technique is often described as one with the sword. Have you memorized the mysteries of the 6 basic movements? Snow asked. Yes. Ning nodded. Snow then walked towards the 1,000-star array, then pointed at one of the very short pillars. Go stand on top of this pillar. Yes. Ning easily jumped onto the wooden pillar. He instantly felt wobbly. The pillar wasn't very thick, and there was only enough space for a single foot. Fortunately, after having trained in the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens, he had an extremely good sense of balance. This was the only reason why he was able to stand stably. Listen to my orders. Whichever one of the 6 basic movements I ask you to use, that's what you use, Snow said. The advancing move. Ning immediately tried to charge forward and step atop another pillar in front of him, but when he brushed against a beast-skin rope and, with a swish, he fell down to the ground. Remember, whenever you are moving in the 1,000-star array, you must not step onto any of the beast skins. Once you do so, you'll have to start over again, Snow said. Ning ground his teeth. He refused to believe it would happen again. He once again hopped onto the short pillar, and then, using the advancing move, he dodged past the beast skin and moved onto the next wooden pillar. However, he had used too much force. His body swayed for a long while before he was able to steady himself on that one foot again. Remember, your movements must be like nails, driving a nail down with each step. When you land on the pillar, you must be nailed to it. Snow said. Each step cannot be too small or too large. It cannot be too light or too heavy. Just now, you swayed wildly. If this was a life or death fight, you would have been stabbed to death by an enemy who would have discovered a flaw in your attacks. Continue. The advancing move. The advancing step. The sidestep step. The leaping step. The backward step. The withdrawing step. The turning step. Snow snapped one order after another. Actually, all footwork techniques relied on these basic movements. But the differences between different techniques were like night and day in terms of skill. Some would make you move as fast as a bolt of lightning, while others would make you as agile and graceful as the wind, or perhaps as unpredictable as a spirit. Each footwork technique had its own mysteries, and naturally would have different effects in battle. Oof! He hadn't leapt high enough, and his back had brushed against the beastskin ropes, causing him to be unable to land onto the wooden pillar. He fell down. Not saying a word, Ning climbed back onto the pillar. Oof! His knee hadn't been bent enough. Oof! He had used too much force. On those thousands of wooden pillars, Ning was moving like a flash, wildly training in these 6 basic steps. Because of the obstruction of the beast skins, Ning's body also had to undergo various contortions to dodge them. But no matter what postures he used, the most important thing was that his center of gravity had to be stable, and his feet had to be stable. Mother, how long will I train like this for? Ning had fallen so many times. Ning, son, start from the shortest pillar and move through all 1008 wooden pillars, then jump down from the tallest one. You are not to touch any of the beast skins on the way. If you are able to complete this within the time it takes for one to take 10 breaths, then you will have mastered the basic level of this footwork. Yuchi Snow laughed. Ning was stunned when he heard this. What? In 10 breaths? Such a short period of time, even on running on the flat ground, I wouldn't be able to do that in 10 breaths. 1008 wooden pillars, all of which had to be traversed. That was a distance of 1,000 or so meters. It would take him a while to travel that distance at a full run. Later, Ning, when you have finished mastering the first level of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, you would be able to travel 1,000 meters on the ground in 10 breaths. Snow laughed. But Ning was speechless. Moving in the 1,000-star array as though you were on the ground, only then would you have mastered the basic stage. Then what about the second, advanced stage? Ning couldn't help but ask. Snow pushed one of the nearby beast skin ropes, which began to collide with the other beast skins. Soon, the 1,000+ beast skins were all swaying against and hitting each other in a totally wild, chaotic manner. The second stage, the advanced stage, requires you to once again start from the lowest pillar and move through all 1008 pillars, then jump down from the tallest one, in the span of 10 breaths, without touching any of the beast skin ropes. However, for the advanced stage, all of the beast skins will be striking each other. Snow looked at Ning. Once you can do that, you will have mastered the advanced stage. But, how is that possible? If all the beast skins are swaying about, how will I dodge them? There would probably only be a split second for me to dodge the beast skins and also jump onto the wooden pillars. And in such a short time frame, Ning felt that this was simply too hard, impossibly hard. That is why I said that with the help of the 1,000-star array, you should need 10 years to reach the advanced stage of the Shadewind steps. Snow said. From now until lunchtime, you will continuously practice here at the 1,000-star array. Then what about the third stage, one with the world? Ning couldn't help but ask. Snow looked at Ning and laughed. That's on an entirely different level. Once you reach it, you'll understand. How powerful is it? You can at least explain it. Ning asked. All right. If I have to describe it, even 10,000 arrows raining down on me at the same time wouldn't be able to injure me at all. Snow looked at her son. 10,000 arrows at the same time? Ning instantly imagined a thick cluster of countless arrows raining down, but none of them able to touch him. This was inconceivable. A human's body occupied a certain amount of space, after all. If those countless arrows filled the skies, logically speaking, there should be no way to dodge them. Snow smiled. Don't be discouraged. Most of the peak Hotian experts of the various tribes are only able to reach the first, basic stage. Scientian lifeforms are usually able to reach the second, advanced stage. Most Zifu disciples are able to reach the third stage of one with the world. But of course, some extremely talented Scientian lifeforms are able to reach the level of unity with the world, such as your father. Snow said. Father? Ning was surprised and delighted. Your father's footwork has reached the level of one with the world. And even in swordplay, which is harder to train in than footwork, your father has reached the one with the world level. Snow laughed. That is why your father is the undisputed #1 expert of the Ji clan's West Prefecture. That's why his prestige is all of the countless tribes. Ning's heart immediately swelled with a heroic feeling. Whatever his father could do, he himself could definitely do, especially since he had the Manhwa painting, and the wisdom from his past life. Continue. The advancing step. The turning step. The leaping step. Ning's small, young frame carefully flashed about the 1,000-star array, occasionally falling down. After lunch. After having eaten to his fill and rested for a while, Ning was pulled to the training yards once more by his father. The afternoon spring sun was dazzlingly beautiful, and its rays were very comfortable. Father. Ning looked at his glacier-like father, clad in a blood-red beast fur. His heart was filled with awe. His father had killed even dire monsters such as dragon snakes. In terms of strength and skill, his father had already reached an extremely high level. Even some sentient lifeforms had come to ask to be taken as his father's disciple and learn his sword techniques. His father had 9 primary disciples, 3 of which were sentient lifeforms. But his father only taught the 9 disciples once every month. But Ning? He would be taught every day. From today onwards, I will teach you how to use the sword. Each one looked at his son and said in a cold voice, the sword is not the bow, nor is it like footwork. Archery training only requires one to become familiar with it. Once one's strength increases and one's vision improves, naturally, one will be able to fire more powerful arrows. Although footwork is important, it is still supplemental. To kill an opponent, you still have to use your sword in the end. Swords are considered short weapons. They are light and agile, with 2 edges. Their usage is more precise and profound than that of sabers, whether by slashing, by stabbing, by chopping, by scraping, or by tapping, one can easily kill the opponent. Sometimes, a person who is training incorrectly can even hurt himself. It is the truest weapon of war. Each one looked at his son. Ning could feel his blood boiling, and he was extremely eager. His eyes were shining. Father, what sort of sword technique will I learn? Sword technique? Wait a few more years. Each one said coldly. Wait a few more years? Ning was confused. Each one said coldly, the movements of the sword are birthed by your body. If you wish to use the sword well, then first, you must control your body well. First, you must train in boxing. After your body and your arms are extremely agile and you can fully control your strength, then your body will be ready to learn sword techniques. But preparing your body isn't enough. You must also prepare your mind for learning the sword. Book 1 Chapter 11, Sword Training. Chapter 11, Sword Training. Ning, listening to this, felt totally confused, as though his head was covered by mist and clouds. Father, you say that I must prepare my body before I can train with a sword. I can just barely understand that. But I must also prepare my mind? What does that mean? Don't be impatient. Each one looked at his son. A thick book appeared in his hands out of nowhere. He tossed it towards Ning. First, closely read through this boxing manual. There are 16 stances in this boxing technique. It contains the simplest yet most fundamental of methods to allow one's body to exert strength. Once you have mastered this boxing technique, your entire body will act as you will and you will be able to exert strength with ease. The sword is born from your body. If not even your body acts as you wish it to, how can your sword act as you wish it to? Each one looked at his son, worried that his son would bite off more than he could chew. First, you must calm your mind. Ning understood the logic that sharpening the knife didn't slow down the cutting process. Yes, father. Ning said as he lowered his head to begin reading the book. He began to closely review the mysteries of boxing described in the book. The book was quite thick, but actually, it was because it was made from animal leathers, which made every page very thick. After memorizing the profound secrets, he began to train. His father constantly gave him advice and pointed out his mistakes, or even demonstrated himself so as to help Ning understand. Actually, the Shade Wind Steps also contained some principles on exerting force, but the Shade Wind Steps were primarily about using force in the legs. Because he had some prior experience now, Ning learned relatively quickly. 2 hours later. Rest a while. Ichwan looked at his sweaty son. In the future, you will spend 2 hours every day training your boxing, unless and until I judge that your body is prepared to train with the sword. Preparing your body to train with the sword is just one aspect. You must also prepare your mind to wield the sword. 2 black metal swords appeared in Ichwan's hands, and he tossed them to his son. Take them. Ning took the 2 swords. Ichwan pointed to an empty area. Who? A metallic puppet appeared out of nowhere, wielding a single saber. This is a puppet. Ichwan said. Key refining practitioners of the immortal way are often good at producing these puppets. This one is just a very ordinary puppet, with the power of a master-level Hotian combatant. However, its body is extremely tough. Father, what are those red spots on its body? Ning wondered. The black metal puppet had over 10 red dots on its body. The red dots were located between its forehead, on its throat, on its chest, on its arms, hands, back, and some other areas. Try stabbing at the red dot on its forehead. Ichwan said. You have to be fast. Yes. Ning stabbed out fiercely with his right hand. Hua! The tip of the sword pierced forward, but it struck the head, roughly an inch away from the red dot. But Ning was slightly startled. He clearly had aimed at the red dot. He couldn't help but try stabbing 3 more times, but the results were always the same, slightly off. Have you discovered it? Ichwan said calmly. Although you want to stab it in the middle of the forehead, when you actually try to do so, you aren't able to do so accurately. How can you stab accurately? First, you have to control your body perfectly. Second, you have to train countless times. Every single sword technique can be described as being composed of 13 specific movements: chop, pierce, scrape, sweep, break, tap, cleave, support, intercept, twist, lift, draw, and sheath. Chop, pierce, scrape, sweep, tap, cleave, these are used to attack. Support, break, intercept, twist, lift, draw, and sheath, these are used to defend. Ichwan pointed at the metal puppet. This puppet isn't moving at all, and it has 9 red dots on its body. Execute the chop, pierce, scrape, sweep, cleave, and tap movements against it. I will teach you the secrets to every single movement and how to move in harmony with your attacks. Every single basic movement must be practiced at least 10 million times. In the future, the puppet will begin to move and chop at you with its own saber techniques. You will then use the support, intercept, twist, lift, draw, break, and sheath movements, the 7 basic defense movements, to defend yourself. You will train all of these movements 10 million times as well. Attack. Defend. After you have become familiar with these two, the puppet will engage in battle against you, and you will use the combined 13 stances to fight against it. Ichwan looked at his son. When the day comes when your 13 basic stances have become ingrained into your mind and your bones, and when you are perfectly accurate, that is when you will have absorbed the essence of the sword into your mind. Only then will your mind be ready to train in the sword. Ning listened with his breath held. Prepare your body. Prepare your mind. Afterwards, you will be able to truly start training in sword techniques. Ichwan looked at his son. Sword techniques are very complicated, but they are still formed from these 13 basic movements. If you aren't even able to memorize and absorb these 13 basic movements, how can you possibly have any achievements in training with the sword? After you have truly become familiar with the sword techniques I will pass down to you, then you can be considered to have reached the first, basic level of wielding a sword. The sword has 3 levels as well. The basic level, the advanced level, and the one with the world level. The advanced level for footwork requires precise control over the body. But the advanced level for the sword requires one to have precise control over both the body and the sword, and then merge them into one. It is 10 times harder. Becoming one with the world? That's even farther off. Ichwan looked at his son. Ji Ning, do you now understand the path you must walk? Yes. Ning nodded heavily. The crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens training technique would give him a Fiendgod's body and inconceivable strength. But the training in footwork and swordplay would decide how much of that strength he would be able to use. Father, how long would I need to train before I can reach the level of one with the sword? Ning couldn't help but ask. Hard to say. Ichwan shook his head. In the past, I had spent 6 years mastering the basics, then 6 more before becoming one with the sword. You can say that it took me 12 years. 12 years? Ning held his breath. His father, despite being young, had become the #1 expert of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. Someone as peerless of a talent had needed 12 years. Many ordinary people would spend their lives training without being able to reach the one with the sword level. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Take things one stable step at a time. Ichwan looked at his son. Let's begin. Let me first teach you the pierce movement of the 13 basic movements. Under his father's guidance, Ning's posture was very correct as he pierced repeatedly. Chopped repeatedly. Scraped repeatedly. Tapped repeatedly. This was very boring. And very tiring. Fortunately, Ning had astonishing regenerating capabilities. And given his experience in being tormented by illness in his past life, he was a person who would not easily give up. After training attacking movements for 2 hours, he began to train defending movements for another 2 hours. The metal puppet wouldn't get tired, delivering endless hacking blows with the saber for Ning to defend against. Ichwan. Snow stood from afar, watching her son train hard. Ichwan walked to his wife's side as well, and both of them watched the distant metal puppet battle against their son. Snow. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect that our son would have such strong willpower. I had even prepared for him to complain about being tired, and prepared to force him to continue training. I didn't expect that I don't need to force him at all. When he was training his footwork in the morning, Snow felt sorry for her child. Even though he said he was tired, all he did was talk. He didn't stop a single time. 6 hours in the morning, 6 hours in the afternoon, 12 hours of the day spent training. Ning is still very young. I still remember when I was young. Ichwan said softly. At that time, I was forced by my father to train. I felt too tired and that I was at the point of collapse, but whenever I gave up, my father would use his whip to beat me. I cried each time I drew my sword or used it to pierce. That continued until I turned 10, and my father was killed by a dire monster from East Lake Mountain. The status of my mother and I dropped by 1,000 fathoms. Seeing how cold everyone had become towards us and then my mother die of illness, I finally woke up. I no longer said I was tired, or that I was hurting. Every day, I focused on my training. Someone who had never trained before would never know how exhausting training was. Tiring to the body. Tiring to the mind. Someone who wasn't sufficiently mentally resolved or who had insufficient desire wouldn't be able to persevere. I had my doubts about our son's future accomplishments. Each one said softly, although his aptitude for the Fiendgod body refining is very high, if he doesn't work hard, he still wouldn't accomplish much, but now, I believe that my son will definitely become one of the true experts of this world. He definitely will. Hearing her husband's words, Snow stared at her son who was still training in the distance. She gently nodded. I believe it too. Watching himself grow stronger, even stronger than those supermen in the movies, was an absolutely wonderful feeling. A year later. Hua! Blindfish, standing far away, threw 4 stones up into the air. The slightly taller Ning knocked his bow while grabbing 4 arrows, holding them tightly between his 5 fingers. Shwa! 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 4 arrows flashed out simultaneously, leaving behind 4 trails of air in the sky, hitting all 4 of the rocks that had been thrown up. The 4 rocks all shattered into tiny pieces which fell to the ground. Good. Blindfish walked over, laughing loudly like the thunder. Master Blindfish. Ning put away the bow. You've already mastered the mental segment. You've even quickly mastered my pride and my joy, the quad-shot skill. Blindfish praised as he nodded. I have nothing left to teach you when it comes to archery. Next, you will have to just continuously train and build up experience. As your strength grows, you will be able to fire more powerful arrows. This training courtyard is now too small for you. You need to go to a larger, more expansive place and shoot arrows from a distance of 1, 2, or even 3 or 4 kilometers. The farther away you are shooting from, the more you will have to factor in the wind and the environment. Understood. Nin nodded. Archery required one to be extremely precise. One needed to consider the strength of the pull, the trajectory of the arrow, and also the downward pull of gravity. At the same time, one had to factor in the wind speed. Although it was complicated, as long as one could sense the direction and strength of the wind, one would be able to shoot without even needing to aim. This was because the question of from what angle to fire from and how to fire would have already been built into one's bones from countless repetitive training exercises. At least, to the current Ning, within a range of 500 meters, not even a fly could escape his arrows. But this was far from being enough. As his strength grew, his arrows would be more powerful as well. Some Xiantian lifeforms' arrows would fly several kilometers and still have tremendous force. The greater the distance, the more difficult it would be to shoot accurately as well. It required even more training and experience. Starting tomorrow, I won't come here anymore. Young master, you are the most talented student I have ever taught. Blindfish looked at Ning. Don't waste your talent. In the future, you will definitely become the most terrifying godly archer in the Swallow Mountain area. Book 1, Chapter 12, 6 years. Chapter 12, 6 years. Within the training courtyard, a youth clad in beast fur was wielding a black blunt sword. He stood there, and around him there were 9 tall and powerful warriors. These valiant warriors all wore armor and wielding long spears, swords, and sabers, and other weapons in their hands. But none of the weapons had been edged or sharpened. 6 years. Ning, who had trained for 6 years, was now 10 years old. But because in this life, he had been training in accordance with the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, he had already reached a height of 1.6 meters tall, just 10 centimeters shorter than he had been in his previous life. His appearance was almost identical to how he had looked in his previous life. Perhaps this was what the saying, a person's appearance is birthed by their mind. If one had to find a difference, Then the difference was, in his previous life, his face was always sickly pale, while in this life, it was filled with boundless life and energy. Same rule as always. Ning stared at the people around him, his gaze even more terrifying than that of monsters. As long as any of you can strike me, each person will be awarded a beast head of gold. Gore. Careful, young master. Ah, a beast head of gold. Brothers, let's let the young master see how powerful we are. These brave warriors began to roar. They were the mightiest warriors within the armies of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture, the Ninefang warriors. For someone to be awarded the title of Ninefang warrior required their internal energy to have reached the limits of the Hotian level, and also be warriors with significant battle experience. A beast head of gold meant 10 pounds of gold. Gold coins were used as a form of currency in the countless tribes, and 10 pounds of gold, to these powerful warriors, was an extremely attractive offer. But they didn't dare to be incautious, because Ning's power had spread across the army long ago. He had often sparred in the army with some of the elite soldiers, and thus, Ning's ability had risen rapidly, as these warriors all knew. Even if 9 of the most powerful warriors joined forces against him, defeating Ning would still be a hard task. However, it was still possible. The blunt black sword in hand, Ning stared quietly at the surrounding people. Actually, ever since he had learned the reputedly most complicated of sword techniques, 108 swords of the gods and demons, and mastered it to the point where his father nodded in satisfaction, sparring with the metal puppet had become meaningless. Thus, he was permitted to begin sparring with the large number of soldiers and warriors in their army. While sparring, they always used blunt weapons. At the same time, his father had given him a strict order: when sparring with others, you are only allowed to use a single sword. In addition, you are only permitted to use 1/10 of your real strength. Only when sparring with your mother and I are you allowed to use the twin swords. Remember, the twin swords are your secret weapon. You are only permitted to use it when you really intend to kill your opponent. Thus, although Ning's fame had become widespread across the army and he had been acknowledged as a rare talent, that was just the tip of the iceberg. But of course, when engaging in battle, Ning used all of his available skill in the single sword techniques and in the footwork techniques. The 9 warriors surrounded Ning, walking in a circle around him while staring at him as though staring at their prey. Ning just stood there, as unmoving as a mountain. Shwa! One of the 9 soldiers surrounding him suddenly charged forward. The bald soldier was wielding a long spear in his hands, and struck out with it like a viper, instantly arriving next to Ning. Faced with this fierce spear, Ning's body flickered and he drew near the bald warrior's body, causing the spear to miss its mark. Spears were weakest against close-quarters combat. Shie! The blunt sword in Ning's hand sliced out. As the sword flashed towards him, the bald warrior hurriedly used his feet to kick against his long spear, sending it sweeping towards Ning as he himself rolled back into the array of soldiers surrounding Ning. Wow, that was dangerous. I almost got ended in one exchange. Brothers, be careful. The bald warrior quickly called out as he returned to the others. Ning had already stepped on top of that long spear, staring at the people around him. It is better if you come all at once. Otherwise, you'll have no chance. Let's go. Let's do it. The 9 warriors, sensing the disparity in power, didn't launch any more probing attacks. They immediately charged forward at full strength. The wind howled. Sabers flashed. The shadow of sword agilely danced about. Spears hissed through the air like dragons. Sticks smashed down like ferocious tigers. Attacks came from every direction towards Ning, while Ning just stood there, just occasionally taking a step back or turning. These seemingly minute movements resulted in many of the warriors' attacks missing. The clanging sounds of weapons bashing against each other could be heard like thunderclaps. Clearly, these blows carried great force. Occasionally, the sound was just a whisper-soft snick. Ninefang warriors really live up to their name. These 9 have really good teamwork. If it was just 5 or 6 of them, I would be able to beat them in an instant. But the 9 working together have put me at a complete disadvantage. Ning found it very difficult to deal with the storm of attacks from these 9 warriors. After all, he only had one sword. Under this sort of pressure, he was forced to use his sword techniques and his footwork techniques to their utmost. Who? Who? The sword howled. Ning suddenly felt intoxicated. Right at this moment, his body and his sword seemed to be in perfect harmony, and he seemed to even somehow feel the body of the sword itself, and even the wind which blew past the sword at high speed. Shie! The blunt black sword gently chopped against a cavalry saber. It trembled, but then with a twist, it pushed the enemy's blade to the side and out of the enemy's control. And then, the tip of the sword went forward, stabbing into the warrior's chest. The warrior felt the pressure against his chest, and he immediately retreated 2 steps, then sat down. Who? The blunt black sword slashed through a curved pattern in the air, easily avoiding the opponent's blocking long spear, then slapping with the flat against the bald warrior's face. With a bang, one of the man's tooth went flying and was knocked away. Time seemed to pass as slowly as a leaf falling down in the autumn wind. Ning's sword had suddenly become extremely nimble, and the movements of his sword were careful and minute, able to change in a flash. In a life-and-death battle, a momentary advantage was enough to change the outcome of a battle into a victory. Thus, although Ning had previously found it very hard to resist those 9 warriors, he now, in the blink of an eye, was able to knock them all down. Congratulations, young master! Congratulations, young master, on your swordplay reaching the advanced stage, one with the sword. The warriors were both shocked and excited. All of them congratulated him. A youth who was merely 10 years old was able to reach the advanced stage of swordplay and become one with the sword. This was more incredible than even the accomplishments of his father, the raindrop sword, Ji Ning. Haha, Ning was extremely excited as well. 6 years. 6 years of constantly training with the sword. Every day, aside from the time he spent training his archery skills outside the city at dawn, he spent virtually all of his time training with the sword. Sometimes he would train with his father, while sometimes he would train with his father's disciples. Sometimes, he would spar against the army soldiers. The sword had long ago imprinted itself into his bones. After training with the sword for 10 million times, his accuracy with the sword had reached a terrifying level a long time ago. And, with his ability to split his mind, his sword techniques became all the more elusive and unpredictable. He had the body of a Fiendgod, and in terms of ki refining, he had already reached the peak of the Hotian stage in internal energy. This caused his sword attacks to be unstoppable. And finally, today. All of these accumulated experiences had formed a cohesive whole, and he entered the advanced stage of swordplay, one with the sword. Everyone, today you have helped me to make a breakthrough. Although I don't have much, I am giving each of you a beast head of gold. Don't try to refuse. Ning laughed loudly. The 9 warriors exchanged glances, then said in unison, "Thank you, young master." If they had simply lost, they wouldn't have accepted it. After all, these 9 Fang warriors had their own pride and dignity. But for young Master Ning to reach the one with the sword level was a major, joyous occasion. Such a joyous occasion, it was only fair and proper that they, too, receive some gifts. 9 of them. The distant spring grass and autumn leaf, his 2 maids, hurriedly ran over with stone platters. Atop the stone platters were 9 beast heads of gold. They were all the highest quality gold. The 9 warriors laughed as they accepted it, while at the same time, feeling moved, young Master Ning truly was powerful. But they had all seen with their own eyes how hard Ning had worked over these years. Congratulations, young master. Felicitations, young master. After the 9 warriors left, spring grass and autumn leaf allowed their faces to be covered with joy and celebration. 6 years had passed, and the 2 maids were now 20 years old. This was the most bewitching age for a woman. Maids such as these would usually be their master's women, which is why they had long ago in their hearts decided to consider Ning as their world, as their god. To see their young master become so powerful, they naturally were extremely happy. Ah, Ning laughed as well. Anyone would be excited. After all, he had trained bitterly since he was young. How could he not be excited upon succeeding? Only after training with the sword for 2 years had his father decided that his body and his mind were prepared to learn sword techniques. Only then had he been taught the 108 Swords of the Gods and Demons technique. After another year, when he mastered the first level, his father permitted him to spar with others. After 3 more years, culminating in this day today, he had finally reached the second level, the advanced level, becoming one with the sword. Spring grass, autumn leaf, come with me, Ning called out. What he wanted to do the most right now was to go see his parents. Deep in the mountain ranges, there was a series of furious howls. There was a large number of black armored riders, and these armored riders all had extremely thick armor, all covered with spikes as well. Their mounts were tall and powerful furry beasts with a single horn. These furry beasts had 2 curved, fierce-looking fangs which flashed with cold light. Their 4 hooves were thick and sturdy. When they ran, the earth itself shook. The 100 black armored riders all gave off the aura of powerful experts. Ha! The black armored riders all turned to stare at a place nearby. They saw a distant mountain quickly begin to turn red, and then begin to transform into scorching hot lava. A large amount of lava began to pour out from somewhere in the mountain, and faintly, a human figure could be seen walking on top of the lava, his entire body covered with flames. He walked straight towards them. Who? With a single step, he leaped to the ground. He was bringing with him a ferocious scaled beast that was blackish-brown in color. Behind him, there was also a 4-hoofed beast that was walking as well. Quickly, the human figure flew out from the middle of the lava, revealing his face. It was a face belonging to an old man, with fiery red hair and a small scarlet snake hanging from his ear. The 4-hoofed beast also walked to the Viper Elder's side, seeming extremely obedient. Master! The 100 black armored riders called out respectfully. The Viper Elder laughed loudly. We came hunting, but I didn't expect that we would run into an armored WIRM. My luck isn't bad. This armored WIRM is very close to becoming a Scientian lifeform. When I get home, I need to spend some time raising it. Master, Master! A voice suddenly rang out from the skies. Ji Li raised his head. In midair, an enormous flying beast with blue feathered wings could be seen, with a man wearing an exquisite beast pelt seated atop it. After the flying beast landed at high speed, the rider immediately jumped off and landed on the ground, then came to one knee. Master, there's news from the prefecture. Speak. Li frowned. Each one's son, Ning, has entered the one with the sword stage today. The man said respectfully. Li stared at him, the fire surrounding his body blazing hotter. He was so angry that his entire body began to shake. Suddenly, he smashed that armored WIRM he had captured into the distant mountain cliff. The heavy monstrous beast, at least 10,000 pounds in weight, turned into a blur. With a bang, it smashed against the distant mountain cliff, and on it appeared an enormous crevice which was now surrounded by 100-meter-long cracks. The armored WIRM lay there in the crevice, blood pouring from its head, and its scales shattered. It had been smashed to death. Return to the West Prefecture city. Li ground his teeth for a long time before finally shouting out this order. Yes. The 100 black armored riders said in unison. Although they felt that throwing away the corpse of the armored WIRM was a huge waste, their master, Ji Li, was currently in a royal rage. Naturally, no one dared to contradict him. Rumble rumble. Li, riding his 4-hoofed monstrous beast, was followed by his 100 black armored riders. They left the deep, mysterious mountain forest and quickly disappeared, only leaving behind that armored WIRM in that crevice in the mountainside, its blood still dripping down the cliff. Book 1, Chapter 13, 5 Major Sword Techniques. Chapter 13, 5 Major Sword Techniques. With a sinister look on his face, Li returned to his estate. Behind him was the four-hooved beast. The two entered his estate, and those servants and houseguards all knelt down or lowered their heads when seeing him. None of them dared to even breathe too loudly. They could all tell that their master, Li, was in an extremely foul mood. Someone who upset him might be slapped to death. Father! A sound from afar, and a middle-aged man clad in beast fur with dozens of braids in his hair came out. Li glanced at him. The person was his most competent son, and also one who had become a Xiantian lifeform, Ji Jadewitch. Frowning, he said, "Jadewitch, is this true? I just went out hunting, and shortly afterwards, I received news that each one's little animal has reached the advanced stage of swordplay, one with the sword?" "It is, father." Jadewitch shook his head and sighed. Today, Ji Ning and 9 Ninefang warriors were sparring. He made a breakthrough in swordplay while sparring. There's no doubt about this at all. Arg! Li let out an angry sound. The heavens have set themselves against me, Ji Li. My elder brother, Ji Young, was inferior to me, but due to my arrogance, I allowed him to seize the position of prefecture lord. He produced an outstanding descendant, Ji Ichuan, making his lineage even more stable. But now, an even more outstanding Ji Ning has been produced, who in 6 years managed to reach the one with the sword level. Reaching the one with the sword level in just 6 years. Those 3 geniuses we selected from those countless tribes are far inferior to him by comparison. Jadewitch shook his head as well. For the sake of blocking Ning's progression, they had specially selected 3 outstandingly talented children near Ning's age, and began to teach them from a young age. But they were still inferior to Ning. Just a bit off. If Grizzly was just 3 years younger, Jadewitch sighed. Grizzly? Li was startled. Grizzly was his foster son. In the past, when he had led the army to punish one of the larger tribes for a transgression, he had encountered a dire monster, a golden grizzly bear. After a vicious, terrifying battle, the golden grizzly bear had finally fled in defeat. Li then raided the golden grizzly bear's lair, and found inside the lair an infant child. The infant wasn't a year old, but was born with tremendous strength, and was very much to Li's liking. He had said, "Kid, you were snatched by a golden grizzly bear but weren't killed. Instead, it raised you? Ha, from today onwards, you will be the adopted son of myself, Ji Li. I'll name you, Grizzly." It was common for someone to raise an adopted son who possessed extraordinary abilities. When Grizzly was brought back home, it was determined that he was 1 year old. He was now 13 years old. Li treated and raised Grizzly as a terrifying monstrous beast, having him engage beasts in battle since he was an infant, and sometimes even with monstrous beasts. Naturally, he also taught Grizzly the most suitable training methods. In the middle of all that combat, last year, Grizzly had reached the stage of one with the saber. The ceremony of the Golden Sword is held every 4 years. There will be one this year. Jadewitch narrowed his eyes. 4 years from now, there will be another one. In another 4 years, Grizzly will be 17. Only those 16 and younger can participate in the ceremony of the Golden Sword. 4 years from now, Grizzly won't even be able to participate, much less stop Ning. The only hope we have right now is that the 3 little brats I took in will be able to become a Xiantian lifeform within these next 4 years. Li muttered. Right. Jadewitch nodded. I personally selected the 3 of them out of all of the tribes as the most suited for key refining. They've reached the peak of the Hotian level long ago. If a single one of them can advance to the Xiantian level, then our victory is assured. Li nodded as well. A Xiantian key refiner is capable of using magical treasures and would definitely win. Only, it is simply too hard to become a Xiantian lifeform. All we can do is wait and see what fate has to offer. Jadewitch said softly. Li nodded lightly. Although they were struggling over the prefecture lord position, Ji Li and Ji Jadewitch never even thought about killing Ji Ning. In this vast world, for a clan to be able to survive, they had to be unified, and fratricide was definitely forbidden. In addition, Ning had already been selected as a potential heir. If someone dared to try and use a wicked method to kill Ji Ning, most likely everyone in the 5 prefectures of the Ji clan would join forces to punish the murderer. The thick, large candle lit up the hall. Ichuan was seated in the primary seat, while Snow and Ning sat close to him. The 3 of them were eating the meal in front of them on the table. Ichuan. Snow looked at her son, his hands and mouth greasy from the meat he was eating. Her eyes were filled with pride. Our son Ning mastered the basics in 3 years, and in 3 more years became one with the sword. It seems it will be easy for him to gain the position of prefecture lord. Holding a ram's horn goblet, Ichuan nodded lightly. When Ning sparred with the others, he only used his internal force. He didn't use any of the power of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, the number 1 fiend god body refining method. And in addition, when sparring with outsiders, Ning has only used a single sword. Others didn't know how powerful Ning was, but Ichuan and his wife knew exactly how capable their son was. Seizing the golden sword? As easy as picking something out of his pocket. Ning, at his current level of power, is already easily capable of seizing the golden sword. In 4 more years, even Xiantian lifeforms won't be able to stop him. Ichuan poured himself another cup of wine. Ning continued to simply sit there, eating and drinking prodigious amounts of food. Because he trained in the number 1 fiend god body refining, the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, he possessed the appetite of a fiend god as well. He could easily eat dozens of pounds of the meat of monstrous beasts in every meal. He had reached the 3rd level of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens 2 years ago. He was at a bottleneck now, but with 1 more step, he would reach the 4th level. The 4th level would let him become a Xiantian lifeform, and one which belonged to the number 1 fiend god body refining technique. His battle ability would far outstrip that of normal Xiantian lifeforms by 100 times or 1,000 times. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Ning drank large mouthfuls of hot water, pouring it all down his mouth, then rubbed his stomach as he put it down. That feels good. Ning. Snow looked at her son with a laugh. Mother. Ning was very obedient. He could sense that his father cherished him but also valued the clan, while his mother had placed virtually all of her hopes and concerns in him. In her mother's eyes, perhaps even the rise and fall of the entire Ji clan wasn't nearly as important as her son. Snow looked at her son. When your father taught you the 108 swords of the gods and demons, it was the most complicated level of sword techniques you could learn, and it was the most suitable set of sword techniques for you to reach the one with the sword level. However, now that you have already reached that level, the 108 swords of the gods and demons, technique is no longer of much use to you. Right. Ichuan looked at his son. Now, Ning. When I had you prepare your body and your mind, I needed you to make all of your attacks as fast as lightning and incomparably accurate. I needed you to imprint those things in your bones. Only then did I teach you the 108 swords of the gods and demons, and the purpose of that was to let you go from something simple to complicated. The path of sword training first goes from simple to complicated, and then from complicated back to simple. Only then can one be considered to have mastered the sword. Ichuan looked at his son. You have become one with the sword, and you can wield it as easily as your own hands. You can be considered to have gone from complicated back to simple. Nin nodded. He understood this logic. If he was so stupid as to just constantly use those 13 basic stances, he could still be considered an expert swordsman, but without having truly experienced going from simple to complicated, then from complicated to simple, it would be very hard for one to reach the one with the sword level. Next, you will need to reach the level of being one with the world. Ichuan sighed. This step is an extremely hard step. One with the world, Ning was filled with anticipation. The previous sword techniques you've learned are now useless to you. Ichwan looked at his son. Your current level is enough to qualify you to learn the highest level swordplay of the Ji clan. Ning's eyes lit up. The highest level swordplay of the Ji clan? Our Ji clan is famous because of our swordplay. Ichwan sighed with emotion. In turn, the city of the Ji clan of the main prefecture, the city of 10,000 swords, was named because the ancestors of the Ji clan rose to fame due to the melody of 10,000 swords, which they used to establish themselves here. After thousands of years, the Ji clan now has 5 highest level sword arts. They are the Melody of 10,000 Swords, Thunderflame Sword, Illusion Sutra, Raindrop Sutra, and the Polaris Secret Manual. Every single technique is extremely profound and is beyond what the one with the sword level is capable of. If you can make accomplishments in any of them, you will find that their power is boundless. Ichwan looked at his son. I trained in the Raindrop Sutra. Most people, even after reaching the one with the sword level, is at most able to select a single one of the arts to train in. This is because dividing the mind is simply too difficult. But Ning, since you are able to divide your mind in 2, you would be able to choose 2 arts to train in. Who? In Ichwan's hand, 5 books suddenly appeared. He casually tossed them out, and they flew straight over, landing in a neat stack on a nearby table, not touching any of the cups or plates. The highest level swordplay? Ning looked at the 5 books. He understood that these were just abridged versions. Only after he made his choice would he receive the full versions. Make your choice. Ichwan looked at his son and said solemnly, once you have chosen, your choice will be recorded for the Ji clan of the 5 prefectures to review. If it isn't recorded down, you will be considered to have learned in secret. Anyone who does that will be exterminated by the combined forces of the 5 prefectures. Ah! Ji Ning understood this, but he still couldn't help but feel surprised. Then why is it that there was no such restriction on the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, technique that I learned? Although the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, technique is the #1 fiend god body refining, it is extremely widespread. Virtually all of the tribes on the level of the Ji clan possesses a copy. Therefore, it doesn't matter if our copy is leaked. Ichwan looked at his son. Most key refining methods and fiend god body refining methods aren't very valuable. Only the ultimate techniques of each clan are tightly restricted, like these 5 sword techniques here. In the area around Swallow Mountain, 4 of these techniques are possessed only by our Ji clan. Only the Polaris Secret Manual is also in the possession of another entity, the Black Flame Sect. Nin nodded. He knew that in the area around Swallow Mountain, aside from the armies of the Grand Xia dynasty that were stationed here, there were in total 5 other hegemonic powers. The Ji clan was also one of them. These 6 hegemons engaged in constant battle, but none of them dared to offend the armies of the Grand Xia dynasty. Right. Ning immediately lowered his head and began to read, flipping through these 5 top-class sword techniques. If a person was at the one with the sword level and then also possessed this sort of top-class sword technique, his power would definitely multiply. Raindrop Sutra, this was the first one Ning looked at. This was the top-class technique which had made his father famous. His father's nickname, after all, was the Raindrop Sword. Book 1, Chapter 14, The Cage. Chapter 14, The Cage. Raindrop Sutra. The principle behind it was that of the saying, dripping water can eventually tunnel through a rock. Its attacks were soft yet inexhaustible, seemingly as endless as the raindrops falling from the skies during a rainstorm, making the enemy find it difficult to even dodge. In turn, its defenses were utterly airtight, and at the same time, when tens of millions of raindrops converged on one point, it could form a terrifyingly explosive force. Even ordinary drops of water could eventually tunnel through a rock. The sword that had been transformed into raindrops would naturally contain an unshakable, unyielding power. The Raindrop Sutra truly is profound and wondrous. Ning nodded as he read it, then picked up the second book, Polaris Secret Manual. The Polaris Secret Manual was part of the legendary Polaris Sword Manual. It was divided into 7 different sword stances, known as Dubhi, Marak, Fekta, Migres, Alioth, Mizar, and Alkaid. These 7 major sword stances all contained the power of the stars. They could be as ferocious and savage as the voracious Alkaid wolf sword, or the extremely soft and extremely sinister melodious Migres sword. The sword technique was unfathomably mysterious, and was very hard to defend against. What a good sword technique! Ning sighed in amazement as he read, before picking up the other 3 books. Thunderflame Sword. This was something which the ancestors of the Ji clan, when roving and training themselves elsewhere in the world, had been lucky enough to find. They had found a half-burned remnant of a book, and the words in it were not very clear. Only 2 words on the title could be seen: Thunderflame. In addition, they were only able to reclaim 3 complete sword stances from the book. All of the stances were used to attack. When the stances were used, it was as though it contained the power of heavenly thunder and hellish flames. There was no question that in terms of attack power, it was the undisputed champion amongst the sword techniques of the Ji clan. For just 3 stances to allow it to be ranked amongst the 5 major sword techniques of the Ji clan, one could imagine how that unnamed complete sword technique definitely outstripped the other 4 sword techniques vastly. However, although its strengths were apparent, its weaknesses were also apparent. This was because these vicious stances were only 3 in number. Thus, they didn't perfectly link to each other. In addition, all 3 stances were purely offensive, without any defensive stances. How could experts, when engaged in battle, have no defensive stances? Thus, very few people would choose to train in this sword technique. I really want to see what the complete Thunderflame sword looks like. Ning couldn't help but sigh. If we had a complete copy, the nearby each one said, then it would be, without question, the #1 immortal technique in Swallow Mountain. Ning nodded, then picked up the 4th book. Illusion Sutra. Strictly speaking, this wasn't a sword technique, because once one truly understood the meaning of the word illusion, one could execute an illusion saber technique, or an illusion spear technique, or an illusion staff technique. This was an insidious and powerful attacking technique that allowed one to hide one's true abilities and actions. Opponents often would die before even knowing what happened. This technique was sinister to the extreme. This isn't suited to my temperament. The first technique Ning discarded was the Illusion Sutra. Picking something suited to a person was very important. A technique that was opposite of one's natural instincts, no matter how profound, would be incredibly difficult to train. Naturally, Ning immediately discarded it. The last one was originally the greatest strength of the Ji clan. Ning began to flip through the Melody of 10,000 Swords. The Melody of 10,000 Swords was praised as the most complicated of the 5 sword techniques, far more complicated than the 108 Swords of the Gods and Demons, which Ning had previously learned. But although it was complicated, once one truly mastered it, the Melody of 10,000 Swords could be simplified into 3 major stances. The 1 sword, 10,000 shadows stance, the 10,000 swords become 1, and the Melody of 10,000 Swords. Ning closed his eyes, pondering. In terms of being the most awe-inspiring and most complicated, or perhaps even the simplest, it would be the Melody of 10,000 Swords. In terms of being the most insidious and difficult to guard against, it would be the Illusion Sutra. In terms of being the most orthodox, it would be the Polaris Secret Manual. In terms of having the greatest defense, it would be the Raindrop Sutra. In terms of the most powerful attack and the deepest, most profound principles, it would be the Thunderflame Sword. First of all, the Illusion Sutra can be excluded. It doesn't suit my temperament. Ning pondered. The Polaris Secret Manual is part of the Polaris Sword Manual. In terms of attack, it isn't very strong. In defense, it isn't either. It isn't very exquisite either, it's comparatively average, but it isn't weak in any aspect either. When fighting against experts, one must have some sort of advantage. The Polaris Secret Manual can be excluded as well. Only 3 left. The Melody of 10,000 Swords, Raindrop Sutra, and Thunderflame Sword. The Raindrop Sutra is a must. Ning thought to himself. The Raindrop Sutra was like a curtain of endless raindrops. It was the most defensive technique amongst the 5 major sword techniques. In a battle, defensive abilities were even more important than attacking abilities. In his past life, Ning had seen many martial arts competitions. All of the champions were experts at dodging and defense. Even in soccer and basketball, there was the saying that defense is king. Although attacks were pretty to look at, it was defense which truly gave the best chances at victory. The venue was different, but the logic was the same. In life and death battles, defense was also important. When encountering an expert more powerful than oneself, one might reach the point of only being able to defend and not attack. If one's defense was strong, then perhaps one might still live. But once those attack-focused people encountered those who were even stronger than them, once their attacks were not able to harm the opponent, they were finished. Defense is the same thing as preserving my life. First, I have to preserve my life, only then can I take the lives of others. In addition, this is the technique which my father used to become famous. With him personally instructing me, I will improve quickly. The Raindrop Sutra is a must. Ning carefully continued to consider. As for the Thunderflame Sword, and the Melody of 10,000 Swords. Alright, Thunderflame Sword, it is. Ning quickly made his decision. If he was like an ordinary person who could only use a single sword technique, Ning probably would have made a choice between the Raindrop Sutra and the Melody of 10,000 Swords. However, since he used twin swords, he already had the Raindrop Sutra for defense. Thus, for the second one, he chose the most offensively powerful Thunderflame Sword. The Thunderflame Sword had, as its flaw, no defensive techniques, but as a twin sword wielder, that wasn't a flaw at all. He had already chosen the Raindrop Sutra for his defense, and thus what he now truly needed was a powerful killing technique. The Raindrop Sutra and the Thunderflame Sword. Ning made up his mind. The Raindrop Sutra is excellent at defense, while the Thunderflame Sword, despite only having 3 strokes, has 3 incomparably powerful killer moves. In addition, once my Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens reaches the Xiantian level, my Divine Sun Tattoo and Divine Moon Tattoo will allow me to control fire and water. Water is very suited to the Raindrop Sutra, while fire is very suited to the Thunderflame Sword. I trust they will be of great help to my swordplay. In defending, my defense must be so tight that not even a drop of water can get through. In attacking, my attacks must be as explosively powerful as a fiery volcano. I have twin swords. One for defense, one for offense. Or perhaps I can use both for defense. Or both for attack. I'll do as I please. Ning rapidly began to evaluate his future possibilities in battle, and he saw the path with crystal clarity. He knew, only once one had a full understanding as to how one would develop and progress would one be able to avoid taking a wrong path. This would help one develop faster. In warfare, strategies were of greater importance than tactics. In a person's growth, there was a saying that planning counted for more than effort. If one knew the right way one needed to advance towards, even if one didn't make huge advances every day, after 10 or 20 years, one would still reach a high level. But if one didn't have a clear objective, and just blindly worked hard, a person might just be running in place without improving, or perhaps even going backwards. His careful examination of the books had taken 2 hours. That huge candle was already half used up. Ichwan and Snow just waited there quietly, occasionally exchanging a few words. Father, mother. Ning suddenly spoke. HRM? Ichwan and Snow both turned to look at him. Ichwan spoke. You've chosen? Ning nodded. Ning, son, what have you chosen? 1 or 2? Snow asked. I've chosen 2. Ning held out the 2 books. One is the Raindrop Sutra. The other is the Thunderflame Sword. Raindrop Sutra? Thunderflame Sword? Ichwan nodded slightly. As the #1 expert of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture, despite not having gained any merits in battle after his son was being born, his reputation had only grown. This was because no one knew how powerful Ichwan had become, but no one could dispute that in even 10 years, Ichwan had already become the #1 expert of the West Prefecture. His judgment was therefore exceptional. Fine. Ichwan nodded. I'd like to hear your advice, father. Ning hurriedly said. No rush. Ichwan shook his head. I have some thoughts on the Raindrop Sutra, but you've never trained it in before. Thus, even if I explained my thoughts to you, you wouldn't be able to comprehend them. You have to first train hard, and even engage in life and death battles, before I can successfully guide you. Tomorrow at dawn, I will give you the full copies of the Raindrop Sutra, and the Thunderflame Sword. At that time, you will perform them in front of me once. As long as you can get the postures and movements right, that will be enough. Ichwan nodded. 3 days later, you will begin to engage in real battles. Those sparring matches you usually do are too simple and soft. You need to fight in real life and death battles. Ning was puzzled. Father, haven't I already engaged in life and death battles? Ning couldn't help but ask. In the past, when you acknowledged that my skill had reached the first level in sword training, the basic level, didn't you have me fight against and kill some prisoners who had been sentenced to death? He still remembered the first time he had killed someone. At that time, his entire body had been trembling, uncontrollably so. Although he rationally knew that he shouldn't be afraid, he still couldn't help but shake. According to what his father had said, aside from a very few people who lived for slaughter, this was the normal reaction of most people the first time they killed someone. After having killed dozens of people sentenced to death row, he had grown calmer. That wasn't a battle. That was just training your courage. Ichwan shook his head. Fighting against convicts? All of them were weaker than you. How can that be called a life and death battle? 3 days from now, I will arrange for you to engage in a true battle with monstrous beasts, powerful ones that have already reached mastery in the Hotian level. Monsters? Ning's face changed. Those captured monsters will turn insane and ferocious for food and for the chance to live. In addition, they won't show you any mercy at all. Ichwan looked at his son. In front of a massive cage, you will fight against the monstrous beasts, one-on-one. This is the battle which all important descendants of the Ji clan must go through, the cage battle. Over half of these important descendants will die in that cage. Half? Ning was briefly shocked, but then grew calm again. This was because he knew that the women and the slaves in the various tribes were highly fertile, but the total population here had never changed. Why? Because the savage environment had caused the tribes to need to struggle against the heavens, against the earth, against the dire monsters hidden within the mountains and valleys, and even against other tribes. Only a few would be able to survive. Even though he was born into the Ji clan, he still needed to face tough, relentless training. Only the elite would survive. It was precisely because all the clan members of the Ji clan were so strong that the Ji clan was famous and had become a local hegemon. Book 1, Chapter 15, Cage Battle. Chapter 15, Cage Battle. 3 days later, at dawn, Ning and his father came to Dragon Castle. Dragon Castle was 300 meters wide, 1,000 meters long, and was divided into 2 parts, the cage and the tunnels for the monstrous beasts. The cage was where the life and death battles would be carried out, while the beast tunnels were where the monstrous beasts were imprisoned. Because Dragon Castle held many monstrous beasts inside, it was extremely dangerous, which is why it had been built outside of the city. Dragon Castle. Within the cage. Ning entered the cage and looked around. This was an empty area that was 200 or 300 meters in diameter. The four walls were all made from some sort of black metal, and up above him was black metallic chains that formed a metal web, preventing anyone from fleeing. This place is completely sealed. Each one, who faintly emanated a cold aura, said, "The walls are formed with blackwater iron." Although blackwater iron isn't a particularly precious material, most early-stage Xiantian will find it very difficult to damage such a thick blackwater iron wall. As for the thick chains above, those are also made from blackwater iron. Given your strength, if you were to use the power within the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, and use your full strength, you should be able to break apart the chains. But a web like this formed from many chains, you will probably need the span of 10 breaths before you are able to break enough chains to escape. Ning nodded. Look. Each one pointed towards the air above the net of chains. There was a viewing platform beyond it. Your mother and I, as well as your Uncle White, will be there watching you. Each one said coldly. Be careful. Snow encouraged her son. Roar. The snow-white dog also looked at Ning, his eyes filled with encouragement and anticipation. This snow-white dog was his father each one's lifelong friend, and was also his own Uncle White. In total, his father had tamed 2 dire monsters. One was that massive black python, the so-called Uncle Black. The other was a snow-white dog, his Uncle White. Beasts, upon gaining a level of intelligence, could begin to absorb natural energy and transform into monstrous beasts. Monstrous beasts, after managing the difficult art of transformation, would enter the Xiantian level and become Xiantian lifeforms. Only then would they be considered dire monsters. Generally speaking, dire monsters were capable of transforming into humans, such as Uncle Black. But amongst monstrous beasts, there was a very unique type of creature, the god beasts. God beasts were magical beasts that contained some of the bloodline of those ancient fiend gods of the past. They were born intelligence, and possessed powerful natural gifts. Their strength was far greater than that of ordinary monstrous beasts. They also found it extremely hard to transform into human forms, and for different god beasts, the level of difficulty was different as well. Some needed to reach the Zifu level before they could take human form. Some needed to reach the Wanxian level. Some, even higher. Uncle White was a god beast of the whitewater hound type, and he had to reach the Zifu level before he could take human form and speak in the human tongue. However, Ning and the whitewater hound were extremely close to each other, because after having been taught archery by his teacher, Blindfish, Ning would spend every morning with the whitewater hound at the forests outside the West Prefecture training in archery. Each one hadn't been able to rest easy with his son going out by himself, which is why he asked the Xiantian lifeform, the whitewater hound, to help protect him. The power of a Xiantian level god beast was terrifying indeed. The whitewater hound was one of the reasons why each one had such a high position and reputation in the Ji clan of the Western Prefecture. Just watch. Ning's lips twisted into a smile. Growl. The whitewater hound let out a growl as well, then followed each one in snow to the narrow walkway. Soon, they arrived at the viewing platform. Ning let out a soft breath, calming himself down as he looked around him. Why do I feel like I'm in the Colosseum? Ning secretly murmured. There's a place for battle, and there's a viewing platform. He knew that generally speaking, only the important disciples of the clan would be permitted to engage in battle against monstrous beasts here, which is why the elders and family members of the clan would often come watch. Hua! 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 The sound of chains clanking against each other could be heard from a distant tunnel. Ning couldn't help but turn to look, and within that pitch-black tunnel, he could faintly make out a low, angry growling sound, a sound which actually shook the entire cage. Even the massive chain net above the cage was quivering with the noise. A massive, silver-furred head slowly appeared from within the distant tunnel. What is that? Ning looked carefully. Ning. Each one said coldly from the viewing platform above the cage, you train in the number 1 fiend god body refining, so I specially selected an extremely powerful monstrous beast for you, one with the lineage of the Fiendgods, a howling moonwolf. Ning's eyes widened as he stared above at his father, a look of shock on his face. A beast that possessed the lineage of the Fiendgods? Then that would be a god beast, right? But it made sense, god beasts were a type of monstrous beast. In the vast world, there were still a good number of Hotian-level god beasts that roamed about, such as the armored worm, the earthquake rhino, the howling moonwolf, the red-clawed golden raven, the thunder sea owl, or the whitewater hound. Generally speaking, out of every 1,000 Hotian-level god beast, only one would be able to break through to the Xiantian lifeform level. Hua, the metal clanking sound continued. Ning didn't lose his focus. He stared at the giant tunnel in the wall. He knew that they were probably removing the chains on the other side. Once the chains were removed, the howling moonwolf would be released. Peng chang. The sound of metal chains hitting the floor. Hool. Instantly, a carefree wolf's howl rang out. In the air above, Ichuan, his wife, and the whitewater hound stared carefully down below. Ning held his breath. From the distant tunnel, a massive creature slowly made its way out. Its entire body was covered with beautiful silver fur. It was over 2 meters tall, and its steps were graceful. It stared at the tiny little pipsqueak standing in the distance, a human male. As one of the special types of monstrous beasts, a god beast, the creature's intelligence wasn't lower than that of humans. It knew that there were only 2 possible outcomes after entering this cage. The first was to kill this human and continue to live. The other was to be killed by this human youth. He picked a god beast for me the first time here. Ning stretched out his right hand, and a sword appeared in it out of nowhere, gleaming with cold light. Then let's kill it. The howling moonwolf's massive body weighed nearly 10,000 pounds, but its 4 legs moved with great agility as it closed the distance. Its long, narrow eyes inspected this human youth. Ning walked forward, 1 step at a time, with long sword in hand. The distance between the two quickly drew near. Shwa! The howling moonwolf's movements suddenly changed from being graceful to being savage, and it suddenly transformed into a blur as it pounced at Ning, and its previously soft paws suddenly had sharp claws emerge from it as well. Swoosh! At the critical moment, Ning suddenly moved, as graceful as the wind as he dodged the howling moonwolf's pounce, and then stabbed out with the sharp sword in his hand. The stab was extremely forceful and straight, and it was also fast as lightning. If it managed to land on the howling moonwolf's body, it would be able to borrow the charging force of the moonwolf and tear its body open. Ha! As he stabbed, Ning's face suddenly changed. The sword tip had met with a powerful blocking force. The howling moonwolf's fur had blocked the tip of the sword, preventing it from penetrating through. At the same time, the howling moonwolf suddenly sent its tail whisking towards Ning. Unable to dodge in time, Ning quickly used his sword to block. Bang! The moonwolf's tail landed against the blade like a heavy iron whip, and the powerful force knocked Ning flying away, his body slamming against the distant Blackwater iron wall with a boom. Bang! The thick wall trembled violently. Roar! The howling moonwolf immediately followed up with another pounce as it slashed at Ning with its claws. Ning quickly dodged with a flying leap. Shie! 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 Several deep claw marks appeared on the Blackwater iron wall. The moonwolf landed on the ground, then stared at the distant human youth. Its tail attack was its killing weapon. Its tail had sent the human youth slamming into the wall, but the human youth had actually been able to quickly dodge far away. It understood that this human youth truly was very powerful enough to give him a good fight. An ordinary Ninefang warrior, upon meeting with that tail, would probably have their organs split open. Ning frowned as he stared at the howling moonwolf. It seems I'll have to rely on the power of the fiend god body refining. These years, he had also engaged in ki refining and had reached mastery of the Hotian level. But his attacks with Hotian level ki refining techniques couldn't even break through the fur. How could he use it to fight? HRMPH. Ning let out a deep growl, and from his nostrils came forth two streams of energy that were visible to the naked eye. The streams of energy were causing the air itself to shake. At that moment, the hidden, terrifying potential strength that was lying dormant in his body suddenly exploded forth, and the hidden solar strength and lunar strength exploded as well, and his entire body began to turn faintly red. With a slight movement of the sword in his hands, Ning shattered the air before him and carved a huge ditch into the thick earth. The distant howling moonwolf let out a low growl, staring fixedly at this youth. The child has finally begun to use the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens. Snow laughed. Before this, he was still trying to avoid doing so. Ichwan nodded. The howling moonwolves have the lineage of the Fiendgods. Their fur is incomparably tough, and ordinary Hotian experts aren't able to break through it. I chose this creature on purpose, to force Ning to use all of his strength, and see how much of it he can use in a real, life-and-death battle. What do you think about the look on Ning's face? Yuchi Snow asked. Average. Ji Ichwan stared down. He's fairly calm. Spinning the sword in his hand, Ning slowly walked towards the howling moonwolf, circling around it. The moonwolf stared at Ning as well, choosing not to rashly attack. This was because once it attacked, it would expose its own flaws as well. That would the moment which determined life or death. HRMPH, not hesitating at all, Ning suddenly charged forward after the moonwolf, his body becoming a blur. With a howl, the howling moonwolf immediately pounced over as well, opening its massive maw and revealing its sharp fangs. Its sharp claws tore at Ning as well. Shwa! A flash of the sword. The shadow of a sword slashed through the air, striking in a short range while changing trajectories 9 times. Its speed was terrifyingly fast, so fast that it was as though even the void was being chopped apart with it. Chi, the flashing sword chopped at the moonwolf's chest, carving out a massive wound, and fresh blood instantly spurted out. Block. Just after Ning chopped out with one sword, he immediately turned his sword back and blocked the howling moonwolf's claw, while simultaneously borrowing the clashing force to fly backwards and retreat. The howling moonwolf stared furiously at Ning. The massive wound on its chest was shrinking, and the flow of blood began to slow, but it still continued to drip blood. Clearly, that wound had simply been too massive. The howling moonwolf was now truly sensing the impending arrival of death. The Thunderflame Sword's technique, Thunder Flash Flint, really is extraordinary. Ning sighed softly. Book 1 Chapter 16, Causing Devastation. Chapter 16, Causing Devastation. After having received 2 consummate sword techniques, Ning had been training hard, of course. He was now capable of utilizing the techniques of the Raindrop Sutra and the Thunderflame Sword, and his power had increased. However, he had only learned a tiny bit, and he wasn't even at the level of expertise, much less mastery. After all, even his father, Ichwan, was still pondering on the secrets of the Raindrop Sutra. Thunder Flash Flint was one of the 3 killer moves of the Thunderflame Sword. It relied on a single word, fast. As fast as lightning. As swift as flame. Ning's swordplay and his footwork are both exquisite. Snow said in praise from the viewing platform. Although the howling moonwolf is as fast as a shadow, even faster than Ning, Ning has relied on the shade wind steps to constantly change directions. He's in complete control of this battle. His swordplay has reached that advanced level, and he can quickly make multiple changes in his movements. In dealing with that monstrous wolf, it can be said that his defense is airtight. Ichwan nodded. With the fiend god body refining, Ning's great strength is his forte, while his speed is a bit weaker, but this is a god beast, after all. It has an extremely strong life force. A wound like this is just a skin wound to it. When it starts fighting all out, and with Ning never having experienced such a vicious life and death battle before, the results will be hard to predict. Below, Ning had the feeling that everything was under control, and he continued to wield the sword in his hand as he drew near the moonwolf. Awah! Sensing the threat of death from this human youth, the moonwolf gave a savage howl. All the fur on its body stood up straight as needles, and its eyes turned hard, its pupils flashing. Those who were familiar with moonwolves could tell that this one had already entered a wild, bestial state. A terrifying aura spread forth from it, causing Ning to pause. A killing aura? Growl! The howling moonwolf charged towards him, the earth shaking beneath it. Ning dodged as agilely as the wind, changing directions with a simple step. At the same time, his sword flashed. Shie! Fresh blood sprayed out once more, and yet another enormous wound appeared on the moonwolf's chest, but this time, the moonwolf didn't care at all as it sent its two pairs of ferocious paws towards Ning, its knife-like claws slashing through the air. Ning calmly retreated while at the same time, using his sword to block. Ka! The moonwolf's left paw slammed against the sharp sword, its paw seeming to have transformed into a hook which suddenly latched onto the sword. But how could Ning's sword, infused with his fiend god body refining power, be so easily caught? If the two clashed and then immediately flew apart, it wouldn't have been so bad, but the moonwolf wanted to fight that power head-on with his claws, and so it smashed it hard against the sword. Ka! The moonwolf's left paw clearly turned red with blood, and the faint sound of bones breaking could be heard. Hua! The other paw came at Ning's chest. The distance was simply too close, and there was no chance to block. Ning's only option was to take a deep breath, and his chest suddenly retracted in by 3 centimeters. Shie! 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 The tough animal fur over Ning's chest was ripped to tatters. Blood spouted everywhere, and Ning was knocked flying as well, striking against the ground and making the earth itself crack from the impact. Swoosh! Ning hurriedly pulled away. Injured! Ning looked at the moonwolf, his eyes narrowing. Just then, the moonwolf had actually chosen to use its paw to take his sword head-on. The howling moonwolf didn't care about what injuries upon itself were being inflicted, as it was going all out. Its left paw was now half useless, and its speed had dropped dramatically as well. But the paw blow it had landed on Ning had torn through Ning's beast skin clothes. The beast skin clothes were part of the fur from a Xiantian lifeform. Without any monstrous power infused into it, the defense would be a bit weaker, but generally speaking the fur from a Xiantian lifeform would be able to block the attacks of a Hotian monster. However, the howling moonwolf was a god beast. Its full-strength attack was able to rip the fur apart. In order to further train himself, although Ning had the protection of the Gold Star shirt and could use it to guard his entire body, Ning had shrank its defensive radius to only protect his most vulnerable areas. A life-and-death battle is different from a spar. I can't just use the experience I gained while sparring. Ning quickly changed his calculations. When sparring, nobody will engage in self-destructive behavior, but in a life-and-death battle, the goal is to kill the opponent. For the sake of this goal, any price is worth paying. I need to be more careful and more cautious. Ning was like a sponge, quickly absorbing the learned experience. The fierce scar over his chest was visibly shrinking. The blood from it began to stop, and soon, it totally closed over, leaving behind a red line which then turned into white, clear skin. No lasting damage at all. This was the powerful regenerative power provided by Fiend God Body Refining. Ordinary Fiend God Body Refining techniques only required a person to reach the Xiantian level before being able to regrow severed limbs. But Ning trained in the #1 Fiend God Body Refining, and his healing abilities were nearly on par with that sort of regeneration already. Excellent! Ning cracked his lips into a smile. It actually took my sword away. Roar! The sword was stuck right beneath the howling moonwolf's paw. It stared at Ning, its eyes filled with boundless bloodlust. The terrifying recuperative abilities of the human youth in front of it, it understood that this was a fiend god in human skin, with even greater healing abilities than god beasts. Ning waved his right hand, and yet another sharp sword appeared within it. Come again. Ning transformed into a shadow as he pounced towards the moonwolf. Roar! The howling moonwolf charged forward as well. The two engaged each other time and time again, each time exchanging blows that nearly took the other's life. Ning possessed powerful healing abilities and terrifying power, and a fierce sword attack style. But the howling moonwolf had its fangs, sharp claws, and tail, all of which it could use as weapons. In addition, its massive body was so large that most weapon wounds were of minimal threat to it. So he's only using the Gold Star shirt to protect his vital points. A rare smile appeared on each one's face. Ning really is trying very hard. Snow was growing nervous as she watched. Her son's body was covered in bloodstains. As his mother, how could she not worry? Don't worry. Ning has still covered his body's vital points with the Gold Star shirt. Even if he is wounded, it won't be life-threatening. Ichuan said. At most, he might lose an arm or a leg, but given his regenerative abilities, with a little bit of time, he'll grow another one. Lose an arm or a leg? Snow couldn't help but grow frantic, but she knew how difficult the road to becoming an expert had to be. Who? Although Ning had the body of a fiend god, right now, he couldn't help but pant for breath. The fur clothes on his body was already ripped apart in many areas, and the wound on his body was rapidly closing. Roar! The moonwolf let out a despairing growl. It was forcing itself to stand erect, but its two paws were both quivering, as though it could collapse at any time. Its body was covered with dozens of giant wounds, and a particularly vicious pierce wound was in its head. Both of its legs had been shattered. It was already quite an impressive feat for it to be able to remain standing. You lose. Ning wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes, then said in a quiet voice, "My power is actually greater than yours, but my victory was quite a difficult one. The reason is because when faced with your bloodlust and your wildness, I was unable to be calm and bring out my full power. You are the first monster that I have ever killed, and thus, I will let you die under my greatest attack." Hua! A second sword appeared out of nowhere in Ning's left hand. Holding the twin swords, he stared at the moonwolf. Swoosh! Ning suddenly transformed into a blur as he threw himself at the moonwolf. The howling moonwolf let out a final howl as it threw itself at Ning as well. Two massive flashes of light suddenly appeared, destroying one of the moonwolf's remaining good legs, and then, with another flash, a massive crisscross wound appeared on the howling moonwolf's head, sending blood and brain matter flying everywhere. Ning landed on the ground. The howling moonwolf collapsed on the ground, brain matter tumbling out of the massive wound on its head. Its fur was stained with the color of the earth, and its formerly beautiful silver fur had become a stained combination of mud and blood, unsightly to the extreme. A descendant of the Fiendgods of the wolf lineage had died. How do you feel? Ichuan looked down at his son. I feel great. Ning looked up at his father, his eyes filled with ardor. Let's do this once a day. Ichuan's eyelids twitched. He muttered, "Do you think capturing a peak Hotian level god beast is easy? Once every 3 days. And, most will be ordinary monstrous beasts. If you want a god beast, it'll be a matter of luck. I'll arrange for the most powerful monstrous beasts here in Dragon Castle to be reserved for your training." Nin nodded. If I meet some weaker monstrous beasts, I'll just rely on my internal force only. Given the power of a fiend god's body, your ordinary peak Hotian monstrous beasts would be brutalized by brute force alone. This was why only god beasts with fiend god heritage in their blood could fight against Ning. Time passed by. Ning fought with one monstrous beast after another, and his sword technique and footwork grew more exquisite. At the same time, he learned how to better maintain his calm in life and death battles. If his heart was not calm, then his power wouldn't be able to be displayed to perfection. Autumn had come. Swallow Mountain had become incomparably cold, and some weak tribes had their lives become even more difficult. Especially when they were met with the savage attacks of some monsters from deep in the mountains, some smaller tribes might be exterminated. Hong hong hong. The earth was shaking. Atop this barren, desolate wasteland, a large group of black armored riders were riding their long-furred beasts. They seemed like a black flood which was charging across these plains. Halt! A cold command. 300 powerful black armored riders instantly came to a halt. Commander, this place is the location where that serpent monster appeared last. This is the territory of the Sharphorn tribe. 3 days ago, the monster suddenly charged at the Sharphorn tribe and devoured 18 people, then killed over 100. The Sharphorn tribe was totally destroyed. A black armored rider said respectfully. This creature has been an impending disaster for months. It has killed over 1,000 people and devastated over 10 tribes. However, all of those tribes were small ones. Logically speaking, it should be a peak stage Hotian level monster with the lineage of the Fiendgods, or perhaps a dire monster who has newly reached the Xiantian level. HRM. The bearded man who was riding a white tiger and wore red, fiery scale mail armor nodded. This serpent monster has been causing wanton devastation within the area controlled by our Ji clan of the Western Prefecture. It deserves death. It has only appeared in this area. All of you, divide into 30 small units and begin searching. Once you find it, immediately fire the signal arrow. Yes. The 300 black armored riders acknowledged in unison. Hua! Soon, the 300 mighty black armored riders divided into 30 small units which went searching in various directions. Book 1, Chapter 17, Buying a Weapon. Chapter 17, Buying a Weapon. 2 days later. Within a forest with thick foliage, a large number of black armored riders were surrounding a serpent monster. Roar! This was a massive, blood-red serpent which glowed with silver light around its torso. Around its torso, it had 2 pairs of sinuous claws with 4 toes, and a pair of terrifying red serpentine eyes. However, right now, the giant snake had been totally covered by a giant net. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break loose. Ha ha ha. The bearded man in red armor laughed loudly. Stupid snake. You were caught alive by us so easily. You, go tie it up. Yes. Instantly, several dozen black armored knights cast one black chain after another, sending them flying towards the giant snake, quickly binding it up. The red serpent was tied up so securely that no matter how it contorted itself, it wasn't able to do anything. Soon, it had been completely wrapped up by metal chains and bound so securely it couldn't even open its mouth. Commander, where does this giant snake come from? Why does it have 2 claws? A nearby black armored rider was curious. No matter how long he had been pondering, he couldn't discern what type of god beast this was. The bearded man laughed. Serpent-type creatures are often intermingled in blood. I myself have seen over 100 serpents with fiend-god blood. Only, some bloodlines are very pure and therefore become famous and are named. A sort of mongrel mutant god beast like this has no name at all. The young master needs some powerful Hotian-level monstrous beasts to practice his sword on. This serpent monster would be a good choice. The bearded man weighed the snake with his gaze, then nodded in satisfaction. Take it back. Yes. The black armored riders acknowledged respectfully. The commander of this regiment was a Xiantian-level lifeform belonging to the Ji clan of the Western Prefecture, the #1 expert archer, Blindfish. Blindfish was still one of young Master Ning's instructors, and without question in the Ji clan, he stood on the side of Ji Young and Ji Ichuan. In addition, Blindfish was quite proud of having taught Ning. The story of how young Master Ning would use monstrous beasts to train his swordplay had spread quite some time ago. After all, for him to kill one every 3 days resulted in a large number of monstrous beasts being killed. These beasts were almost all brought back by the black armored riders, and so the news had quickly spread amongst the army. Young Master Ning reached the peak of the Hotian stage long ago, and his swordplay is at the advanced level of one with the sword. In addition, he is training in the most powerful sword technique of our Ji clan. Killing a peak Hotian monster should be a simple thing. Supposedly, he's even killed a Hotian-level god beast. Think about who young Master Ning is. He definitely has an extremely sharp, unblockable precious weapon. With a weapon like this, relying on his advanced level sword techniques, killing a peak Hotian-level god beast isn't too hard. The legends that were circulating amongst the soldiers of the West Prefecture were quite vivid and fanciful. Even the other powerful member of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture, Ji Li, believed that the little fellow Ning was only able to kill a god beast because he had some sort of precious weapon. Dragon Castle. The Cage. A powerfully built monstrous beast with black spots was lying on the ground. The thick fur on his body had been split open in many places, and blood from those massive wounds stained the ground. Ning was still standing there, frowning as he was thinking. The sharp sword in his hand disappeared into thin air. When fighting with most peak Hotian monsters, he only used his internal energy, and the weapons he used were only fairly decent weapons which couldn't be described as precious. After all, he was already so physically strong that using a precious weapon on top of that would make the training pointless. Ji Ning. A voice from above. Ning couldn't help but look up at his father, Ichuan, who was on the viewing platform. This made Ning quite surprised. "Father, why have you come?" Because he fought every 3 days here in the Dragon Castle. Aside from that first fight with the Howling Moonwolf, the subsequent dozens of battles, his father had not attended. "I wanted to see how your swordplay was progressing," Ichuan said. "Have you reached initiation yet?" "Not yet." Ning shook his head. "I haven't gained expertise in any of the many attacks contained within the Raindrop Sutra, or the Thunderflame Sword. The Raindrop Sutra had a total of 9 attack techniques. The Thunderflame Sword had a total of 3 attack techniques. These attack techniques were all very special. If one could train in them to a high level, one would feel as though one had become one with the world and be able to use the power of the world itself. This was what was known as initiation. But this didn't actually symbolize that a person had reached the 3rd level of swordplay, one with the world, because the true one with the world level of swordplay was when one could use any sword attack, be it as something as simple as a stab, a chop, or a scrape, and utilize the power of the world itself with the attack. Only then would one be at the one with the world level. Initiation only meant that one could temporarily reach the one with the world effect when using certain techniques. According to what his father had said, upon reaching initiation, one would have reached a certain level of expertise in a technique. When one reached the one with the world level, that means one had mastered a technique. According to legends, there was an even higher, more profound level above the one with the world level. The Raindrop Sutra and the Thunderflame Sword techniques were developed by people who were beyond the one with the world level. There is no need for you to be so continuously hard-working while training in the sword, Ichuan said. Today, take spring grass and autumn leaf and go for a stroll. Ning nodded. Yes, father. Ning turned his head and left through that narrow tunnel. As for the corpse of the dead monstrous beast, someone would come collect it later. West Prefecture City had hundreds of thousands of citizens. It was a large city. Young master, it's been so long since we've gone for a stroll. Spring Grass and Autumn Leaf, his 2 female servants, were clearly very happy as they followed by his side. Ning smiled as he walked on the streets. This was one of the most bustling streets in the entire West Prefecture City. Generally speaking, all the merchants would pass by this street. The street was normally 10 meters wide, but there were so many merchant stalls on each side that nearly half the space was taken up, causing there to only be 7 meters of walking space left. Look at this woman. Look at her ample chest, her large buttocks. She can definitely birth many babies. 10 lambskins for her. These men are all fine warriors. They can all lift over 1,000 pounds. Just 5 ingots of gold. If you buy one, we'll throw in a kid as well. A bald man dressed in beast furs was shouting at the top of his lungs. He had several dozen fur-clad warriors standing guard around him, while he also had many slaves dressed in dirty, tattered fur pelts. All of them stared pitifully around them, hoping that they would meet a kind master who would buy them. There were signs on their heads. These signs signified that they were for sale. They strolled and looked around. There were slave traders, beast fur traders, weapon traders, beast traders, monstrous beast traders, all sorts of people were here. There were even some precious books, precious weapons, poisons and herbs, secret technique manuals, and other things for sale. Over 100 warriors in our tribe died for us to acquire this precious weapon, and then we had to make our way back through the wilderness and encounter countless difficulties before we arrived at the West Prefecture city. We weren't even willing to sell it for 30 beast heads of gold, but you want to try and buy it for 10? That's too little. At least 100 beast heads of gold. A rough-voiced man was shouting from nearby. Ning glanced over in curiosity. He saw around dozens of people in a circle surrounding 3 strong men wearing pitch-black furs, one of whom had a black snake coiled around his arm. The man continued, 100 beast heads of gold, whoever pays 100 beast heads can take it away. How greedy. He actually dares to demand 100 beast heads of gold. Spring Grass and Autumn Leaf both murmured. Ning was surprised as well. A beast head of gold was around 10 pounds. 100 beast heads meant 1,000 pounds of gold. Although to the young master of the Ji clan, it was nothing, to an ordinary tribesman, it was a vast fortune. No matter how sharp it is, it's just a weapon. It isn't as though it is some perfect magic treasure. It's just a damaged magic treasure that can be used as a weapon. 20 beast heads. I'll pay 20 beast heads at most. You want to sell, and I want to buy. Someone made an offer. 100 beast heads. The man didn't budge at all. The 2 men by his side watched the crowd carefully, afraid that someone might try to seize their treasure. For the sake of this treasure, many people in their tribe had died, and as they made their way from the tribe to the city through the desolate wilderness, dozens more warriors had died. They had to sell this treasure for a high price. After selling it, they would be able to buy some slaves and some good weapons, so as to allow the tribe to increase its power. Let me take a look. Ning saw the precious weapon which the man was clutching and immediately stepped forward. The people nearby all turned to look at him. Young master. Young master. This is the young master of the Ji clan? The son of the raindrop sword? Many people stepped back modestly. Anyone capable of paying such a high price was an extraordinary person. In addition, in the past few years, Ning had gone every day with the Whitewater Hound outside the city to train in archery. Each time they left the city, many people saw and recognized him as the exalted young master of the Ji clan. The other people who didn't recognize him, upon hearing others discuss him, were made aware as well. When the man with the black snake saw everyone else step back, then heard the words young master of the Ji clan and son of the raindrop sword, he was instantly so frightened that his heart began to shake. As people who lived on the territory of the Ji clan, they all knew the legendary raindrop sword. This was the #1 expert in the entire area around the Ji clan's West Prefecture, a godlike presence. And the person in front of him was the only child of the raindrop sword? Let me take a look. Ning said. Honored young master, please look. The man respectfully offered the sword in both hands. The 2 men behind him both felt extremely nervous. They were afraid that this young master who had an extremely high and exalted status would simply take their treasure by force. In the tribes, for a powerful person or person with high status to seize treasures by force was quite common. Although it was forbidden in the West Prefecture city and nobody dared to challenge the laws of the Ji clan, the young man in front of them was a young master of the Ji clan, the only son of the raindrop sword. Ning accepted the sword, and his hands sank down slightly from the weight. This was a pitch-black sword. The thick black sheath seemed very plain and unadorned, but if one looked at it closely, one would find that this scabbard actually had 3 swords sheathed within it. 1 scabbard, 3 swords? Surprised, Ning pulled out the swords. Clang! While pulling out the 3 swords, a cold light flashed on the surface of the swords, and ancient, shattered runes glowed dimly. What a pity! Ning shook his head inside. He had seen many treasures in the prefecture. Seeing those mysterious runes and the power they emanated, he knew that this was previously a magic treasure. It should have been 3 flying swords which were controlled by an immortal practitioner. But these runes were all but destroyed. Clearly, this magic treasure was badly damaged. It could only be used as a weapon now. Ji Ning tested his finger against the blade of the sword. Careful! It is very sharp. The man with the serpent called out in alarm. This precious weapon could cut through stones like tofu. Ning felt the skin of his fingertips shake slightly. He couldn't help but feel surprise. I have the gold star shirt protecting my body, which is currently spread to every inch of my skin. Just then, when I casually sliced my finger, it actually impacted the gold star shirt. If I were to swing the sword down hard, it probably would have broken through the gold star shirt's defense. I walk through the city streets every day on my way to archery training and have seen countless weapons, but I've never seen such a sharp, precious weapon. Others only sensed that this weapon was very sharp, but they didn't know exactly how sharp it was. But Ning had the feeling that even his gold star shirt would find it hard to block this precious weapon. I want this weapon. Ning looked at the man with the snake. The man was both excited and nervous. He hurriedly said, "Young master, for the sake of this weapon, our tribe," in front of this young man of exalted status, he was nervous and didn't dare to demand a certain price. Book 1, Chapter 18, Wings. Chapter 18, Wings. With a flip of his hand, a piece of blue-tinged gold appeared in Ning's palm. He tossed it directly towards the man with the black serpent. Take it. Just this little tiny piece of gold? The man with the black serpent and the 2 behind him were frantic. They stared at that tiny bit of blue-tinged gold, just the size of a finger. And it isn't even pure? Young master. Respected young master. The 3 men began to call out and beg. How could they possibly return to the tribes with this? The other tribal warriors were outside the city waiting. None of them were willing to enter the city, because the cost of entering the city was a lambskin or some other equivalent value item. You pack of idiots. That is thunder gold. I'm willing to pay 100 beast heads of gold for that piece of thunder gold. Just 100 beast heads? A piece of thunder gold of that size, I'd pay 160 beast heads. I can send someone to bring the beast heads of gold right now. Instantly, the nearby people began to make offers. All of them were people of some status in the West Prefecture city, or came from the clans with sentient lifeforms in them, or perhaps belonged to the powerful tribes that were located close to the West Prefecture. How excellent their judgment must therefore be. The man with the black snake hurriedly clutched the piece of thunder gold. He clearly felt that the weight of this item was far beyond that of normal yellow gold. He exchanged glances with his 2 friends, both shocked and overjoyed. Thank you, young master. Thank you, mighty young master. The 3 men instantly thanked him, filled with gratitude. Now you thank him? The raindrop sword is a major figure whose fame is known everywhere. Think about what sort of status his son has. How could he possibly take your weapon by force? Just the tiniest portion of his fortune that he could casually toss out would astonish you. A fat, fur-clad old man next to them said in a loud voice. Clearly, these words were intentionally said for the not-too-distant Ning to hear. Ning chuckled, and then casually made the sheath with the 3 swords disappear into his keylstone. Because the space inside the keylstone was limited, thus Ning only carried a few beast heads of gold with him. Everything else he had was all precious treasures. Within the hall, Ji Ichuan was seated at the master's seat, while Yuchi Snow sat on his left. The 2 were slowly eating the food on the table in front of them. Swoosh! A human figure rushed in. It was Ning, who had finished his stroll. "Father, mother," Ning said hurriedly. Ichuan frowned. "Why didn't you pay attention to the time when you were taking a stroll outside?" Ning obediently didn't dare to make a sound, hurriedly running to his usual spot, sitting on his knees and beginning to eat. Their lunch was rather sumptuous, with all sorts of meats, bread, and wine on the table. Ning's current appetite was simply voracious, and virtually all of the food and beverages on the table were devoured by Ning in a short period of time. Snow laughed as she watched her son tear through the food like a tornado. "Father, mother." Ning suddenly thought of the sheath and 3 swords he had purchased today. He hurriedly said, "Today, while taking the walk, I ran into 3 tribal warriors. They should have come from a distant, impoverished place to the western prefecture city. They came for the purpose of selling a precious weapon. And I decided to buy it." "Precious weapon?" The seated Ichuan frowned. "In the treasure warehouse of our Ji clan here in the West Prefecture, we have plenty of precious weapons. In the past, didn't you already select 2 precious weapons? How can those lowly peddlers in the city possibly have anything good?" Because Ning had yet to read the Xiantian level in key refining, he naturally couldn't control any magic treasures yet, which is why he went to the treasure warehouse to pick out 2 precious swords. But of course, when training in the cage, he only used ordinary weapons. "Father, the 2 precious weapons I selected in the warehouse are far inferior to this one I just bought," Ning said seriously. "Oh?" Ichuan looked at his son. "Actually, the precious weapon I bought is a damaged sword-type magic treasure," Ning explained. "There are occult runes carved onto it, but they are totally damaged. Therefore, it can only be used as a fairly sharp precious weapon. However, it really is sharp, far more so than the previous precious weapons in my residence. If I use some force, I can pierce through the gold star shirt." "Pierce through the gold star shirt?" Ichuan revealed a hint of surprise. "Let me take a look." Ning stretched his hand out, and that simple, unadorned sheath and 3 swords appeared within it. Standing up, he walked it over to his father. Ichuan accepted it and took a close look at the sheath, then pulled out the 3 swords. The magic runes on the swords are totally destroyed, but it feels as though this is indeed a flying sword magic treasure. Unfortunately, it's a damaged magic treasure. Most damaged magic treasures aren't worth much. At most, they might be sold to be broken down into some other materials. Nin nodded. He had read many books, and knew that damaged magic treasures were not worth much, because the material components of magic treasures had already undergone various fusing techniques, making it so that even if one broke down the magic treasure, one wouldn't be able to get many of the original components back. Shie. Each one stroked the tip of the sword with his finger, and a hint of blood appeared on his fingertip. A look of shock appeared on his face. What a sharp sword! Without any energy infused into it, the sword is still so incredibly sharp. I've never seen such a thing. Snow, come take a look. Can you tell where it comes from? Yuchi Snow accepted it and carefully looked it over, then slowly shook her head after a long time. I can't tell. Mother, if this magic flying sword treasure wasn't damaged, would it be a ranked treasure? Ning hurriedly asked. Of course it would be a ranked treasure. Snow nodded. Even though it is damaged, the sharpness of this sword is still on par with some unranked magic treasures. When it was undamaged, of course it was a ranked treasure. Only, exactly what rank it was at, I can't tell at all. Perhaps no one in the entire area around Swallow Mountain can tell. Nin nodded. He understood this. Generally speaking, the magic treasures owned by a Xiantian level key refiner was unranked. Only Zifu disciples and above would have ranked magic treasures. Forging magic treasures, that was even harder. There was nobody in the entire Swallow Mountain area who was known to be able to forge magic treasures. Perhaps only in those distant, incomparably powerful tribes would there be an expert capable of forging magic treasures. The Grand Xia dynasty has persisted from the Fiendgod era until now. Ichuan returned the sheath and the three swords to his son. It rules over countless territories, with a history of trillions of years. Who knows how many tribes have risen, fallen, or been exterminated, and how many treasures they have left behind. It isn't rare to see some magic treasures left over from wars, and our Ji clan has hundreds of damaged magic treasures as well, most of which are of unknown origin. But for this damaged magic treasure to still be so incredibly sharp is quite rare. It is very suited for your use. Snow then added, Ning, in the future, when you reach the Xiantian level as a key refiner and infuse your life energy into an unranked magic treasure, its power still might be inferior to these swords. Ning nodded. Magic treasures could be unfathomably profound. Generally speaking, when key refiners used magic treasures, they were capable of thousands of bizarre powers. But for Fiendgod body refiners, they still specialized in close combat. They had a virtually indestructible body, great strength, speed, and regenerative abilities, which is why even when using magic treasures, Fiendgod body refiners would generally use weapons such as swords, daggers, spears, and whatnot. This sheath and its three sword will still be useful to me, even after I become a Xiantian lifeform. Ning felt delighted. He pondered, since it will most likely be with me for a long time, I need to give it a name, HRM. I'll call it the Dark North Sword. There was a reason why Ning had suddenly thought of Dark North. In the past, when his father, Ji Ning, had left Swallow Mountain and roamed in the boundless wide world, he had even gone to the north, to the unending ocean. That massive sea was named as the Dark North Sea. Within the Dark North Sea, there were many islands. Ji Ning had floated from one island to another, and that's where he had met Yuchi Snow. They became travel companions, and then after experiencing life and death battles, fell in love with each other, then Snow became pregnant. Because of the pregnancy, they finally left the dangerous Dark North Sea and returned to Swallow Mountain. Mid-journey, however, they had run into a dangerous situation and Yuchi Snow had suffered a serious wound. This is why they had said that Ning suffered an injury in the womb. At that critical time, the god beast, Whitewater Hound, had carried Snow on his back and fled. This was why Ichuan often said that Uncle White had once saved Ning. His parents had met, fell in love, then conceived him in the Dark North Sea. The phrase, Dark North, thus had a special meaning to Ning. Father. Mother. Ning said seriously. I have given a name to this sheath and its three swords. Its name will be the Dark North Swords. At the same time Ning acquired the Dark North Swords. In an area within Swallow Mountain known as Serpent Wing Lake. Serpent Wing Lake was a massive lake, nearly 100 kilometers long, so large that one wouldn't be able to see the end of it. As the saying goes, deep mountains and massive lakes always have monsters within. These words were not false. This massive, mysterious lake, without question, has dire monsters within it, and countless numbers of lesser monsters. The name of the dire monster within this lake was Serpent Wing. It was an ancient monster, over 1,000 years old, and possessed outlandishly strong power. It was born capable of flight, and it could control both water and poison. It was a very ferocious, awe-inspiring dire monster. Deep in the center of the lake, there was a small island. This was the lair of Serpent Wing. Boom, a giant black coiled serpent, hundreds of meters long. Its two massive scaled wings were spread so wide, it seemed to encompass the skies. Its scarlet eyes were focused on a group of quivering monstrous beasts. A cold aura surrounded the place, and a layer of frost was on the ground. The densely clustered lesser monsters were all on their knees or on their faces, all of them quivering. Over 100 monstrous beasts lay fallen on the ground, their bodies covered with frost. They had been frozen solid. Boom, the furious Serpent Wing let out an enraged roar. Those lesser monsters consisted of all sorts of serpent, crab, and fish-type monsters. They all growled softly in reply. Clearly, they were all incomparably terrified. Roar! Serpent wings snarled coldly. Wah 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 wah. All the monsters retreated at high speed, as though relieved of a heavy burden. Many of the monsters left the island and entered the depths of the lake, while a portion of them took up defensive positions in various places around the island. Shwa! The giant black snake suddenly transformed into mist, and then it reformed into a black-clothed man. Serpentwing, had 92 sons. The black-clothed man ground his teeth. While they grew up, the majority died, and only 16 survived. And only one of them has the lineage of the Fiendgods, my most beloved son, Redtip. Snakes were lascivious by nature. Although he himself did not have the lineage of the Fiendgods, he had copulated with many Hotian monsters, some of whom included Hotian stage god beasts. To an ancient monster who had trained for over 1,000 years, it was fairly easy for him to meet and engage with some Hotian-level god beasts. But god beasts rarely got pregnant, and thus only a single one of his children had the lineage of the Fiendgods. That one was Redtip, his most beloved child. He was certain that so long as Redtip could become a sentient lifeform, he would definitely possess enormous power and limitless prospects. Redtip, I told you long ago not to go out before reaching the sentient level. Although humans are delicious, if you eat too many of them, the G-clan would come and deal with you. The black-robed man growled, filled with misery. His pride and his joy, his son Redtip, had snuck out and discovered that the taste of human flesh was far better than that of other monstrous beasts. Human flesh truly was delicious. And thus, Redtip had gone behind his father's back and snuck out time and time again to engage in slaughter. My child. I have to bring you back. The black-clothed man instantly transformed back into the enormous winged serpent form. His massive body floated into the air, and then he transformed into a black shadow, streaking across the sky and disappearing into the clouds. Book 2 Chapter 1, Entering the City. Chapter 1, Entering the City. In a connected area surrounded by large, tall fences. These fences were 6 meters tall and linked together tightly. Beast swarms definitely wouldn't be able to charge inside past them. Within the massive wooden fences, there were stone houses, wooden houses, and large numbers of fur-clad men, women, children, and elderly people living their lives here. This was a very ordinary tribe with several thousand tribesmen. My child was captured within these few dozen kilometers. The black-robed man walked within a mountain forest, heading towards the massive tribal gate. And this is the tribe nearest the place he was taken from. Halt! Halt! The main gate to the tribe was shut, and on each side there were 2 archer towers. Each archer tower had 5 powerful, beast-clad warriors within. All of them had their bows drawn and nocked, and they aimed at the distant, black-clothed man who was drawing near. Outsider, state your intentions. A warrior atop the archer tower said angrily. The black-robed man glanced at him sideways, as though looking at an ant. His footsteps didn't stop, and he continued towards the gate. The 10 warriors on the archer tower all grew angry. Kill him! Instantly, 10 great bows shot out at the same time. Bang! 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 One arrow after another screamed through the air at the black-clothed man, each of them containing enough force to shatter boulders or make large trees collapse. But when these 10 arrows drew near the black-clothed men, they all went zzz. The shafts of the arrows cracked, then disintegrated. The man continued to walk forward. Not good. The 10 warriors on the archer tower were alarmed, and one of them grabbed his ox horn and gave it a mighty blow. Woo, woo, woo. The deep sound from the horn was powerful and penetrative. It quickly spread to the entire tribe, and the men, women, children, and elders of the tribe all grabbed their weapons while assembling. In order to survive in this world, men, women, children, and elders all had to act as battle-hardened warriors. When the tribesmen assembled and began to roar and charge towards the door. Shwa! That incomparably thick black ironwood gate suddenly exploded, transforming into countless pieces of splinters that flew away. Every single splinter was more terrifying than the arrows of the tribe's archers, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of warriors located close to the door all died or were maimed. Blood stained the ground, but the warriors weren't afraid at all. Instead, they charged forward with even more furious howls. "Hold!" A shout rang out. A white-haired old man dressed in beast fur transformed into a blur as he charged towards the empty ground in front of the door. The enraged tribal warriors came to a halt as they looked at the white-haired old man who wore a gray beast pelt. This old man was the leader of the tribe. "Mighty hero, might I ask, what can our Goldblade tribe do to assist you?" The white-haired old man bowed respectfully. Someone capable of shattering their gate just through releasing his internal energy was, without a question, a sentient lifeform, and sentient lifeforms, even amongst the local hegemon, the Ji clan, were people with extremely exalted statuses. At this moment, the black-clothed man leisurely strolled in. "I ask you." The black-clothed man looked at the white-haired elder. "Have there been any serpent monsters in the area recently?" "Serpent monsters?" The white-haired old man paused, then hurriedly nodded. "There are. Recently, a serpent monster appeared, and many small tribes were devastated by it. The week following that, the tribes sent the news to the Ji clan, and the Ji clan sent their black armored riders to resolve with that calamitous snake monster." The black-clothed man's narrow eyes flashed with cold light. So it was indeed the Ji clan. The Ji clan was a powerful organization in this area. Even an ancient monster like him didn't want to go bother it. He had previously guessed that it must have been the Ji clan which had captured his son Redtip, and now it seemed this was indeed the case. "Killed or captured?" The black-clothed man continued to ask. "Taken alive," the white-haired old man said. "The Ji clan sent their black armored riders, who captured the snake monster alive, then went back. Most likely, it is currently in West Prefecture City." "West Prefecture City?" The black-clothed man's eyes had a hint of fire hidden within them. The fire of rage. West Prefecture City, to dire monsters, was the most dangerous place possible. That was where the experts of the Ji clan of the Western Prefecture gathered. Dire monsters didn't dare go there. If his child was there, the chance of him being able to rescue his child and bring him back was very, very low. "Human." The black-clothed man looked at the white-haired elder. His voice was cold. "Do you know who I am?" When the white-haired elder heard himself be addressed as human, his face instantly changed. "Monster." And it was a terrifying dire monster who could take human form. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the temperature suddenly dropped, and a vast layer of frost began to appear. Even plumes of snow began to drift down. The terrifying low temperature began to spread, and the surrounding tribal warriors quickly were frozen into ice, then shattered into small pieces. "Quick, leave!" The white-haired old man's hair and eyebrows had a layer of ice form over them, and the tribesmen behind him roared, "A dire monster! Flee, flee! Quick! Flee!" All of the tribesmen gritted their teeth, enduring their pain and rage as they began to flee. Many other tribal warriors shouted heroically as they charged towards the black-clothed man like maddened demons, but when they got near him, the layer of frost on their bodies grew thicker, and then they quickly turned into ice statues. The old man's internal energy was valiantly fighting. He howled out stutteringly, "You dare provoke the mighty Ji clan?" "Provoke?" The black-clothed man's pitch-black long hair fluttered in the air. His eyes flashed with a scarlet-red light. "The snake monster was my child, my most beloved child. I'm not only going to provoke them, I'm also going to break into the West Prefecture City." Roar! A world-shaking furious howl. The black-clothed man transformed into a coiled serpent, an enormous black serpent which hovered in mid-air. The enormous scaled wings of the coiled serpent fully extended, like a massive net which blocked the sun off from the tribesmen. The tribesmen who had scattered in each direction raised their head and saw this terrifying sight, and all of them were filled with utter terror. It's Serpent Wing. It's the dire monster of Serpent Wing Lake. Not a single tribal warrior now had the thought of fighting back. Ever since they were born, they had heard the ancient legends of the dire monster of Serpent Wing Lake. They knew how terrifying Serpent Wing was. There was no way their Goldblade clan could fight against this sort of terrifying dire monster. All die. All of you must die. The enormous serpent wing enveloped the area below with its massive wings, bloodlust in its scarlet red eyes. It suddenly opened its massive maw and breathed. Ho-oo! An endless, freezing black wind arose, so strong that even a layer of the ground was stripped off, and some stone houses collapsed. The large amount of black wind quickly surrounded the entire area for nearly 10 kilometers around. Cough, cough. The tribesmen all held their throats, their bodies quickly turning pitch black. No woman held her child, tears running down her face like a river. Dire monster, the Ji clan will definitely avenge us. A powerful warrior who had reached the peak of power and internal energy stopped his own breathing, but the poisonous gas still penetrated through his skin. In the last moment of his life, all he could do was let out this bitter shout. Soon, the territory of the Goldblade tribe turned into a desolate, silent wasteland. Not a hint of life or sound. All of the tribesmen of the Goldblade tribe had been turned to ice statues, shattered into pieces, or poisoned to death. The entire area for 10 kilometers around had turned into a charnel house. Even poisonous bug-type creatures had been poisoned to death. The enormous serpent wing gently flapped its wings as it stared below. After sensing that all life was gone, it casually flew away at high speed, disappearing into the sky. Night descended. A cold wind blew drearily. The distant, massive West Prefecture city stretched off into the distance. Swoosh! A black shadow easily flashed past the walls, avoiding the patrolling black armored riders and stealthily entering the city. My child, where are you? The black-clothed man began to search within West Prefecture city. This was the first time the dire monster, Serpent Wing, had entered West Prefecture city. After investigating for a long time, he discovered, to his pain, monsters that are taken alive are all delivered to the inner city. And the inner city is the place where the Ji clan lives. It is guarded very tightly. There are many sentient lifeforms living there. There is no way I can sneak in. Sneaking into West Prefecture city was fairly easy. Sneaking into the inner city? That was the place where the clan members of the Ji clan lived. How exceedingly tight did the security of such a place have to be? Who? A moment later. In the air above the West Prefecture city, Serpent Wing flew high into the sky while at the same time, using its natural-born ability to control water, it quickly created a large amount of fog and clouds with the moisture in the air. The fog surrounded the nearby area, and he secretly stared down below from the skies, carefully watching every single place. Past midnight. Ning was by himself in Dragon Castle. Today was the day for his once every 3 days cage battle. Young Master. Young Master. The black armored riders and some servants of Dragon Castle were all extremely respectful to him. Ning's father was the #1 expert of the Ji clan. And Ning himself was extremely talented, so many people had already begun to believe Ning would be the next prefecture lord. One could imagine how exalted his status was. Prepare the most formidable monster. Ning laughed and called out. Recently, we had a powerful monster delivered here. It was brought to us by Commander Blindfish. It has the lineage of the Fiendgods. A one-armed old man called out loudly. A monster with Fiendgod lineage? Ning revealed a hint of delight on his face. Excellent. Today I'll be able to have a fun fight then. Quick, arrange for it to be sent to the cage. All right. The one-armed old man went to make the arrangements. Dragon Castle was divided into the cage and the beast tunnels. Naturally, the beast tunnels was where the monsters lived, all of which were kept in captivity here. Roar! The massive red serpent wrapped up in chains, upon seeing the human in the massive cage outside, let out a deep, angry growl. Keep shouting. The one-armed old man sneered coldly. You ate so many humans. Today is the day of your death. Go. Open the door, and then release the chains, let it enter the cage. Yes. The servants who had been installed here for the purposes of taking care of the monsters went to make the arrangements. Rumble. After opening the gate between the cage and the beast tunnels, a faint, glimmering light could be seen from afar. The giant red snake instantly looked over and began to let out a growling sound. Release the chains. The one-armed elder ordered. Clank. Clank. One chain after another was released. Feeling the layers of chains on its body quickly loosen, the giant red snake couldn't help but begin to wriggle, making the chains rattle against each other. After the last one was released, with a clanking sound, the entire chain apparatus fell to the floor with a loud sound. The giant red snake stared coldly at the one-armed elder, and then slithered its way at high speed out of the tunnel towards the place which had just been opened to it. It quickly arrived in the cage outside. Within the enormous cage, a red-lipped, white-toothed, fur-clad young man was staring at it from afar. The giant red snake's saliva instantly began to drool out. Given the extensive man-eating experience it had the sudden knowledge that this sort of human youngster's flesh was definitely the most tender and most delicious of them all. Book 2, Chapter 2, Mercy. Chapter 2, Mercy. Ning stared at the distant giant red snake and he softly murmured, the entire body is blood red, but the scales around the chest are bright silver, and a pair of red eyes, oh, and it has 2 claws as well? Slither, 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 the giant red snake slowly began to move. Its enormous serpentine head raised high as it stared at Ning. Its natural-born arrogance caused it to hold the human youth in front of it in no regard at all. According to its experience, those people in the tribes like this youth were all very weak. Even though this was the lair of the Ji clan, this sort of youth shouldn't be that strong. Ning let out a light harumph. The air in his chest came out as he breathed, shaping into 2 streams of energy that were visible to the naked eye. His entire body turned slightly red, and a powerful aura began to emanate from him. The distant giant red snake was startled. He could suddenly sense this young man in front of him had a terrifying aura that was no weaker than its own. Recently, I haven't had a lot of practice with the Raindrop Sutra. I'll use you to train it. Ning suddenly moved forward by several dozen meters, the sharp sword in his hand stabbing out at the giant scarlet snake at lightning speed. The giant scarlet snake sent its 2 massive sharp claws at its thorax directly towards Ning in an arcing slash. Shwa! 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 Sword flashing hundreds of times like a fog of light, one stab after another was delivered towards the giant red snake. The giant red snake only dodged 3 sword attacks aimed at its vitals, taking the rest of the attacks head-on. Only a few white spots appeared on its scales. This caused the giant red snake to unconsciously underestimate the strength of this young human by a bit. Woo! A strange rumble sound. It was the sound of Ning's sharp sword slashing through the air, instantly slashing towards the giant red snake's chest, suddenly creating a 2-meter-long massive wound. The scales split open, and the muscles beneath were torn apart, and fresh red blood instantly spewed out. Roar! The giant red snake was instantly shocked. How was it that the youth in front of him had suddenly become so powerful? Ning was no longer the callow youth who had battled against the howling moonwolf. His constant battles against monstrous beasts had given him much experience. Right now, he was actually only using half of his strength, but because the Shadewind Steps and the Raindrop Sutra all were quite exquisite in the application of force, he still wasn't at any disadvantage. First, Ning utilized a chain of attacks, drizzling rain, but against this giant red snake, it proved useless. Then, Ning used the vicious, powerful killing attack, Rainline, which was the technique Ning used to leave that massive, large wound on the giant red snake. Next, Ning used the penetrating raindrop pierces rocks attack. Following that, Ning blocked the wild attacks of the giant red snake by using the technique, Thin Streams Flow Forever. The Raindrop Sutra had a total of 9 stanzas. These stanzas were Drizzling Rain, Tempest Curtain, Thin Streams Flow Forever, Watertight, Rainline, Eternally Fresh Waterflow, Merciless Waterflow, and Raindrop Pierces Rocks. Some were attack stances, some were defensive stances. Even the attack stances, however, included defensive components. The profoundness of this technique constantly caused Ning to sigh in amazement and be mesmerized. After all, he hadn't even reached the level of expertise in this technique, and although his own father, Ichwan, had reached the level of mastery long ago, his father was still studying the Raindrop Sutra, because the more one reflected on the Raindrop Sutra, the more one realized how boundless its scope was. This technique, thin unending waterflow, should be an unrestrained, free-willed attack. Under the attacks of this monstrous beast with fiend god lineage, Ning occasionally had some insights with regards to his sword techniques. But the giant red snake, by contrast, was growing furious. It could tell that this human youth was using it to train in swordplay. Although there were many wounds on its body already, none of them were lethal. But the youth in front of him had only suffered a few light wounds, which instantly healed in the blink of an eye. The youth in front of it was so terrifying that its heart quailed, while at the same time, it felt fear that it was going to die at the hands of this human youth. But even if it was going to die, its inborn arrogance and pride wouldn't allow it to be toyed with to death. Row hair. The giant red snake suddenly let out a wild, earth-shaking howl, filled with rage, unwillingness, and carried with it the knowledge of its death. The howl split the air. In the air above the inner reaches of the Ji clan, there were many clouds. Within one of the clouds was the black-winged snake. Roar! By the time this howl made it to the heavens, it was very weak, but Serpent Wing was an extremely sensitive dire monster. In addition, the roar was the familiar voice of its child. It is Redtip. My son. Serpent Wing was instantly certain of this. It had been searching around the inner city the entire time, and from kilometers away, its gaze had clearly made out the building known as the cage. But because of the fog and because of all the steel chains above the cage, it simply couldn't tell what the cage actually was. But just at that moment, upon hearing the sound, it immediately knew that the sound was coming from that cage area. There it is! Serpent Wing immediately charged down, its body still wrapped by clouds and fogs, shrouding it from view. Within the cage, Ning, hearing the grief-stricken, enraged howl of the giant red snake, knew how the giant red snake was feeling. Immediately, a sharp sword appeared in his left hand as well. Since you beg for death, then die. Shwa! Ning suddenly transformed into a tempest and charged at the giant red snake. Sword light flashed. Thunder flame sword, thunder flash flint. Blazing thunderclap. Raindrop Sutra, merciless waterflow. Raindrop pierces rocks. Shwa! The red eyes in the upraised head of the giant red snake slowly dimmed. There was a deep hole in its head now, which had pierced straight through its skull. And then, its massive body collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, causing the earth to shake. Fresh blood flowed outwards, staining the ground in a river of red blood. Ning looked at the corpse of the massive red snake, then inspected its wound. He was studying how effective his killing blow had been. Blazing thunderclap truly is a powerful attack. It actually drilled such a massive hole into the snake's chest. It almost split the snake in half. Ning nodded as he continued to inspect the damage. Merciless waterflow and thunder flash flint can both be described in one word: fast. Merciless waterflow is both fast and agilely unpredictable, while thunder flash flint is fast and explosive. Raindrop pierces rocks has good penetrative ability. It was easily able to pierce through this snake's skull. Nin nodded. In the air above the cage, a massive creature was descending through the clouds. Compared to Serpent Wing, his child, Red Trip, was nothing more than a tadpole. Serpentwing's scarlet eyes could already see through the chains of the cage to the scene below. It saw the desolate, miserable sight of the blood-splattered serpent corpse lying on the soft earth, and as it saw this, it felt a terrible fire suddenly fill its consciousness. My child. Serpentwing had gone totally mad. Human, pay for my child's death. Bang! The powerful energy vibrations coming from above the cage made Ning raise his head to take a look. What? Ning immediately saw that hundreds of meters away, within the clouds, an enormous serpent with barely visible pair of giant wings was staring at him. The creature was currently charging downwards at him. Its wingspan alone was larger than the entire cage. The red-eyed snake's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Ning was shocked, and he understood that the creature charging down from above was here to kill him. Not good. Flee. Ning turned his head and immediately wanted to flee. But just as he wanted to flee, he realized that the corridor he had come through had been shut. Generally speaking, during cage battles, they would always be shut, to prevent someone from fleeing before the battle was over. Only after obtaining victory would Ning order people to open the tunnel, but he just killed the giant red snake moments ago, and hadn't had the chance to give the order yet. In addition, as he had started the cage battle, he had forbidden others from watching him. Generally speaking, only his father watched. After all, his true power was something that had remained a secret all along. For example, the fact that he used twin swords or that he could use ordinary swords to kill a peak Hotian level god beast, these were all secrets. The outside world still believed that Ning relied on sharp precious weapons to slay god beasts. Shwa! Shwa! Ning immediately threw away the two swords in his hands, and instantly, two more swords appeared, the Dark North swords. Break! Ning exploded forth with all his power, hacking away at the thick chains above him, while also calling out frantically at the top of his lungs, "Father!" The sound rang out, but the speed of sound was actually slower than the downward charging speed of Serpentwing. Dang dang dang! Ning's Dark North swords wildly chopped against the steel chain net up above. In the past, his father, each one had said this: given your strength, if you are to use the power within the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, and use your full strength, you should be able to break apart the chains. But a web like this formed from many chains, you will probably need the span of 10 breaths before you are able to break enough chains to escape. But now that Ning had the Dark North swords, they were indeed sharp. Dang dang dang, one chain after another was shattered, but there were simply too many of them. To break enough to allow him to escape would probably require the span of 1 breath. 1 breath? The terrifying creature charging from above wouldn't even need a second before arriving. No time. Even as Ning was chopping the steel chains, he immediately understood this. The massive scaled wings sliced through the air, striking against the chain of webs. These steel chains, which were incomparably tough for Ning, were extremely feeble in the face of this attack of a 1,000-year-old monster. With a series of shattering sounds, countless chains broke apart and flew everywhere. And then, the scaled wings swept directly against Ning. Pay with your own life for my sons. Serpentwing's red eyes stared wildly at Ning. Dodge! Twin swords in his hands, Ning quickly dodged while at the same time, using the same technique with both swords, thin unending water flow. His sword flashed, receiving the scaled wing that came from above. One layer of sword flash after another intersected, and both swords combined, forming an endless web of sword light. It was as though multiple layers of silk were being wrapped around the opponent's attack, restricting it. He launched 10 of these attacks in a row. Bang! The massive scaled wings smashed down upon the twin Dark North swords, and the power of this strike caused Ning to instantly feel the bones in his wrists splitting apart. And then, the blade-like edges of the wing cleaved down upon the dodging Ning, slashing straight through the gold star shirt. Pooh! Fresh blood sprayed out, and his left arm, still clutching a Dark North sword, went flying. Ning's entire body was sent smashing into the Blackwater iron wall, creating a human-shaped impression into the wall. Ning vomited out a large mouthful of blood from his lips. Who? Serpent Wing raised its scaled wings again, preparing to deal yet another cleaving blow. This is the moment. The now one-armed Ning gritted his teeth, then suddenly scurried out like a massive grasshopper through the broken cage. Shade Wind Steps. He used this footwork technique to its absolute limits, flashing out like a streak of azure light, fleeing outside. Die. A violent wind attacked. Looking behind him, Ning saw an enormous black blur sweep towards him. That was the massive serpent tail of Serpent Wing. This whipping attack by Serpent Wing's tail was even faster and even fiercer than the attack of his scaled wings. The air it passed through exploded with terrifying sonic booms, and the tough marble stones of Dragon Castle began to split apart. The enormous black tail was everywhere, surrounding Ning. Given Ning's speed, there was simply no way he would be able to dodge this attack at all. I'm finished. Book 2, Chapter 3, A Life and Death. Chapter 3, A Life and Death. Within his courtyard, Ichwan was currently wielding a blue longsword, chopping and piercing against a tree trunk. Chop, pierce, scrape, slice. He only used these most basic of movements and didn't even use much force, and so the tree trunk only had some scratches appear on its surface. His wife, Snow, held a bottle of water nearby, watching her man train with a smile on her face, occasionally sprinkling some water on the nearby flowers and grass. HRM? Ichwan and Snow simultaneously turned to look in the same direction. Both of them sensed a vibration of energy. Dragon Castle. Ichwan and Snow simultaneously leaped onto the rooftop of the building, staring at the distant Dragon Castle. Dragon Castle was built in a fairly out-of-the-way location in the inner city, at least 2 kilometers or so away from where Ichwan and his wife lived. They saw. In the air above Dragon Castle was the enormous Serpent Wing. Serpent Wing's scaled wings were currently covering the entirety of Dragon Castle, and a bloodstained youth with only one arm was scurrying out of Dragon Castle at high speed, while an enormous draconic tail flashed towards him like lightning. Snow's eyes instantly turned red. She let out an agonized howl. Ning! But the distance was too far. There was no time at all. Vermin! Each one exploded with anger, letting out a sudden, ferocious chop with the blue sword in his hands. Hua! A brilliant wave of blue light flew out from his sword. The 300-meter-long wave of blue light was even slightly larger than Serpent Wing itself. It slashed through the air, chopping directly towards Serpent Wing. Pang, pang, pang. The distant tail of Serpent Wing, in the blink of an eye, was struck dozens of times. The entire Dragon Castle exploded and collapsed, sending large amounts of rocks flying everywhere. Many of the servants, guards, and members of the Ji clan who lived around Dragon Castle were injured or wounded, and their blood splashed everywhere. Even some of the monstrous beasts inside the beast tunnels were killed by the impact. Just as Ning scurried out of the cage, he was attacked by the massive tail of the serpent. Ning knew that in front of this winged snake monstrosity, the gold star shirt of his might as well have been paper. All he had was a Picoteon-level Fiendgod body. He probably would be smashed into a pile of pulverized flesh in an instant. No. Ning simply couldn't accept this. In this life, he had such a healthy, strong body, had a pair of doting parents, and had the chance to train to become an immortal, to control his own destiny. He had trained for so long, and everything was just starting. He truly couldn't accept this. Dodge. Ning used the Shade Wind Steps with all his might. Quick, quicker, quicker. Who? Who? The wind was howling. Who? Ning's body was howling as well. Bang! The serpent's tail came smashing down. It scraped past Ning, then smashed against the thick marble rocks of Dragon Castle. Instantly, the entire Dragon Castle had shuddered and large amounts of marble rock had shattered and been sent flying everywhere. You managed to dodge? The red-eyed Serpent Wing howled. You were lucky enough to dodge once, but do you think you'll dodge twice? Bang! The serpent tail swung down at him again. But Ning was like a piece of paper, fluttering about in the breeze, as agile as the wind, as unpredictable as a shadow. The serpent tail once again missed Ning, smashing against Dragon Castle once more. Impossible. Serpent Wing was now truly enraged. It was a dire monster who had trained for thousands of years and had reached the late-stage Xiantian level. It was many times more powerful than those ordinary early-stage Xiantian dire monsters. For someone of its power, killing a youth should be simplicity itself, much like how it has easily slaughtered those thousands of tribesmen in the Goldblade tribe. Pang pang pang. Serpent Wing wildly struck everywhere with its tail, and its wings struck out as well. The entire dragon castle was shuddering and on the verge of collapse, and large amounts of stones were flying everywhere. Many servants and black-armored riders lost their lives. Die. Serpent Wing was frantic. A wild cold aura emanated from him, and the temperature dropped, causing some servants to immediately freeze to death. The black poisonous mist came out, and the surrounding Hotian-level lifeforms all were poisoned to death. But Ning continued to dodge time and time again in that massive cloud of dust. The cold aura could freeze to death those peak Hotian key refining warriors, but Ning, who trained in the Fiendgod body refining technique, his body was more than 100 times stronger than those Hotian key refiners. These large-scale cold air and poison gas attacks couldn't harm him at all. Like the wind. Like the shadows. Shadewind Steps. This is the Shadewind Steps. The true Shadewind Steps. Ning totally immersed himself in it, allowing those strikes from the enormous serpent wing to come as they will, allowing the scaled wings to slash at him as they pleased. He simply followed the natural force of the wind and borrowed it, and also the force of the wind created by his opponent, Serpent Wing, to dodge agilely time and time again. He moved like a shadow. Serpent Wing couldn't hit him, no matter how he tried. He moved like the wind. Ning's body flickered everywhere with such gentle ease, as though he were a leaf that was being blown by the gentle wind. One with the world. This youngster has actually reached the level of one with the world? His footwork is at the one with the world level? The vicious, otherworldly ancient monster, Serpent Wing, was finally certain that this human youth who had killed his son had actually reached the level of one with the world. This was a level which this old monster hadn't reached yet, despite having trained for thousands of years. One with the world. Generally speaking, only Zifu disciples were at the one with the world level, while some powerful Xiantian lifeforms would also reach the one with the world level. Humans naturally had a greater potential for insight than monsters. Only the likes of god beasts were on par with humans in terms of understanding. Damnable. The ancient monster, Serpent Wing, knew that in a short period of time, he wouldn't be able to kill this human youth. Vermin. An enormous blue sword light attacked. The ancient monster, Serpent Wing, swung his tail towards the blue sword light, not caring about it at all. Each one, do you think that your sword light can harm me from a distance of 2 kilometers? Bang! Dark green blood splattered everywhere, and wherever the blood splattered, the ground hissed and bubbled. The marble and the blackwater iron all quickly dissolved. That enormous, thick tail had been cut so deeply, it was nearly severed in half. How could it be this powerful? Serpent Wing was truly frightened. The number one expert of the Ji clan's West Prefecture truly was too terrifying. Who? I'll let you live for now. Serpent Wing tossed Ning a furious glare, and then with a beat of its 2 wings, flew into the sky at high speed. Vermin! Serpent Wing, you dare to barge into the Ji clan's West Prefecture, and you think you can flee? Die! From multiple areas in the inner city, there erupted furious roars, including those of Ji Li and Ji Young, as well as dozens of Xiantian lifeforms, all of whom shouted at him. Loan me your azure firebird. Each one transformed into a ray of light, flying onto a giant blue bird that was in mid-flight, which had a blue fire blazing on its tail. On the back of this blue bird, there was a woman dressed in black. Each one, I'll come with you. The black-clothed woman said in her hoarse voice. Let's go. Each one swept the area below with his gaze. Seeing his son standing within the rubble of Dragon Castle, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, but seeing the bloodstained severed arm of his son, he felt his fury blaze up once more. Who? Each one and the black-clothed woman, riding the azure firebird, tore through the air, pursuing in the direction of the fleeing serpent wing. As for the other Xiantian-level people in the West Prefecture, all of them were roaring with fury. A dire monster had dared to barge into the inner city of the Ji clan's West Prefecture city? This was totally against all reason. But humans at the Xiantian level were not capable of flight yet, and so they could only watch as each one and his companion flew on the back of the azure firebird in pursuit of Serpent Wing. Ning remained within that state of being one with the world. He could sense the strength of the wind, and he could borrow that strength to become as carefree as the wind itself. He could even borrow the attacking strength of the enemy to dodge the enemy's attacks, as though he were the enemy's shadow. Ah! Ah! A feeble moan caused Ning to look around him. The entire Dragon Castle had been reduced to rubble. A large number of servants and black-armored riders had died gruesome deaths, either smashed, frozen, or poisoned to death. The sight was unbearable to see. The joy he felt at having the one with the world level of the Shadewind steps faded away. Ning ground his teeth. With a leap, he entered the field of rubble. He began kicking aside pieces of rock, and quickly found his severed left arm, then reabsorbed the Dark North sword his left arm was clutching back into his Kalestone. And then, Ning grabbed his severed left arm with his right arm, pressing it against the stump. By now, the severed stump was no longer bleeding anymore. Connect! Ning connected the severed arm to the stump, and then extended the Goldstar shirt to quickly encapsulate his left arm as well, putting it back into position. Even in his previous life, a severed hand or arm that had only been severed recently could be reattached. Ning currently had the body of a fiend god. A severed arm only needed a few hours to be regrown, much less a severed arm that was being reattached. Ning could clearly sense his muscles and flesh rapidly grow back, and his bones were quickly reaching out and connecting as well. His arm had already been reattached, but he would still need a little bit longer before reaching his perfect state. Ning! A somewhat frantic sound rang out. Ning raised his head up. He saw an old man who wore a dark red beast fur pelt standing in the rubble looking down at him. This man was the Prefecture Lord, Ji Ning. Prefecture Lord Young saw that Ning was unharmed, and only then let out a sigh of relief. As long as you aren't hurt. As long as you aren't hurt. Ning! An agonized shout. Ning didn't have the chance to speak with the Prefecture Lord. He hurriedly made his way out from the debris field, and saw from far away his mother running towards him, her face covered with bitter tears. Mother! Ning called out repeatedly. Seeing her son standing there, Snow instantly began to shed tears of joy. Ning quickly ran towards his mother at high speed, then hugged her. Snow hugged her son back. Wonderful, wonderful. I was so frightened just now. If anything had happened to you, I really don't know what I would have done. Mother, I'm fine. Ning said repeatedly. Your arm? Snow looked carefully at her son's left arm. It's fine. Look. Ning waved his left arm around. The bones and flesh of his left arm had been totally connected by now, and even the cells had been 80% regenerated. Most likely, in just a little bit longer, he would be in perfect condition. Only now did Snow completely relax. She knew how powerful her son's recuperative ability was, as a fiend god body refiner. What happened? How could this dire monster, Serpent Wing, dare to have the temerity to attack our Ji clan's western manor? A heroic voice rang out, and the red-haired Viper Elder, Ji Li, came running over, his face filled with fury. This vermin is asking to be killed. Also, we need to immediately investigate why it charged and attacked our Ji clan's western prefecture city. It is indeed strange. Doesn't Serpent Wing know that by acting in such a way, it has fully infuriated the Ji clan of the Western Prefecture? A skinny old man with a scar over his forehead said coldly. One Xiantian individual after another walked over. Seeing the destroyed dragon castle and the large number of corpses and bloodstains, the dozens of Xiantian individuals had very ugly looks on their faces. As the administrators of this large expanse of land, it had been a long time since a dire monster had dared to attack the West Prefecture. Every single expert of the Ji clan of the Western Prefecture felt both fury and shame. It must die. We absolutely must kill that dire monster, Serpent Wing. Kill it. Book 2, Chapter 4, Each One's Rage. Chapter 4 of Each One's Rage. The flames on the plumage of the azure firebird swirled around it as it flew in the skies, the desolate winds howling past it as it chased after that giant scaled and winged serpent. On the back of the azure firebird were two figures who were each half kneeling, Ji each one, and that black-clothed woman. The black-clothed woman stared at the rapidly fleeing serpent wing. Each one, this serpent wing is a late-stage Xiantian level dire monster. It is quite a bit stronger than my azure firebird. Although the azure firebird is good at long-distance flight, it'll still be hard to catch up. Lady Flower, I'll handle this. Each one's face was as cold as ice. From within his hands, a silver great bow suddenly appeared out of nowhere, while in his left hand was an arrow. Hua! The bow was fully drawn. Each one stared coldly at the fleeing serpent wing. Swish! The arrow suddenly transformed into a ray of light, streaking towards the fleeing serpent wing. At such a short range, the terrifying speed at which each one had launched this arrow, combined with Serpent Wing's massive body, meant that there was no way it could dodge. In terms of pure archery skill, each one was perhaps inferior to Blindfish. But most of the men of the Ji clan were skilled in archery, and this arrow of each one's, in terms of speed, was even faster than Blindfish's. Bang! The arrow struck Serpent Wing's body, then instantly exploded, creating an enormous, bloody hole. A massive, bone-exposing wound was revealed on the serpent's body, and it seemed as though with just one more arrow, this serpent would completely explode from the inside. Actually, each one's arrow had been aimed at those bony wings. But Serpent Wing knew, once his scaled, bony wings were injured, he wouldn't be able to flee. Thus, he had used his own serpentine body to block the arrow instead. Crackle, the flesh on the serpent's body quickly closed, and blood stopped flowing. Serpent Wing continued to flee wildly. Each one, your Ji clan killed my son. Can it be that you won't let me seek revenge? Serpent Wing shouted backwards. Vermin, if you let yourself die peacefully, I'll let you die fast. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. Half kneeling on the back of the azure firebird, each one once more knocked that silver great bow. Serpent Wing hurriedly moved to dodge. Bang! Yet another arrow blasted against Serpent Wing's body. Serpent Wing howled in agony, and his heart was frantic. Each one is the number one expert of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture, true, but how can he be this powerful? Earlier, from the great distance of 2 kilometers, the sword flash of each one's had still been powerful enough to injure me severely. And now, a single arrow of his can injure me. Even a peak Shintin level dire monster is only at most able to hold me down. There's no way one would be able to demolish me so easily. Serpent Wing's courage had been entirely shattered by that sword flash from earlier. A sword flash that could heavily injure him despite having come from over 2 kilometers away. If it was executed at a closer distance, wouldn't it have killed him in one blow? Swish! 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 Each one fired one arrow after another, and Serpent Wing could only grit his teeth and use his body to block it. Fortunately, his massive body was hundreds of meters long. Although his enormous body now had over 10 massive craters in it, given his powerful life force, he could still maintain his high-speed flight. Soon, the wide expanse of earth below gave way to a wide lake. Hoo! Serpent Wing immediately charged downwards. Serpent Wing Lake. Each one and the black-clothed woman's faces both changed. Serpent Wing Lake was over 100 kilometers long. One couldn't even see the ends of the lake, and what's more, it was Serpent Wing's lair. Hua! The enormous Serpent Wing plummeted down from the skies, diving into the lake. A few large waves arose, but the creature itself had disappeared. As for the Azure Firebird, it continued to hover in the air above Serpent Wing Lake. Ichwan, what should we do? The black-clothed woman asked. Fled? Ichwan stood on the back of the Azure Firebird, staring down at the massive lake. He said coldly, he thinks that just because he is hiding in the water that I won't be able to do anything to him? Lady Flower, loan me the Azure Firebird for now. I'd like to trouble you, Lady Flower, to immediately return to the West Prefecture, and have my spirit beast, the serpent, come over. All right. The black-clothed woman nodded. Swish! The black-clothed woman transformed into a streak of light, flashing across the surface of the lake, then disappearing into the distance. In the depths of Serpent Wing Lake. The enormous Serpent Wing lay coiled at the bottom, occasionally licking some of its enormous wounds with its tongue. His enormous life force and regenerative force was causing his wounds to quickly grow stronger, and his flesh was visibly regrowing and extending. G.H.1. Serpent Wing's eyes were filled with disbelief. How can he be this powerful? That Ji Li is the number 2 expert of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. In the past, when we fought against each other, he only had somewhat of an advantage over me, but most likely, if this Ichwan is allowed to draw close to me, he would be able to kill me with one blow of his sword. How can the difference be this great? Before this, Serpent Wing had been confident in his fleeing abilities. As he viewed it, he was a late-stage Xiantian level dire monster. Even if he ran into a terrifying peak Xiantian level creature, he would at most be at a disadvantage. He would still be able to flee. As long as he wasn't attacked by an entire group of Xiantian lifeforms, he should be fine. But that sort of each one's had scared him silly. Gruel. Ga-ia. The monsters within Serpent Wing Lake all began to howl fiercely. This sound instantly caused great shock to Serpent Wing, deep within the waters of the lake. He could understand those monstrous cries. A dire monster has come? Serpent Wing was greatly shocked. Right, one of the dire monsters that the Ji clan of the West Prefecture has tamed is a water-type dire monster. Some monsters were avian types, skilled at flight. Others were water types, extremely powerful in the water. Some non-water races, upon entering the water, would see their power drop. For example, each one, in the water, his speed probably would be less than 1/10 of his usual speed. But in the water, Serpent Wing would be even faster than on land. Even if each one were to use his sword techniques, with the water blocking him, the power of his techniques would be much lower as well. Of course, although the power of each one's sword techniques would be greatly reduced, he could still kill Serpent Wing. The problem was that in the water, he would be completely unable to catch Serpent Wing. No matter how powerful his sword techniques were, it would be of no use. Brother Black, go search and find that Serpent Wing. Each one stood on the surface of the lake, but didn't sink down at all. Although he is more powerful than you, he is badly wounded. In addition, after finding him, you just need to tie him down for a while and prevent him from escaping. I will immediately charge over and slay him. Leave it to me. The coiled black serpent nodded on the surface of the lake, then immediately sank its entire body into the depths, beginning to search within Serpent Wing Lake. Those lesser monsters in the lake all fled in every direction, screaming in terror. Azure Firebird. Each one looked at the Azure Firebird above him. Stay up there and keep a lookout. Once Serpent Wing flees from the lake, immediately chase after and kill him. All right. The Azure Firebird spoke in a soft voice, then rose at a high speed. Each one's face was grim. Wielding his blue longsword, he paced about on the surface of the lake as though it were flat land. One step at a time, he walked, leaving faint ripples on the surface. His cold gaze stared at his surroundings, as though he could see straight through the lake water to the depths of the lake. Ji Clan's West Prefecture. It was dark now, and the commotion caused by Serpentwing's attack in the Ji Clan's West Prefecture had died down as well. Father. Ji Jadewitch, his hair parted into dozens of braids, was seated on his knees. After draining all of the wine in his beast skull goblet, he said, Serpentwing, that dire monster, has already fled back to his lair. Serpentwing Lake is extremely large, and so deep that the bottom cannot be seen. If it makes up its mind to hide, a single black serpent searching by itself will find it hard to locate him. Although each one is extremely powerful, it will still be very hard for him to kill that Serpentwing. Lee nodded, but he was frowning. He hadn't touched any of the wine or meat in front of him. Clearly, he was frustrated by something. Father? Jadewitch looked questioningly at his father. Frowning, Lee let out a low sigh. His sword flash traveled a distance of over 2 kilometers, but was still able to heavily wound Serpentwing, a dire monster. The power of that sword has essentially surpassed the limits which a Xiantian lifeform can attain. Father, do you mean to say, Jadewitch was shocked? Zifu disciple? Lee shook his head. Hard to say. If each one had opened his Zifu, the Violet Palace, then he should be able to fly about on magic treasures. He wouldn't just stand there and watch as that Serpentwing, which almost slew his son, turn tail and run away. But if he hasn't opened his Zifu, the power of his sword attack remains ridiculously large. Thus, I feel puzzled and unable to understand it. Also, I saw that Ji Ning had his arm severed, but in the blink of an eye, by the time the dust had settled and I rushed over there, Ning was totally fine. Lee was frowning. Many Xiantian-level people had seen Ning's severed arm lying there in the rubble. The son of Ji Ji Ning, should be training in some sort of fiend god body refining. Jadewitch nodded. In addition, he has already reached an exceedingly high level, for him to be able to reconnect a severed arm. Only, I am puzzled, how did Ning manage to survive the attack of Serpentwing on Dragon Castle? I don't understand either. Lee sighed. I suppose he is lucky. Why was Ning able to survive? Perhaps it was because Serpentwing knew who Ning was and thus was afraid to kill him. Perhaps it was because Ning had powerful life force as a fiend god body refiner and thus was luckily able to survive. Perhaps it was because Ning had some sort of protective treasure given to him by his parents. The experts of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture were all abuzz, guessing wildly over the reason, but none of them guessed that the merely 10-year-old Ning had already reached the level of one with the world in terms of footwork. Ning was currently in the middle of his training area, displaying his Shadewind steps. In the hundreds of meter-wide training field, a blurred form was moving about at high speed. As it did, shwa, shwa, shwa. Dozens of Nings appeared out of nowhere. Ning. A voice rang out. Ning immediately came to a halt. Mother. Ning immediately went over to welcome her. Yuji Snow slowly walked over, filled with joy as she stared at her son. After suffering from Serpentwing's attack, during the day, the Ji clan had prepared a series of cremations and memorial ceremonies for the deceased black-armored riders and clansmen killed during the attack. At that time, Ning had secretly informed his mother that his footwork had already reached the one with the world level. But of course, his mother was the only one he told. At just 10 years of age, he had reached the one with the world level of footwork. Snow had been to many areas of the Grand Xia dynasty, but she had almost never seen someone as monstrous as this. Actually, because Ning had utilized the Manhwa painting, visualization technique since birth, his soul was extremely powerful. In addition, he had painstakingly trained in the Shadewind steps since he was young, and thus reached the advanced level 2 years ago. In that moment where life and death hung in the balance, he had suddenly been able to sense the world and reach the one with the world level. This was nothing more than success naturally arriving when the conditions were right. Ning. Snow looked at her son. Your footwork has reached the one with the world level. The next step will be to have your sword techniques also become one with the world. Do not slacken off. Yes, mother. Ning nodded. For footwork to be at the one with the world level meant for the man to become one with the world. But for the sword to be at the one with the world level meant for the man, the sword, and the world to all become one. Naturally, it was considerably more difficult. Mother. Ning asked. When will father come back? Your father went to kill that dire monster. After killing Serpent Wing, he will come home, of course. Snow said. Book 2 Chapter 5, The Father of Spring Grass. Chapter 5, The Father of Spring Grass. The time passed, day after day. The days slowly grew colder, but his father still had not returned. The Ji clan of West Prefecture had long since sent a squad of black armored riders to surround Serpent Wing Lake. Within the training yard, one sword attack after another howled and flashed through the air. Ning stood there by himself, training in the Raindrop Sutra. At this point, neither black armored riders nor powerful monstrous beasts were of any use to Ning in terms of improving his swordplay. But his father, each one, had yet to return. Thus, Ning could only train by himself. Young master. Autumn Leaf called out softly. HRM? Ning looked at Autumn Leaf, who had a nervous, uncertain look on her face. Frowning, Ning sheathed his dark north swords. Autumn Leaf, what is it? Young master, Autumn Leaf said in a low voice. Spring Grass's father requests to see you, young master. Who? Ning was stunned. Spring Grass's father. Autumn Leaf's voice grew slightly louder. Her biological father. Ning was shocked. Spring Grass has a father? His two personal maids had been slaves their entire lives. When they were very young, they were sold to the Ji clan's West Prefecture. Where is Spring Grass? Ning asked. Spring Grass didn't dare to come see you, young master. Autumn Leaf said in a low voice. I could tell that actually, Spring Grass would rather like to see her father, but her status makes her afraid to say it. Ning suddenly remembered something. Right. Strictly speaking, Spring Grass and Autumn Leaf were his maidservants, and their lives were under his control. From the day they were sold as slaves, they no longer had any contact with their parents. However, people were not like trees or grass, they had feelings. Go and bring Spring Grass father here. Ning chuckled. Since he wants to meet me, then let him meet me. Yes. Autumn Leaf's face was covered with joy and she immediately ran out. Ning called towards the outside of the yard, Spring Grass, come in. Outside the courtyard, a fur-clad female servant was standing there uncertainly. Hearing the young master's shout, she had to walk inside. But her face was filled with nervousness and uncertainty. Right now, Spring Grass felt many complicated emotions. She was excited, happy, nervous, embarrassed, guilty, and restless. Young master. Spring Grass looked at Ning. Your father is here. If you want to meet him, you can. Ning laughed. But I was bought by the Ji clan. Spring Grass bit her lips. HRM? Ning frowned slightly. Do my words no longer carry weight around here? Understood, young master. Spring Grass glanced at Ning, her heart filled with gratitude. Actually, she had long ago sensed that this most brilliant talent of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture, the youngster who would one day become Prefecture Lord, didn't treat her and Autumn Leaf like most masters treated their servants. He's here. Ning looked outside, and immediately saw two figures walking into the courtyard. The one in front was Autumn Leaf, while the one behind was a tall, middle-aged man wearing black beast fur. This middle-aged man had some scars on his face, and his head was lowered, seeming rather nervous. Young master, he's here. Autumn Leaf said respectfully. The scarred man hurriedly knelt down, pressing his head against the ground and also his two hands down on the ground in prostration. Extremely respectful, he said. Blacktooth pays his respects to the mighty young master. Seeing this, Springgrass' eyes couldn't help but turn red. Ning glanced at Springgrass, then said, "Please rise." "Yes." Only now did the scarred man rise, and as he did, he saw Springgrass standing by Ning's side. Father and daughter's gazes met, and instantly, tears began to flow down both their faces. The scarred man quickly recovered, hurriedly wiping his tears away. "Why have you come here to my place?" Ning asked. The scarred man took a deep breath. "Blacktooth has come to your place, young master, because I wish to request that young master redeem my child, Manhwa, back to me." "Redeem?" Ning was surprised. "Redeem?" In the years since he had arrived in this world, he didn't have many people whom he had close relationships with, but Springgrass and Autumn Leaf, in Ning's heart, were like big sisters to him. "Father!" Springgrass couldn't help but shout out. It was generally possible to redeem an ordinary slave by paying a certain price, but what sort of status did young Master Ji have? How could her father possibly redeem her? If the young master was angered, her father might immediately lose his life. At the same time, she fell to her knees with a thudding sound. "Young master, my father doesn't understand anything. I beg you, young master, to pardon my father for his disrespect. Let him speak." Ning looked at the scarred man. "If you have anything to say, say it. If you can convince me, I'll agree. If you can't, humph." The scarred man's heart shook. He understood exactly how much power and authority this young man in front of him had. If this young man wanted his life, it would be simplicity itself to take it. But since he had chosen to come, he had made mental preparations. "Mighty young master," the scarred man said respectfully, "Blacktooth will tell you everything in my heart." Ning only looked at him. "I, Blacktooth, was once the son of a tribal chief," the scarred man said slowly. "Within a mountain forest, the Blacktooth tribe lived a peaceful life. We raised animals inside, and I led the mighty warriors of the tribe to pursue and kill monstrous beasts across the nearby land, and one day, we discovered in a secluded valley a large amount of naturally grown millet rice. The entire tribe was extremely excited and overjoyed with this discovery. With this supply of millet, the lives of our tribe would be much improved, and we would be able to have more tribesmen. However, this news was quickly discovered by another powerful tribe, the Blood Mosquito tribe. One morning at dawn, when the sky was just beginning to brighten and many tribesmen were still asleep, the scarred man's eyes revealed a hint of bitterness and pain. They ambushed our clan, slaughtering many of my tribesmen. Our power was far inferior to the Blood Mosquito tribe to begin with, and we were ambushed. The few of us who were lucky enough to survive had to flee. I fled with Manhwa, encountering countless perils and dangers on the way before finally fleeing to the West Prefecture city. The scarred man's body was trembling slightly. But my dearly beloved daughter and my tribal brothers had all died. I had to seek revenge, even if I died doing so. But Manhwa was innocent and blameless. I hoped she would continue to live, so I sold her to the Ji clan. In the Ji clan, she would at least have a stable life. Springgrass was shaking as well, her tears pouring down. "Father, father." She could never forget those days of flight. Although she was still young, she would never forget the sight of her loved ones all dying, one after the other, and all her friends of the same age dying as well. Never forget her father desperately fighting to survive one terrible danger after another as they battled their way to the West Prefecture city. At that time, her father had only told her, "Manhwa, father needs to go do what must be done. Manhwa, you need to continue to live a good life. Father, don't leave Manhwa, father, father." The young Springgrass had cried bitterly. The still young Blacktooth had ground his teeth and then left. He had embarked on the road to revenge. I hated, the scarred man's body was shaking. I wanted to get revenge. Although I was a 9-Fawn warrior, to the Blood Mosquito tribe, I was nothing at all. After I killed 4 of my enemies, a red-furred dire monster suddenly ambushed the Blood Mosquito tribe. That bastard who had led the squad to destroy my homeland was devoured by that dire monster in one gulp, and the Blood Mosquito tribe was destroyed. The few lucky survivors of the Blood Mosquito tribe all joined other tribes. I had no enemies left. I, who had nothing at all, did not have any way to redeem Manhwa, so I became a traveling merchant. The scarred man said. After one life and death experience after another, I managed to find some of the scattered survivors of my tribe, and my merchant caravan became more and more powerful. I gained wealth, and thus alongside the scattered survivors, I founded a tribe, my own Blacktooth tribe. And I became the new Blacktooth. While becoming a traveling merchant, the scarred man looked at Ning. I had the chance to chat with a servant of the Ji clan, and learned that Manhwa had become the maidservant of you, young Master Ji. After re-establishing the Blacktooth tribe, I had done all that I had to do. I had done right by my father, and by the past generations of Blacktooths. The scarred man looked at Ning. Therefore, I have come. I have come to see my child, Manhwa, whom I have seen in my dreams for these 10 years. Even if I had to die, I would see Manhwa. My Manhwa, my child, I want to be with her. She is the last kin who Blacktooth has. The scarred man's face was covered in tears. Springgrass's face had been covered in tears long ago, and she was bawling loudly. Father! Springgrass ran over, embracing her agonized father. Manhwa! The scarred man held his daughter as well. He had been waiting for this day for so long. Autumn Leaf, standing to one side, couldn't help but cry as well. As for Ning, he sighed as he listened. The tribesmen had to fight against the heavens, the earth, and the monsters. Springgrass' father, Blacktooth, was the epitome of this. Springgrass! Ning spoke out. Do you wish to be together with your father? Springgrass bit her lips, unable to control the tears in her eyes. She fell to her knees. Young master, please forgive Springgrass. I truly do wish to be with my father, I truly do. Mighty young master. The scarred man immediately fell to his knees as well. Ning looked at the two of them, father and daughter. The long time they had spent together had resulted in him loving Springgrass and Autumn Leaf like a younger brother loving a pair of older sisters. He didn't want Springgrass to leave him, but he wanted Springgrass to be mentally anguished even less. Springgrass, from today onwards, your liberty is restored to you. You can go with your father. Ah! Springgrass and Blacktooth were both stunned. Just like that, he had agreed? The two of them, father and daughter, could be together again? Thank you, mighty young master. Blacktooth will forever remember your great benevolence, young master. Blacktooth, on his knees, thanked him again and again. Under Ning's instructions, Springgrass had her liberty restored to her. As she left alongside her father, Springgrass had called out to him, Young master, Springgrass will forever remember your kindness. Springgrass will constantly pray for you to be blessed, young master, within the Blacktooth tribe. If in the future, young master, you ever pass by the Blacktooth tribe, I hope you will be able to come pay a visit to Springgrass. Definitely. Ning agreed. We definitely will go. Autumn Leaf was crying as well. She and Springgrass truly were like sisters. The days continued to grow colder. Ning's mentality was changing as well. Springgrass' departure, her father's experiences, Serpentwing's attack, his father's departure to kill the dire monster, his inability to find an opponent to train his swordplay with within the Ji clan, all of these events caused Ning's mentality to change. He had the feeling that perhaps the West Prefecture city was too small of a place. He wanted to go outside, wanted to see the wider world. He wanted to see how the tribes like the Blacktooth tribe lived, and what their lives were like. He wanted to be like his father and go fight one dire monster after another. He wanted to go adventure in this area of the world. Ning, your father is back. On this snowy day, Snow called out to her son. Only now did Ning see that in the skies above, his father was returning, half-kneeling on the back of that azure firebird. Book 2 Chapter 6, Ji Ning and Serpent Wing. Chapter 6, Ji Ning and Serpent Wing. The hall was very silent, with the thick candles flickering and casting their light everywhere. Ji Ning's head was lowered as he devoured the food in front of him, quickly gulping down all of the meat and wine on the table. Today, they were celebrating his father's return, so he actually had the rare chance to drink some wine. "Father." Ning spoke out. Each one frowned as he looked at his son. Ning could sense that his father wasn't in a very good mood, because this attempt to kill Serpent Wing had resulted in failure. To kill a late-stage water-type Xiantian-level dire monster which was hiding in the depths of a lake was simply too difficult. If the Ji clan of the West Prefecture truly wanted to directly slaughter Serpent Wing, they could if they paid a large price for it, but clearly, the Ji clan of the West Prefecture wasn't willing to pay that price. For the sake of their pride and honor, the Ji clan of the West Prefecture had already wiped out the other creatures in Serpent Wing Lake, then stationed soldiers all around Serpent Wing Lake, as well as numerous Xiantian lifeforms, forcing Serpent Wing to be afraid to leave Serpent Wing Lake. This would be a long battle. Once Serpent Wing became the slightest bit incautious, the Ji clan of the West Prefecture's Xiantian lifeforms would immediately slaughter him. "I want to go out and adventure." Ning spoke. "Adventure?" Each one frowned. Yuchi Snow said hurriedly, "Ning, you were just ambushed by Serpent Wing. You should know how terrifying dire monsters are. Outside the Western Prefecture, there are many dire monsters lying in wait in the high mountains and the deep lakes. To go adventuring outside, you are still too young. Wait a few more years. In the West Prefecture, I no longer have anyone whom I can train myself against." Ning shook his head. Each one snapped coldly, "How old are you? Wait until you are at least 16 before going out and adventuring." "But father," Ning said urgently, "I've been in the Western Prefecture since I was a child. I've always stayed in this small little area of the Western Prefecture. I want to see the countless tribes in the greater world. I want to be like father, to go out and adventure, to experience danger, to go fight with those dire monsters and kill them." "Dire monsters?" "Just based on your little bit of power," each one shook his head. "What's the problem with my strength?" Ning said hurriedly. "Even under Serpent Wing's full strength attacks, I was still able to survive. What's the problem with my strength?" Each one was startled, and seemed to have suddenly thought of something. "Right. I haven't had the chance to ask you. How did you survive Serpent Wing's attack?" The nearby Snow laughed. "Each one, you've been dealing with Serpent Wing this entire time and hadn't had the chance to come back, so we haven't had the chance to tell you. Our son, in that moment of life and death when being attacked by Serpent Wing, has reached the one with the world level of footwork. Relying on his one with the world level of footwork, he was able to escape Serpent Wing's attacks." "One with the world?" Each one stared at Ning in astonishment. At merely 10 years old, he had reached the level of one with the world in footwork? "Receive 3 sword blows from me." With a sudden flip of his hands, each one made 3 hazy sword shadows suddenly appear and surround Ning, attacking as fast as lightning. Ning had been kneeling down at the dinner table. Now, he suddenly dodged aside gracefully, moving past those 3 hazy sword shadows as gracefully as the wind. "What do you think?" Ning said proudly. "You really have reached it." Each one stared at his son in amazement. "One with the world. Your footwork has reached the one with the world level. Then your swordplay isn't too off from reaching the one with the world level as well." Each one looked at his son, his heart swelling with excitement as he quickly pondered. His son, Ning, had such a high level of talent. In the area around Swallow Mountain, he was definitely an extremely rare monster of a talent. Such incredible talent couldn't be treated as a normal person was. Given Ning's rapid rate of improvement, there truly was nothing left in West Prefecture City which would prove useful for him in training. If you want to go out and adventure, that isn't completely out of the question. Ichwan looked at his son. But you need to accomplish a requirement of mine. Ichwan. Snow was a bit frantic, but Ichwan stretched his hand out, stopping her. Father, speak. Ning was full of excitement. Ichwan nodded. The ceremony of the Golden Sword is hosted once every 4 years. It is a ceremony which all youths under the age of 16 will participate in. I want you to seize the Golden Sword during this year's ceremony of the Golden Sword. As long as you are able to seize the Golden Sword, I will permit you to go out adventuring. Golden Sword? Ning's eyes lit up. He had known long ago about the agreement that if he could seize the Golden Sword, he would become the next prefecture lord. And during these recent years of training, his father had also spoken to him about this matter of seizing the Golden Sword to become the prefecture lord. Seizing the Golden Sword is very easy. Ning looked at Ichwan suspiciously. Father, I only need to use perhaps 1/10 of my full strength to seize the Golden Sword. This isn't much of a test for me. Can it be that, Father, you truly care so much about the prefecture lord position? His father's heart was totally set on the immortal path. Ning naturally also had the same desire to step on the immortal path. Prefecture lord position? Ichwan shook his head. You are the son of Ji Ichwan, my greatest pride. I trust that you will be able to go even farther than me. The position of prefecture lord of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture will only be a constraint on you. You will definitely spread your wings and fly higher. Ning was confused. Then, Father, why do you wish me to go seize the Golden Sword? First, to let Ji Li know that he can stop dreaming. Ichwan said. The second reason, you will discover after you seize the Golden Sword. So long as you can seize the Golden Sword, I will permit you to go out and adventure. But if you are unable to seize it, then be a good child and stay in the Western Prefecture city. All right. Ning grinned widely. The nearby Snow, on the other hand, was frantic. Enough, you can go back and get some rest now. Ichwan said. Ning immediately jumped up and returned to his room, overjoyed. In the main hall, Ichwan began to explain the reason for his actions to his wife, Snow. The next morning. Dawn. While Ning was eating with his parents, Snow instructed him, after seizing the Golden Sword, I won't block you from going adventuring either, but you have to bring followers. Followers? Ning said hurriedly. But I'm going out to adventure. What's the point of bringing a big group of followers? You only need to bring 2 people. Snow laughed. The first is Autumn Leaf. She is familiar with your habits and can cater to your needs. The other servant would be Mo. Mo used to be a 9-Fan warrior of the Black Armored Riders, and then he followed your father for a long time. He is extremely loyal. Although he isn't as strong as you, he has abundant experience in adventuring in the wilds. Ning pondered for a while, then nodded. Fine, I'll bring them. I can't bring any others though. Young master, you are going to leave the Western Prefecture to go adventuring? And you are going to bring me along with you? Autumn Leaf was extremely excited. Ever since she was brought into the Ji clan of the West Prefecture, she had not had a chance to leave the city for a long, long time. Don't just stand there, silly. Hurry up and get all the records on the dire monsters in the area around Swallow Mountain from the library. Also get the records on the various tribes, and the maps as well. Move them all here. Ning was feeling very intrepid as he instructed Autumn Leaf, I need to get a good understanding and prepare a rough path of adventuring for myself. Yes, young master. Autumn Leaf all but flew out. Autumn Leaf was Ning's personal maidservant, and thus ever since she was young, she had been taught extremely good key refining techniques, and thus was close to the peak of the Hotian level. For someone of her status, the personal maidservant of Ji Ning, she naturally would also be taught special techniques as well, permitting her, at a critical juncture, to sacrifice her life for the sake of her master. Coming. Autumn Leaf came back, carrying a high stack of books. With a thudding sound, she set them down on the ground. This huge stack of books had to be several 100 pounds. Ning hurriedly began to flip through them. One legendary dire monster after another. Only now did Ning truly realize exactly how many dire monsters lay hidden within the high mountains and the deep lakes. It was because dire monsters were both abundant and very hard to deal with. Thus, the dire monsters and the local hegemons such as the Ji clan actually had an unspoken understanding. Dire monsters usually wouldn't wildly slaughter humans on a wide scale, while the Ji clan and the other hegemons wouldn't go all out to slaughter the dire monsters. Both sides would stay their hands, maintaining their superficial calm. Although some tribes would often be slaughtered and some dire monsters would be killed, it was all within a manageable degree. There was an invisible line which neither the Ji clan and the other local hegemons, nor the dire monsters, wished to cross. Once that line was crossed, then a true storm of blood would occur. Blacktooth Tribe. Ning pointed at the map. This is the newest map of the territory of our Ji clan of the West Prefecture, and the Blacktooth Tribe is a newly erected, small tribe. It should be Springgrass Father's tribe. It is right here, just 1,000 kilometers away from us. Young master, we have to go pay a visit to the Blacktooth Tribe and see Springgrass. Autumn Leaf said hurriedly. Of course we'd have to go. Ning nodded. But we have to make an adventure of it. First we go here, then here, and here. Ning pointed at one dangerous area after another, marked with black colors on the map. Those are all places where dire monsters are hiding. Autumn Leaf cried out in shock. Right. Ning's eyes were shining. I'm going to go kill some dire monsters. Don't worry, the dire monsters I've picked out are all early Xiantian level ones. They are much weaker than Serpent Wing. I'll fight them all, one after the other, until the time comes when I break through and become a Xiantian lifeform myself. After I become a Xiantian lifeform, it will be time to go to Serpent Wing Lake. Autumn Leaf said frantically, Young master, Serpent Wing is a late Xiantian level dire monster. I have confidence. Ning said. The number one Fiendgod body refining method, the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, had boundless strength. Right now, despite only being at the 3rd stage, he could already equal an ordinary early Xiantian level key refiner. Once he broke through to the 4th stage, he would be on par with a late Xiantian level key refiner. Even if he fought Serpent Wing head-on, he would be on par. But in terms of enlightenment, he was far superior to Serpent Wing. Dire monster. Serpent Wing. Ning's eyes flashed with a hint of wildness. He couldn't forget the scene of how Serpent Wing had suddenly attacked him. This time, when I go out on adventure, my final goal is you. I hope you won't die before I reach you. The Ji clan of the West Prefecture made preparations to welcome the arrival of the quadrennial ceremony of the Golden Sword. The promising youths which the countless tribes had been preparing were all filled with eagerness, and they registered for it, one after the other. They wanted to defeat one opponent after another at the ceremony and become dazzling, glorious personages. They wanted to let their names spread throughout the countless tribes. This time, after the ceremony of the Golden Sword, I am going to go back to the tribe. I am definitely going to make it into the top 8, so that I will be able to learn the techniques for training to reach the Xiantian level. That way, in my lifetime, I'll have the chance of becoming a Xiantian lifeform. A youngster with pitch-black skin, carrying a single blade on his back and dressed in ragged beast furs, with 2 leather shoes on his feet that had been almost worn through. The name of Tiger Howl shall definitely spread throughout all of the tribes of this land. I am the strongest. This is my final chance to obtain a training manual for immortal magic. All the youths of the tribes were filled with their own desires, and they went to register for the ceremony of the Golden Sword. This was a holy ceremony. A holy ceremony for countless tribal youths. The entire area under the dominion of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture and all of the young talents living in that area were going to participate in it. They desired to become famous, to obtain a profound key refining technique from this ceremony of the Golden Sword, or some other powerful techniques. These would become the powerful, awe-inspiring abilities they would rely on in the future. What? Ji Ning is participating in the ceremony of the Golden Sword? Ji Li, who had just received this news, stared, and the Scarlet Viper looped in his ear also spoke. He's only 10 years old. He absolutely could wait another 4 years to participate in the ceremony of the Golden Sword. Why is he participating now? Book 2 Chapter 7, 1 against 7? Chapter 7, 1 against 7? Ji Jadewitch sat in his usual spot, nursing a beast skull goblet. Perhaps Ji Ichwan wants to let his son have an early try. After all, even if he fails, 4 years later, Ji Ning can try again. They have 2 chances, but I can't fail even once. Ji Li revealed a hint of a smile on his face. Fortunately, back then, I took in my adoptive son, Grizzly. Immediately, Li said to a nearby servant, "Have Grizzly come and see me." "Yes, master." The barefoot female servant bowed, then quickly left. Soon afterwards, a tall young man wearing golden furs came striding in. This youngster had a very fierce aura. His face was covered with golden fur, and his eyes also had a faint gold look to them, unlike ordinary people. At all times, he carried a pitch-black straight saber on his back. He strode in, and as he did, he seemed like a skinny, golden grizzly bear. Although he was only 13, he was even slightly taller than Li. "Father!" Grizzly called out respectfully. "Grizzly!" Li looked at his adopted son, nodding in satisfaction. The ceremony of the Golden Sword is held once every 4 years. I will arrange for you to be registered in this year's ceremony of the Golden Sword. I only have one request: seize the Golden Sword. Yes. Grizzly's voice was deep and thick. Right. Li nodded with satisfaction. Of the many adoptive sons he had taken in, only a very few had made him satisfied, and amongst them, Grizzly was the one he was the most satisfied with. Li had total confidence in Grizzly's abilities to prevent Ning from seizing the Golden Sword in this year's ceremony. Li spoke again. This time, the one you need to be careful of is the only son of Ji Ichwan, Ji Ning. Although he hasn't experienced any real life and death battles yet, he is still trained in the highest class techniques of our Ji clan. Although the techniques I taught you are also top class, compared to his, they are still slightly inferior. Grizzly nodded. He understood. He was, after all, just an adopted son. But Ji Ning? He was the only son of the Raindrop Sword, Ji Ichwan, and also the heir presumptive of the position of Prefecture Lord. The difference in status between the two was simply too great. Ning could easily obtain the ultimate techniques of the Ji clan, but he, an adopted child, couldn't possibly be permitted to learn the most powerful techniques of a clan. In addition, Ning just reached the level of 1 with the sword this year. Li looked at his adoptive son. Don't be overconfident. I, your son, will definitely be victorious. Grizzly growled. The ceremony of the Golden Sword began. Large numbers of tribal youths were at the bottom, fighting against each other wildly. One youth after another was cast out, with the stronger ones left behind. After a full month of battles, finally, the most powerful 8 youths were selected. Or, to be more precise, 7 youths were selected. There was another person who was automatically registered as one of the final 8, without having to undergo any competitions. Ji Ning. Ji Ning, the only son of the Raindrop Sword, Ji Ichwan. The most talented youngster of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. According to what the Ji clan of the West Prefecture said to the outsiders, Ji Ning was so powerful that he didn't need to enter the competition at all. He could directly be included in the top 8. Anger? Unjust? HRMPH. On the last day, when he encounters the other 7 experts, this Ji Ning will definitely be utterly thrashed. He really will stoop to nothing. He brings shame to the Ji clan. Some of the tribal youths muttered secretly amongst themselves. Only a very, very few of the tribal youths had heard the news that Ji Ning had already reached the level of one with the sword. Wah 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 wah. The battle flag flapped loudly. The desolate, cold wind extinguished the furious flames in the hearts of many, because today would be the final day of the ceremony of the Golden Sword. At the center of the wide training fields, there was an enormous dueling platform, with 8 tribal youths standing below it. One of them was the beast fur-clad Ning. Outside was a large number of black-armored riders who surrounded the dueling platform protectively, preventing any of the tens of thousands of tribal youths and citizens of the West Prefecture city who had come to watch the battles from drawing any closer to the dueling area. They are here. The Xiantian lifeforms have come. The tens of thousands of spectators gathered here all became very excited. The ceremony of the Golden Sword had proceeded for so long now, and usually, there weren't so many spectators. But today was special. Because today was the final day of the ceremony of the Golden Sword, and the final 8 competitors would, in the final contest, determine who was the most powerful and who would seize the Golden Sword. On the last day of the ceremony of the Golden Sword, many legendary Xiantian lifeforms would also come and watch. That person riding the long-necked monstrous beast, that's the Heavenly Firehammer. The one riding that white tiger is the #1 archer of our Ji clan of the West Prefecture. That's the fire god, Ji Li. Look, Raindrop Sword. Over there, the one with a big, snow-white dog next to him is the Raindrop Sword, Ji One. The big snow-white dog next to him is a Xiantian lifeform, the Whitewater Hound. Prefecture Lord. The Prefecture Lord, Ji Young, has appeared as well. Why are there so many Xiantian lifeforms present? There's too many of them. So many Xiantian lifeforms. Utter insanity. Utter pandemonium. The ceremony of the Golden Sword was only held once every 4 years, after all. Generally speaking, only a few Xiantian lifeforms would come watch, but today, many legendary figures had come, such as the mysterious, rarely seen #1 expert of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture, the Raindrop Sword, Ji One. Or the man as wild and as arrogant as a fire god, Ji Li. The 10 overseers had all come, not a single one of them missing. This was because this wasn't just a ceremony of the Golden Sword. More importantly, this was a test and skirmish which would determine who the next prefecture lord would be. As long as Ning was able to seize the Golden Sword, then he would be the next prefecture lord. Since this event involved something as important as who the next prefecture lord would be, almost all of the Xiantian lifeforms in the Ji clan of the West Prefecture naturally came to witness it. Today is the final day of the ceremony of the Golden Sword. A cold voice rang out from a woman with long hair that gleamed with blue light who stood on the dueling platform. Now, let the 8 youths ascend the platform. Shwa! 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 8 shadows leapt onto the dueling platform in succession. Ning glanced at them and found that virtually all the 7 other opponents were staring at him. Clearly, all 7 of them felt disdain for him being allowed to directly be placed amongst the final 8 without having to advance through the many tiers of battle like they had. Do you think I wanted it to be like this? Ning pursed his lips. It had totally been the decision of Prefecture Lord Young for him to be designated as one of the 8. However, these 7 fellows really are tall. Even the shortest of them, a woman, is at least 1.7 meters, slightly taller than me, ugh, and this big, stupid fellow is probably 2.3 meters tall. Although they were youths, all of them were very accomplished in their training, and most were almost 16. Only Ning was just 10 years old. Naturally, he was the shortest of them. The 8 of you will fight each other, one at a time. The loser will leave, and the winner will remain, until 4 remain. And then, you will duel until only 2 remain, then finally, the strongest will be chosen. The long-haired woman said. Ning and the other 7 youths were listening. Suddenly. Halt! A cold voice rang out. The spectating tribal youths and citizens of Ji Clan of the West Prefecture all turned towards the sound of the voice. Even the long-haired woman turned and frowned. She was a Xiantian-level expert of the Ji Clan of the West Prefecture, and she had only come to officiate today because it was the final day. Who was causing such a ruckus at a time like this? She turned her head and saw that the speaker was a callous-looking man dressed in white fur. The long-haired woman trembled. The Raindrop Sword, GH1. Raindrop Sword. The Raindrop Sword looks like a giant iceberg, just standing there. I feel my heart growing cold just looking at him. The tens of thousands of spectators had excited looks in their eyes. All of the Xiantian experts present were like Fiendgods to them, but GH1 was the most dazzling expert in these lands, a legendary figure. Each one sat there and said coldly, the final day of the ceremony of the Golden Sword is for selecting the most powerful of the 8 finalists to be the one to seize the Golden Sword. As I see it, let Ji Ning fight the other 7. 1 against 7? The long-haired woman was stunned. But. What? 1 against 7? The other 7 are all highly talented youngsters. But. A scene of utter shock. Even the prefecture lord, Ji Young, seated next to each one, was amazed. As for the old man with the viper, Ji Li, who sat on the other side of Ji Young, he immediately laughed loudly. Wonderful. 1 against 7. Ji Ning is the most talented youngster in our Ji Clan of the West Prefecture. Even if he loses, this would be a form of training for him. But each one, if your son loses his battle against the 7 of them, then what? If he loses, then he admits defeat, and has nothing to do with the Golden Sword. Each one said calmly. Good. Li nodded. Ji Young looked at each one curiously, then spoke out. Let it be as each one has said. Yes, Prefecture Lord. The long-haired woman, seeing the situation, nodded. The 2 most powerful factions in the Ji Clan of the West Prefecture had both agreed. Naturally, she had nothing to say about it. All she could do was inwardly sigh that the Raindrop Sword, GH1, was perhaps too arrogant. The 8 of you. The long-haired woman looked at the 8 youths. Come here and select your weapons. After choosing your weapons, wait for my order. Once I give the order, it will be Ji Ning fighting against the 7th of you. If Ji Ning loses, or if the 7 of you lose, then this combat will come to an end. Hua! With a wave of her hand, the long-haired woman made a large number of weapons appear out of nowhere onto the dueling platform. There were all types of weapons. Only, none of them were sharpened. Choose. The long-haired woman said. Ning and the other 7 youths all strode forward, quickly choosing their weapons. Ning chose a sturdy black longsword that weighed roughly 50 pounds. The tens of thousands of spectators below were all engaged in conversation. Many of them were only now seeing the Raindrop Sword, GH1, for the first time. They felt as though each one was like a piece of ancient, glacial ice, so cold that their hearts trembled. GH1 is perhaps too arrogant and exacting, and he even treats his son the same way. 1 against 7? Even if Ji Ning's true power is beyond that of the other 7, how can he possibly beat all 7 of them at once? He's truly insane. I hear that Ji Ning is only 10 years old, but his father has already ordered him to come here and attend the ceremony of the Golden Sword, and even wants him to fight 1-on-7. Poor fellow. Many of the spectators now began to feel sympathy for Ning. After all, Ning was the smallest and shortest of the 8 youths on the dueling platform, and the youngest one as well. In addition, Ning was so handsome. This slender, handsome youngster had a father who was so legendarily cold and severe. One could imagine how strictly this youngster's father usually governed him. Are you done choosing? The long-haired woman looked at the 8 youths. 7 of the youths were standing on one side of the dueling platform. They had their weapons ready, be it a sickle, a spear, a straight saber, or a sword. All of them stared at Ning. On the opposite side of the platform stood Ning, all by himself. Ning wielded a sword in his hands, staring calmly at them. "Since you've made your choices," the long-haired woman waved her hand, reclaiming the heap of blunt weapons that were on the side while saying, "Then you can begin." Just as her words came out, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 7 figures on the other side of the platform moved over at high speed, simultaneously charging at Ning, who stood on the other side. Book 2 Chapter 8, Ji Ning's Sword. Chapter 8, Ji Ning's Sword. 7 figures attacked from 7 different directions, pouncing towards Ji Ning en masse. Although they had not previously been prepared for a 7-against-1 battle, all of them were the most talented youths in the vast area under the control of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. Even if they were somewhat unhappy towards this young master of the Ji clan, they didn't dare to be the slightest bit contemptuous. As though by prior agreement, they all chosen to attack at full force. Ning stood there, not moving at all, waiting for the 7 blurs to reach him. And when they did, he moved. Who? As those weapons all flashed towards him, Ning moved like a gust of wind, demonstrating extreme accuracy and precision in terms of control, positioning, speed, and power, easily dodging and moving through the combined attacks of the 7 talented youths. What? He dodged? How is that possible? The 7 youths all halted, their eyes filled with disbelief. Just then, Ning actually hadn't even used his weapons. Just relying on footwork alone, he was able to easily dodge past their combined attacks. This sort of terrifying footwork demonstrated that so long as Ning was focused, the 7 of them combined wouldn't be able to even touch Ning's clothes. So fast. Just like a gust of wind. He lives up to being the son of the raindrop sword. Too formidable. So fast that I couldn't even clearly see him, all I saw was a blur. The tens of thousands of spectators all grew excited. In this area, all the people began to train in childhood, so they all were experienced, and yet even most of them were only able to see a blur. One could imagine how fast Ning had moved. Ning halted, standing on the other side of the dueling platform. 7 opponents were unable to force me to use my sword. Their footwork is inferior to mine. Ning swept the 7 opponents with his gaze. Just now, during that brief moment of time, he had already assessed the footwork level these 7 opponents were at. 2 of them are at the advanced level. One is that scimitar-wielding youth, while the other is the golden-furred beast. It seems the earlier reports were in error. Although his father was arrogant, Ning himself had sent people to collect details regarding these 7 opponents. He only knew that the scimitar-wielding youth had reached the advanced level of footwork. He didn't imagine that this golden-furred beast had also reached such a high level. But their footwork is still a bit weaker than mine. Ning revealed a small smile. He had, after all, already reached the one with the world level of footwork. Even though on this dueling platform, he would only utilize advanced level footwork, his footwork was clearly more perfected. In addition, he trained in an extremely advanced, shadewind steps type of footwork, allowing him to naturally seize an advantage. Tie him down. Don't give him the chance to utilize his footwork. All together. The 7 youths once more charged forth. But Ning slowly walked towards them. In an instant, the 7 youths and Ning once again collided. Swords and sabers flashed in the air, but Ning still moved as though he was taking a casual stroll. The long sword in his hands became like a whip, with all of his force being transmitted to the tip of the sword as he then viciously struck out. In order to reduce the amount of casualties as much as possible during the ceremony of the golden sword, all of the weapons were blunt, and thus were more suited to chopping, sweeping, and whipping type attacks. Fast. Ning's sword was so fast as to make one's heart shudder. Ning gracefully walked out from the combined attacks of the 7, while at the same time, making 7 lightning-fast whip-like attacks. Bang! 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 5 figures were sent flying backwards by the whip strikes, flying over 30 meters before falling down onto the ground. All of them struggled to their feet, covered with dust. A few couldn't help but hold their chests, coughing out a hint of blood. Some had cuts on their faces, and their faces were filled with disbelief. This was because just then, they clearly had seen Ning attack with his sword, and they had tried to block it, but none of them had been able to touch Ning's sword. They hadn't even been able to touch it. Ning had sent them flying. One with the sword. The 5 talented youths instantly knew what sort of level this young Master Ji had reached in swordplay, and understood how great the gap was between them. Only 3 youths were left on the dueling platform. Black sword in hand, Ning looked at the nearby scimitar-wielding youth and the golden-furred beast. He nodded to himself. I struck once against each of them, but these 2 were able to touch my sword. That scimitar-wielding youth is very fast with his blade strikes, but he hasn't reached the advanced level yet. That golden-furred beast has actually reached the advanced level of one with the saber. Young Master Ji, remember, my name is Grizzly. Ji Grizzly. The golden-furred bestial man stared at Ji Ning. The one who is going to defeat you is me, Grizzly. The scimitar-wielding youth's face changed slightly. So I am not the strongest one after all in these many tribes. There are actually 2 who are stronger than me. Even this Grizzly has already reached the one with the saber level. He had been training painstakingly for many years in the martial pavilion. He knew that he was born into a low status and wouldn't be able to obtain the ultimate saber techniques, and thus he gave up focusing on any complicated saber techniques, and instead focused on making his saber fast. His saber had to be fast enough. The faster the better. He pursued the fastest possible attacks, combining them with his advanced footwork. If he used his saber, he definitely would be able to defeat the other youths. But now he discovered to his amazement that it wasn't just this son of the raindrop sword, Ji Ichuan, who was stronger than him. The virtually unknown golden-furred fellow next to him was stronger than him as well. Ji Ning. The scimitar-wielding youth suddenly growled. I know you are stronger than me, but I want you to take 3 saber blows from me. Just take these 3 saber blows of mine alone. As for you, Grizzly, don't interfere. Grizzly stood there disdainfully, a cold smile on his face. This scimitar-wielding youth was far weaker than him, and what's more, Ning's footwork was simply too formidable, and there was no way to successfully do a combined attack on him anyhow. So he might as well let this scimitar-wielding youth seek his own humiliation. Ning, as though thinking about something, glanced at the scimitar-wielding youth. He had the feeling that this scimitar-wielding youth's words had some special belief hidden within. All right. Ning nodded. Hua! The scimitar-wielding youth charged forward like a blur, howling. His eyes were as vicious as that of a wolf's, and as he drew near Ning, his scimitar came out. The scimitar gleamed brilliantly, and the very first saber blow was directed towards Ning's neck. Logically speaking, since the scimitar was blunt, this sort of slashing technique wasn't very suitable. But clearly, this scimitar-wielding youth wanted to demonstrate his strongest, ultimate attacks. Retreat! Ning moved like the wind, taking a step back, allowing the scimitar to howl past his body. Shie! Suddenly, with the flip of his hand, the scimitar-wielding youth launched another attack, and this saber blow was even faster, slashing towards Ning's neck from the opposite direction. With leap, Ning still managed to dodge, but he felt it was a bit difficult. If he continued to use advanced level footwork and the opponent's scimitar moved any faster, Ning would have to use his sword. Swish! The flashing blade suddenly left his hand, moving even faster, arriving close to Ning's eyes in an instant. The third saber blow, the flying saber. The flying saber was spinning in the air, and borrowed the speed from those 2 earlier attacks, allowing this final flying saber attack to reach an even more incredible speed. Not hesitating at all, Ning attacked with his sword. Clang! The scimitar and the sword intersected, and the scimitar immediately was sent flying away, landing back into the hands of the scimitar-wielding youth. The scimitar-wielding youth nodded. I lose. And then with a leap, he jumped down from the dueling platform. The scimitar-wielding youth knew that this Ji Ning and himself simply weren't on the same level at all. Even aside from the fact that Ji Ning trained in the ultimate sword techniques of the Ji clan, the simple fact that he had reached the one with the sword level made it impossible for the youth to do anything to Ji Ning. He was already very satisfied with being given the chance to show off his most powerful attacks on this dueling platform. Recruit that scimitar-wielding youth into the Ji clan. The distant, spectating Ji Young said to one of his personal servants standing behind him. He has the potential to reach the Xian Tian level. Yes, master. The dueling platform only had Ning and Grizzly left. Grizzly's eyes flashed with golden light, staring from afar at Ning, while at the same time, his entire body began to glow with a faint gold light as well, and a powerful aura began to emit from him. This caused the distant Ning's eyes to narrow. This Grizzly is also a fiend god body refiner? It seems he's reached quite a high level as well. Ji Ning. Grizzly growled. I admit that your footwork is superior to mine. But today, we must determine who the strongest person is, and you won't be able to acquire the golden sword just by fleeing. You must fight me head-on, but unfortunately, if you fight me head-out, you aren't a match for me at all. You will definitely lose. Black sword in hand, Ning looked calmly at his opponent. From Grizzly's ferocious aura, Ning could predict that this Grizzly had definitely gone through life and death battles. With his sabercraft having reached the one with the saber level, and that layer of golden life demonstrating that he had trained in a powerful type of fiend god body refining technique, if Ning's guess was correct, this Grizzly should have trained in the eternal mysteries of the Yellow Earth. After all, he had reviewed all of the 19 books on fiend god body refining which the Ji clan's 5 prefectures had. This person called Grizzly has encountered many life and death battles, and is a fiend god body refiner who has reached the one with the saber level. But he doesn't have any reputation at all. Ning secretly mused. He definitely wasn't born in the tribes. He should belong to the Ji clan. 9 out of 10 says that he is someone whom the viperous Ji Li cultivated and intentionally kept hidden. Afraid? Grizzly, saber in hand, stared like a hungry tiger at Ning. He didn't make any movement to go attack Ning of his own volition. Ning, wielding his black sword, began to walk forward in a very calm, natural way, as though taking a stroll in his own home. If he had encountered Grizzly before suffering from Serpentwing's attack, Ning would perhaps be a bit more trouble, but in the months which had passed since suffering from Serpentwing's attack, the swordplay of Ning, who had reached the one with the world level in footwork, had increased dramatically as well. To reach the one with the world level in footwork, one needed to spend time training. The same was true for reaching the one with the world level in swordplay. Although Ning had yet to reach the one with the world level in swordplay, Ning's swordplay was no longer what it had been mere months ago. He didn't even need to utilize the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens in order to easily defeat this Grizzly. Ning's sword suddenly moved. Who? The sword was as graceful as the rain, descending in an instant. Beautiful to behold. When a killing sword technique could transform into a beautiful sight, it showed that the wielder had already reached an extremely deep level of skill. Break apart! Grizzly roared as he wielded his saber, which flashed with the thickness of blood as one enormous saber flash after another flew towards Ning. In the blink of an eye, it was though hell had descended. Those enormous flashes of saber light were the punishing blades of hell, causing one to feel hopeless and as though they deserved to stand there and die beneath those saber flashes. Blood hell saber? Ning's sword swept out like a gentle sprinkling of rain. His flashing sword flowed together into one stream like rainwater which drizzled down, ensnaring Grizzly. No matter how wild and explosive Grizzly's blood hell saber techniques were, that drizzling flow of water continued to ensnare it, making it lose its wild, explosive aura. Grizzly felt as though he had suddenly become trapped in a prison of water. There was water everywhere, wildly ensnaring him. He clearly possessed boundless strength, but he wasn't able to utilize it against the water. Break! Grizzly's saber play was incomparably wild. Even though he was constantly being ensnared, he still didn't hesitate one bit, only growing even more ferocious. Your saber play is indeed strong, Ning said gently. An opponent of this level wasn't a threat to him at all. Only, the fact that this Grizzly's saber play was developed in life and death battles was a source of interest to Ning, which was why Ning was willing to exchange 10 blows with him to accumulate some experience. Ning knew very well that compared to some of the elder experts of the clan, what he lacked the most was sufficient experience. Hua! The black long sword in Ning's hand suddenly thrust forward in a straight attack, and instantly, it seemed as though the entire world grew silent. The hazily glowing sword seemed to have transformed into a single drop of rain. This raindrop pierced past the saber, and as it did, the saber shattered. The raindrop then smashed against Grizzly's chest, like a raindrop falling against a stone. Pa! The faint sound of bone splintering could be heard as Grizzly was sent flying several dozen meters, smashing viciously against the floor beneath the dueling platform, causing a small crater in the earth. Raindrop sword, raindrop pierces rocks. Ugh! Grizzly clutched his chest, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. He lowered his head to look at his chest. The fur of the Shintian-level beast which he wore had split open, and his chest had caved in, his bones broken. And this was with Ning using a very ordinary, blunt black long sword. The tens of thousands of spectators watching the training area all fell silent, and then, there was an earth-shaking commotion. They were all in awe. This truly was the son of the raindrop sword, Ji Ning. No wonder the raindrop sword had dared to be so wildly arrogant as to have his son fight 7 others. The seemingly handsome, inexperienced young Master Ji was simply too terrifying to easily be able to dominate these 7 opponents. Ha! The prefecture lord, Ji Ning, let out a loud, carefree laugh, incomparably happy. He won. His lineage had won. Ji Ning had seized the golden sword, and would become the next prefecture lord. Raindrop pierces rocks. The advanced level in swordplay. Sitting next to him, Ji Li suddenly clenched his right hand, and the stone armrest his hand was resting on was shattered and cracked. Second brother. Prefecture Lord Young turned to look at his second brother. Li looked at the prefecture lord, his senior brother. His face changing, he said in a low voice, advanced swordplay, he's only 10, but his swordplay is already advanced, and he has reached the level of expertise in the Raindrop Sutra, one of the 5 major sword techniques of the Ji clan. He is even more of a monster than his father. Senior brother, first your lineage produced Ji Ning, and now, your lineage produced a Ji Ning. Heaven has shown it does not favor me. I have lost, and I have nothing more to say. Book 2 Chapter 9, The Traceless Talisman. Chapter 9, The Traceless Talisman. Prefecture Lord Ji Ning spoke out, second brother, listen to me. Big brother. Ji Li closed his eyes, and then opened them and growled fiercely, no need to say anything else. From today onwards, Ji Ning is the heir to the prefecture lord position of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. I, Ji Li, will definitely be prepared to come when he calls, and will be faithful and loyal as I go out and do battle on behalf of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. I will not be the slightest bit rebellious. I thoroughly admire and submit to Ji Ning. But you, I simply do not admire and submit to you at all. Li hurriedly turned and left. Father. Ji Jadewitch, seated next to him, called out, hurriedly following after him. Young watched quietly as Li left, but he had a hint of a smile on his face. He knew very well that his second brother, Ji Li, had a fierce temper. Li was an extremely combative man. He would submit to those who were powerful, but he would never do so to one who was weak. Ever since they were young, in terms of power, he, Young, had been inferior to his second brother. Naturally, Li had never submitted to him. But Li had once said, if Ji Ichuan were to become prefecture lord, he wouldn't voice a single word of complaint. Now that Ning had showed that he was even more of a monster than his father Ichuan, and had in such an awe-inspiring manner defeated 7 opponents to seize the golden sword, Li naturally admired and submitted to him in the same manner. If he submitted, he submitted. If he didn't submit, he didn't submit. He, Ji Li, had never admired or submitted to his big brother, Ji Young. Sunset. The Snowfall Palace of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture had put on a feast. The settling of the identity of the next prefecture lord was an event of enormous importance to the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. After Young stepped down, Ning would assume his position and also become one of the overseers. As for Young, being both a Xiantian lifeform and the previous prefecture lord, he would also become an overseer. The Ji clan of the West Prefecture had in total 10 major overseers. Any affairs which had a major impact on the destiny of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture were all decided together by the 10 overseers. Once Ning assumed his position, the weakest of the current 10 overseers would have to step down. The structure of power would completely change. One could foresee how much power would be gained by the current, principal lineage. Wusa, Wusaya. In the center of the palace, more than 30 barefoot and half-naked fur-clad young women were dancing. In the area behind the 2 rows on each side of the palace, there were musicians playing instruments such as drums, pipes, ocarinas, and other such instruments. The sound of the musical instruments were occasionally somber while occasionally lively, reverberating throughout the palace. Within this palace, the most powerful people within the Ji clan of the West Prefecture were currently clustered together, toasting each other and laughing loudly. Ning, as the heir apparent to the prefecture lord position, had his own seat as well. In front of him, there was a table that was filled with all sorts of delicious food. Wawa Wawa, a fur-clad young lady, was standing to the side, holding a large urn of wine. Seeing that Ning's beast skull cup was empty, she hurriedly filled it. The urn of wine weighed dozens of pounds, but the young fur-clad lady didn't spill a single drop of wine as she poured. It truly has its own unique charm. Watching, Ji Ning shook his head dizzily. There was more than one person seated next to Ning. Ji Ichuan was naturally seated on his knees in the middle of the table, with Yuchi Snow by his side, while a large, snow-white dog was on his other side. It was the god beast, Whitewater Hound. The people qualified to have their own individual seats here in the Snowfall Palace were all people of extremely high status in the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. Even Ning's mother, Snow, had to be brought in her capacity as the wife of Ichuan, as she herself wouldn't have otherwise been qualified to have her own seat. All of the Xiantian lifeforms had brought either their family or the spirit beasts they had tamed. Soon, it was nightfall, and the musicians and dancers all depart, and even the female servants and attendants were dismissed as well. It was the time to talk about some major affairs. If they were talking about extremely important, secret matters, even spirit beasts and family members would have to leave. Everyone. Prefecture Lord Young laughed. Today, the ceremony of the Golden Sword was concluded. Ning, at the age of 10, defeated 7 combatants by himself and seized the Golden Sword. Naturally, he has become the next heir to the position of Prefecture Lord. However, Ning is still young. It's best to have him wait a while longer and gain more experience before taking the Prefecture Lord position. As I see it, let's wait until he is 20. What do you think, everyone? Agreed. Agreed. Ning's talent is no lower than Ichuan's. He is very suitable for being selected as the next Prefecture Lord. Another overseer nodded. Not even a single objection was raised, including from those on Ji Li's side. Ichuan, seated off to the side, revealed a rare smile. Prefecture Lord. Ichuan, what is it? Young looked towards him. I wish to ask for an item for my son. Ichuan said. Young was puzzled. What item? The traceless talisman. Ichuan said solemnly. As soon as his words came out, the entire hall fell silent. Many of the Xintian-level people stared at each other in surprise. The traceless talisman? Young frowned as he looked at Ning, then asked, Ning, you want the traceless talisman? Sitting there holding his wine-filled beast skull goblet, Ning was startled. Glancing at his father, he nodded. Right. Ichuan said, Ning is the next prefecture lord. He should be able to request this traceless talisman, right? Right. Young nodded, and then took a deep breath. With a flip of his hand, a strange jade talisman, glittering with jade light, appeared in his palm. This jade talisman was covered with complicated diagrams and illegible words, and it emanated strange, faint waves of energy which caused the area around it to seemingly distort. With a toss, Young tossed the item directly to Ichuan. Ichuan, this traceless talisman is one of the guardian treasures of our Ji clan of the West Prefecture. It must not be used carelessly. Ichuan nodded. I understand. Late night. On the road back from Snowfall Palace, Ning and his parents, as well as the Whitewater Hound, were walking together. Father. Mother. Ning said, puzzled. What is the traceless talisman? What do you want it for, father? Snow laughed as she looked at her son. This is the reason why your father said he would only permit you to leave if you participated in the ceremony of the Golden Sword and seized the Golden Sword. Because only after seizing the Golden Sword and settling the question of your position as heir to the Prefecture Lord position would you be able to acquire one of the guardian treasures, the traceless talisman. Ichuan said with a cold face, the traceless talisman is an extremely valuable talisman. 300 years ago, one of the ancestors of our Ji clan of the West Prefecture, thanks to good luck, managed to acquire it. Back then, he acquired 3 of them, but he used up 2 of them, and now only this last one is remaining, and it has become the guardian treasure of our prefecture. What use does it have? Ning asked. Ichuan laughed. As long as you utilize the traceless talisman, you can instantly travel to any place within 10,000 kilometers. What? Ning was shocked. Instantly travel to any location within 10,000 kilometers? A talisman like this is something you can't even purchase if you wanted to, and our ancestor was only able to acquire it through luck. Ichuan sighed. To our Ji clan, obtaining a treasure of this level is our absolute good fortune. You are the next prefecture lord, and thus I used that to acquire this traceless talisman without anyone being able to object. After speaking, with a flip of his hand, Ichuan withdrew a jade shortsword that was gleaming with a bloody light, handing it to Ning. This jade sword was only completed after being immersed in my blood for a long time. No matter how distant you are, I will be able to sense the location of this jade sword. This time, when you go out adventuring, keep it within you at all times. Remember, as soon as you meet any danger, immediately break this jade sword. When you break the jade sword, I will immediately know, and I will immediately use the traceless talisman to instantly teleport to you and save your life. Ah! Ning instantly understood the reason why his father needed this traceless talisman. Ichuan barked at him, on this adventuring trip, you are not permitted to go too far from the West Prefecture city. This traceless talisman has a maximum range of only 10,000 kilometers. Through sensing the location of the jade sword, I'll know how far away you are. If I sense that you have moved more than 10,000 kilometers away from the West Prefecture city, I will immediately head towards you, capture you, bring you back, and imprison you in the underground prison for 3 years. Ning rubbed his eyes. Imprisoned for 3 years in the underground prison? The forever dark underground prison, where the sunlight never shone, was the place where felons and those who were to be executed were held by the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. Your son will definitely remember. Ning hurriedly said. 10,000 kilometers? More than enough. After all, the area which the Ji clan of the West Prefecture controlled was only a few thousand kilometers. If he kept heading west, he would enter the territory of one of the other local hegemons. Ning, son? Snow asked with concern. When do you plan to head out and go adventuring? I'll make some quick preparations first. Ning nodded. 3 days from now. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Dawn. The sky was barely lit. Within Ning's room. Ning, son, take these with you. With a wave of Snow's hand, atop Ning's bed, 2 large sets of beast fur clothing as well as some other miscellaneous items appeared out of nowhere. Mother. Ning couldn't help but say. I've already prepared everything. Clothing, food, tools. Each one snapped coldly, if we tell you to take it, then take it. Your mother personally stitched every single one of these items with her own hands. Ning's heart shook. He couldn't help but glance at his mother. Yuchi Snow's gaze remained on her son, and Ning could clearly sense the boundless, infinite love within his mother's gaze. Ever since he was young, his mother had taken care of him in every way possible. It was like he was everything to her. For him to go adventuring, his mother most likely was truly frightened for him. As the saying goes, when the son travels far, his mother worries at home. What's more, this time he was going out to adventure. Father. Ning had a serious thought. He hurriedly asked, this time, when I go out, will Ji leave secretly? He will not. Ichwan said coldly. The reason why our Ji clan has been able to remain in existence in this part of the world for so long is because of our internal unity. We absolute forbid infighting. Anyone who violates this would suffer the pursuit and slaughter of all 5 prefectures of the Ji clan. In addition, I understand Li's personality very well. He just doesn't want to submit to Prefecture Lord Young, but in his heart, he still holds the matters of the Ji clan in the highest regard. In addition, his arrogance is bred into his bones. He disdains doing such things. Ning nodded as though he had understood something. Don't worry about Ji Li. Ichwan barked. What you need to worry more about are those dire monsters. Dire monsters all possess different innate powers and also have different tactics. Even the Xiantian level experts of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture will often die, much less you, who have not even reached the Xiantian level. Don't say such things. Snow said hurriedly. Our son is about to go out adventuring. Say something more pleasant. Ning, son, mother has one more thing to give you. As she spoke, a golden book appeared in her hands. The pages seemed made from gold leaf, and on top of the book there were 4 ancient-looking words, Wind Wing Evasion Technique. This is a set of footwork techniques, and this is also the most precious immortal training manual which mother has. Wait until you become a Xiantian lifeform before reading it. Snow instructed. Also, you are not permitted to teach it to any other member of the Ji clan. Yes. Nin nodded. The Shadewind steps, which his mother had taught him, was something which only his mother knew. This was because even the Ji clan didn't possess that footwork technique, so his mother had instructed him that he was forbidden from teaching the Shadewind steps to the other members of the Ji clan. This Windwing evasion technique was also possessed by his mother alone, and thus she was forbidding him from teaching it to other members of the Ji clan. All right. You can head out now. Ichwan spoke. If you are going to leave, then leave. Be straightforward about it. Father. Mother. I'm leaving now. Ning looked at his parents. And then, with a turn of his head, he left. Outside, Mo and his female maidservant, Autumn Leaf, were waiting for him. Book 2, Chapter 10, Eastmount Marsh. Chapter 10, Eastmount Marsh. In the mountain forest outside the West Prefecture city. Ji Ning, Mo, and his maidservant Autumn Leaf were each seated on a black Pharaoh beast. This beast was shaped like a leopard, and its body was covered with faint leopard-type patterns. It had a single horn on its head. This was an extremely ferocious type of beast. It could clamber up mountains like flatland, and was extremely fast. It was an excellent mount, but of course, it was a bit inferior to a tamed monstrous beast. Given Ning's status, he was being quite low-key in riding this sort of mount. West Prefecture City. Ning turned and looked back, staring at the distant, enormous city. He had lived there ever since he was young. "Let's go!" Ning shouted. With a kick to the waist of the mounted beast immediately leapt forward at a gallop, while Autumn Leaf and Mole hurriedly rode their own black Pharaoh beasts behind. Winter left. Spring came. On a grassy area within a mountain village, there were dozens of fur-clad men moving forward happily, half of them carrying burdens on shoulder poles. Uncle Dala. A clearly inexperienced, spear-wielding youngster called out excitedly, "Before this, you never let us visit Eastmount Marsh, and you said that Eastmount Marsh was extremely dangerous. But this time, we encountered no danger at all, and we managed to catch so many fish. It will be enough for our tribe to eat for a long time." A heroic, bear-like figure next to him laughed, "Aye, you brought us good luck. This time to Eastmount Marsh, not a single tribesman died. This is very rare. However, don't underestimate Eastmount Marsh. Eastmount Marsh is one of the places in this area with the most dire monsters within an area of 10,000 square kilometers. But of course, the fish in Eastmount Marsh are boundless in number as well. Aye, this is the first time you've gone fishing with us. After a few more trips, you'll know how dangerous it is. When we go back, you need to exercise more and refine your ki. Only when you are strong will you be able to live a longer life." A one-armed man next to them laughed. He isn't a child anymore. This time, when we go back, we need to find a woman for Ai. Let's get some good furs and go to one of the neighboring tribes to exchange them for a fertile woman with big buttocks. Get a few more women, so they can birth a few more childrens. The older men were all teasing this youth. Just at this time, from the brambles and bushes nearby, a monstrous beast with black fur was lying in wait. Its fur was extremely smooth, and the contours of its body were sleek and soft. It seemed like a panther of some sort. A faint hint of green could be seen in its eyes, and its body was nearly 7 meters long. Its furry mane was extremely tough, and it was shaped like a ring of circular spikes. It was waiting for an opportunity. Don't worry about that. I'll find one for myself. Ai was a bit embarrassed, and his face was turning red. He hastily called out. "Ha, he's shy." The older men laughed. Suddenly, roar! A black blur suddenly pouncing directly towards the closest tribesman, a man who was holding a carrying pole. "Monster!" The other tribesmen hurriedly roared in anger, and the spears in their hands thrust out. They had painstakingly trained since their youth, and had been refining their internal energy for dozens of years, and now possessed great strength. Bang! The enormous black blur's claws easily swept aside the spears, knocking them to one side. Quick! Kill! The surrounding tribesmen all roared with anger, thrusting out with their spears as well. As a small tribe, they didn't possess any profound immortal techniques, making spear and polearm type weapons extremely popular amongst them. So long as they trained a few simple movements every day, after a few dozen years, their power would still be extraordinary. Hua! Stepping on the polearms, the enormous black blur easily leapt up and pounced towards the center of the group of tribesmen. These tribesmen often went to Eastmount Marsh to fish, and thus they selected a fairly safe return path, one which rarely encountered monstrous beasts. But caution was bred into their bones, and so the tribesmen with the carrying poles were all in the center, while the powerful tribal warriors with weapons at the ready were on the outer perimeter. A monster! The one-armed man called out hurriedly. Careful! As he spoke, he brandished his single blade, pouncing towards the massive black blur. Monster, die! The most powerful of the tribal warriors, the bear-like Uncle Dala, also brandished his long great axe as he threw himself towards the black blur. Kill! The nearby tribesmen were all going crazy. All of them knew how powerful Bayan tigers were. Just then, 6 powerful warriors had surrounded and attacked this Bayan tiger, but it had easily stepped on their weapons and jumped into their center, causing them all to understand that this was most likely an extremely terrifying monstrous beast that had already reached the peak of the Hotian level. Today, it was possible that several of them would die. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr where it moved quickly. This time it stayed where it was, attacking wildly. Clang! The one-armed man was sent flying backwards by the collision, while Uncle Dala continued to chop downwards with his great axe while roaring wildly. The Bayan tiger had also noticed that this great axe-wielding human was the most dangerous of the group, and so he didn't pay any attention to the other tribal warriors, using his sharp claws to smash directly against the great axe, causing its trajectory to be altered. However, the great axe still landed on the flank of the Bayan tiger, chopping out a massive wound. Only, the Bayan tiger's muscles around its flank tightened, and very little blood flowed out. The main problem was that the great axe hadn't landed a deep enough blow. At the same time the Bayan tiger batted the great axe aside, roaring, the Bayan tiger opened its massive maw and bit down towards Uncle Dala. Uncle Dala. The somewhat stupefied youngster, i.e., was stunned and called out. Dala! Dala! The surrounding tribesmen were all worried as well. Suddenly. Shwa! Something flashed past like a glittering meteor from afar, instantly penetrating the Bayan tiger's skull, then flying out from the other side before penetrating into a giant tree, and then shot out from the other side of the tree as well. Gore! Uncle Dala fell to the ground, with the massive body of the Bayan tiger on top of him, blood covering Uncle Dala's face. Uncle Dala. The youngster, i.e., immediately ran over. He was at the verge of tears. I'm fine. That powerful tribesman pushed the Bayan tiger off, then stood up while rubbing his face, finding that it was covered with blood. This isn't my blood. It is the Bayan tiger's blood. The one-armed man walked over and took a glance as well, first looking at the corpse of the Bayan tiger, and then at the nearby tree. His pupils contracted, and he whispered, for an arrow to pierce through the rock-hard skull of the Bayan tiger, and then through the black arrowwood tree. That's simply terrifying. In addition, the Bayan tiger suffered the arrow in mid-leap. This archery skill. Definitely a godly archer. A godly archer shot this arrow. All of the tribesmen stared at the corpse of the Bayan tiger, then looked afar into the general direction from which the arrow had come from and where the godly archer must be. Hua! 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 3 figures drew from deep within the mountain forests. The tribesmen watched carefully, and soon, they were able to see them clearly. 3 people, riding extremely handsome black pharaoh beasts. The black pharaoh beasts moved through the mountain slopes as though they were traveling on flat land, and quickly arrived before the tribesmen. Seeing the 3 people in front of them, all the tribesmen were awestruck. They were riding handsome black pharaoh beasts, and wore extremely meticulous, beautifully made beast fur clothes. The person in front was a seemingly very young and handsome young man, while by his side was an extremely beautiful girl. The men could swear to themselves that they couldn't find such a girl as beautiful as this one in their entire tribe. Although she was dressed in warrior's clothes, it couldn't hide her beauty. As for the man on the other side of the youngster, he emitted a fierce, ferocious aura, causing the hearts of these tribesmen to quail. Who? The older man leapt down from his black pharaoh beast, walking over to the tall, thick black arrowwood tree, snatching out the arrow. Young master. The man walked next to the youngster, respectfully offering him the arrow. Ji Ning accepted it. Although they had prepared many arrows for this adventuring expedition, if they abandoned every arrow they shot out, they probably would run out of arrows soon. These were all extremely good arrows, they could be used multiple times. Honored young master. The one-armed tribesman went forward, respectfully bowing. Thank you for acting to save us. Might I ask if there is some way in which our Metalstone tribe can serve you, young master? The other tribesmen didn't dare to make a sound. Someone who brought a maidservant and a manservant while adventuring, this clearly was no ordinary person. And in addition, he had been referred to as young master earlier. Someone who was respectfully addressed as young master was generally the son of a tribal chief of a major tribe with tens of thousands of tribesmen. Clearly, this youngster should belong to an extremely large tribe. Are you familiar with Eastmount Marsh? Ning, riding on the black Pharaoh beast, asked them. The tribesmen looked at each other. Why was this young master going to Eastmount Marsh? He definitely couldn't be going there for fishing like they had, right? It would definitely be very dangerous. I am. The powerful, dark-skinned Uncle Dala strode forward. I have been fishing in Eastmount Marsh for dozens of years now, and am very familiar with this place. Young master, if you wish to go to Eastmount Marsh, I can lead the way for you. Excellent. Ning, mounted on the black Pharaoh beast, laughed, and then with a flip of his hand, tossed over a beast head of gold. Come with me, then. Accepting the beast head of gold, Uncle Dala's eyes instantly lit up. This beast head of gold, weighing exactly 10 pounds, would be more than enough for his child to live off of for the rest of his life. He immediately gave it to the nearby one-armed man. Help me take it back and give it to my eldest son. If I die, then help me take care of my 3 little kids. All right. The one-armed man nodded. Report your name. Ning said. Honored young master, you can address me as Dala. Uncle Dala said respectfully. Dala, mount on her black Pharaoh beast. Ning pointed to Autumn Leaf's mount. Autumn Leaf, you come sit with me. Yes, young master. Autumn Leaf leapt down, then immediately mounted Ning's black Pharaoh beast, then held her arms around Ning's waist. She had served Ning since he was born, and they were as close to each other as real siblings. In addition, as Ning's personal maidservant, it was essentially determined long ago that she was Ning's woman, and thus there were no taboos between them. Uncle Dala, holding his breath, carefully mounted the black Pharaoh beast. He had never ridden on such a fine mount before. Let's go. Ning ordered. Hua! Ning and the others rode the black Pharaoh beasts, quickly disappearing into the mountain forests. Uncle Saber. The youngster, asked frantically. Uncle Dala is going to take them to the Eastmount Marsh. Will it be dangerous? The one-armed man nodded. They aren't like us. That youngster's is definitely the son of a leader of a large tribe, and has received the finest instruction since he was young. That arrow was probably loosed by him. He has most likely come to Eastmount Marsh for a rite of passage adventure. He has to kill a certain number of monstrous beasts, but Eastmount Marsh is too large and too complicated an area. Just relying on a simple map isn't sufficient, so they asked for Uncle Dala to help lead the way. Rites of passage? But that youngster isn't an adult yet. He said. Some people look older than their age, others look younger. The one-armed man said. Actually, right now, Ning was just 11 years old, although he was already 1.7 meters tall, the same height he was in his past life. But that young master was very benevolent. The one-armed man sighed. Just then, when the Bayan tiger ambushed us, if that young master hadn't intervened, several of us probably would have died, and the first to die would have been your Uncle Dala. Having had his life saved, your Uncle Dala would go guide them, even if it cost him his life. In addition, the young master gave him a beast head of gold. 10 pounds. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The one-armed man suddenly shouted. Butcher that Bayan tiger's corpse and take it back. Quick! Come! One after another pulled out their knives and hatchets, quickly butchering the Bayan tiger's corpse, and then they continued on their return trip. Book 2 Chapter 11, Entering the Marsh. Chapter 11, Entering the Marsh. Ning's squad, mounted on the 3 black Pharaoh beasts, charged through the borders of the mountain forest. Look! Uncle Dala pointed in front. Eastmount Marsh is up ahead. Eastmount Marsh. Ning stared off into the distance. An enormous, endless lake stretched far into the distance, flashing with the beautiful light of the spring sun. At one glance, one could see flying beasts diving down and snatching up fish, or some tails of enormous aquatic creatures wriggling amongst the reeds. Occasionally, a massive head would be seen. This was the world of monsters. Eastmount Marsh. Ning murmured. We're finally here. Eastmount Marsh was located between the territory of the Ji clan and the Ironwood clan. The Ironwood clan was a hegemonic power on par with the Ji clan, but it was the Ji clan's enemy. Eastmount Marsh was over 1,000 kilometers wide, and was on par in size with a province in his previous life. Such an enormous lake naturally had countless monstrous beasts here. The monstrous beasts which the Ji clan knew about numbered up to 12. Ever since leaving the Ji clan of the West Prefecture and adventuring, Ning had wanted to go fight with a few Xiantian-level dire monsters, but dire monsters were all hidden within the deep lakes and tall mountains. How could they be so easily found? In the past, he had spent nearly an entire month searching an area without any success. Furious, Ning immediately changed their path and headed straight to Eastmount Marsh. There are many monsters in Eastmount Marsh, and many of them are early Xiantian level. I refuse to believe I won't encounter a single one. Ning was like a newborn calf who didn't know the meaning of fear. However, he didn't dare to be too incautious either, because many clansmen of the Ji clan had died here in Eastmount Marsh, such as his grandfather, who had died here at Eastmount Marsh. Moo! Autumn Leaf. Ning leapt off the back of his black Pharaoh beast and instructed, Eastmount Marsh is too risky a place, and there is danger everywhere. In addition, the black Pharaoh beasts are of no use in the water. The two of you, take these 3 black Pharaoh beasts and head to the Metalstone tribe. Wait for me at the Metalstone tribe. Mo and Autumn Leaf glanced at each other. They could only reply respectfully, yes, young master. Dala. Ning looked at the swarthy, big man. You and I will make a trip to this lake. Help me get used to the general areas around here, and then you can go back and rest at the Metalstone tribe as well. Yes, young master. Uncle Dala said respectfully. Let's go. Ning immediately headed forward, and Uncle Dala, hefting his great axe, followed behind. Autumn Leaf and Mole watched as their young master entered the distant Eastmount Marsh. Although they were nervous, there was nothing they could do. One of them was a maidservant, while the other was nothing more than a person assigned to teach the young master his abundant mountaineering experience. Their power was far inferior to Ning's. The vast lake was filled with myriad beautiful scenes. Within this great lake, there are places with islands of firmer terrain and grasses as well. Uncle Dala laughed. In fact, there are even some small villages. But of course, most of the muddy areas, if you step into them, you'll sink into the marsh, and in addition, there is of course the immeasurably deep lake itself. Within the marsh, it is difficult to move about, and if you aren't careful, you'll sink into it. Ning was right next to him. Our Metalstone tribe has lived in a village near the marsh for centuries now, and often come here to fish. We know exactly where which roads are passable and which aren't. Uncle Dala was very confident. Pa! Pa! Striding through the mud, Ning followed this tribal warrior through Eastmount Marsh. Look! A beastskin parchment appeared out of nowhere in Ning's hands. This is the map of Eastmount Lake. Lead me to these circled areas. Ah! Uncle Dala was terrified. These are all places where dire monsters are hiding. These are the most dangerous places. We don't dare go near them. You don't need to go near them. Ning shook his head. Just lead me there, and tell me from afar how to go. Uncle Dala's forehead was covered in sweat. He nodded. All right. I'll lead you, young master. Eastmount Marsh was simply too vast. It was indeed quite slow for them to move through it relying on their legs alone. In addition, this was Ning's first time coming here, and the various meandering pathways stretched for thousands of kilometers. Fortunately, the experienced Uncle Dala guided him to one hidden pathway after another, allowing them to easily navigate this marsh. In the blink of an eye, over a month passed. Ning had carried food and beverages within his keelstone, and in addition, they could roast the meat of some monstrous beasts. Whenever they went to sleep, they would just find a random patch of dry land or grass. Ning wasn't in a hurry to go challenge those hidden dire monsters. First, he wanted to locate them. Afterwards, he would travel by himself and relying on his one with the world level of footwork to easily walk atop the surface of the lake water. He would be able to traverse 1,000 kilometers in but a single day. This is the last place. Uncle Dala pointed from afar at a distant place, where the luxurious growth of aquatic plants, at least 3 meters high, waved in the wind. Right there, where the aquatic plants are growing, is the lair of a greater beast. Supposedly, this is an extremely large rhinoceros, an aquatic rhinoceros the size of a small mountain. Alright. Let's go back. After returning to the Metal Stone tribe, I will definitely reward you heavily. Ning said. Young master, you've given me enough. Uncle Dala said hastily. This seemingly delicate youngster was actually terrifyingly powerful. During their month in Eastmount Marsh, they had been attacked by quite a few monstrous beasts, but all of them died to but a single blow of the youngster's sword. Ning didn't care about the corpses of the monstrous beasts either, but Uncle Dala's heart ached every time. This was monstrous beast flesh. If they sold it, the tribe would be in a much better situation, but he couldn't carry it all back, so all he could do was to carve out a few choice parts and take them with him. HRM? Ning and Uncle Dala both suddenly stared into the distance. From afar, there was a squad of troops, with quite a few figures within. Deep in the marsh, there were solid areas, muddy areas, and even hilly areas, along with a large mountain. That mountain was known as the East Mountain, which was why this marsh was known as Eastmount Marsh. Off in the distance, a squad of apparently several hundred soldiers could be seen clustered in on a hill. Suddenly, 10 figures ran over at rapid speed towards Ning and Uncle Dala. What's going on? Ning frowned. Quick, let's leave. Uncle Dala was so frightened that he immediately turned tail and ran. Shwa! One of those 10 men was wearing blue metal armor, and with a howl, he leapt forward at an astonishing speed, blocking off Uncle Dala's escape path. The two of you. The blue-armored man stared at them coldly, pausing only briefly to glance at the exquisite beast fur clothes on Ning's body, before continuing disdainfully, "Come with us." "What do you want with us?" Uncle Dala, seeing the man's armor, immediately bowed and said respectfully. The other 9 walked over as well, all of them dressed in armor. "Hurry up. If we tell you to follow us, then follow us. Otherwise, you die here." These armor-clad guards all stared coldly while hefting their weapons, clearly very skilled. Uncle Dala looked at Ning. "Let's take a look for now." Ning was actually quite calm. These armored guards were clearly no ordinary people, but to him, they were like nothing more than wild chickens facing a ravenous dog. But why did the armored guards want them to follow? If it wasn't necessary, Ning didn't want to so casually slaughter others. "Move. Hurry." Under the watchful gazes of the 10 armored guards, Ning and Uncle Dala headed towards the hill. There was some grass on the hill, and there were currently hundreds of people there. Most of them were lying there with their hands and feet bound, while roughly 100 armored guards were in a perimeter around them, while there was a stone seat in the center. On the stone seat, there was a bulky, muscled man, at least 6.5 feet tall, wearing thick armor and with a dominating gaze. Ning stared in surprise at the tall armored man who sat in the middle. The demon stone in Ning's pocket was currently radiating heat. Clearly, it had sensed the presence of a nearby monster. At the same time, Ning could vaguely feel that the massive armored man escorted by the many guards had an extraordinary aura. There's a dire monster. Ning hurriedly inspecting everyone carefully. Only humans were nearby. A monster which could take human form was, without question, a dire monster. Ning had brought many objects with him on this journey, and a demon stone was one of them. Demon stones were a type of special natural rock. Once they sensed the aura of a monster, they would emanate light and heat. Some cities that were even larger than West Prefecture City would have monster-revealing mirrors installed on the city gates, which were formed from multiple demon stones. So long as a monster drew near, the monster-revealing mirror would immediately radiate light. Humans had a human aura, while monsters naturally had their own monstrous auras. This was a type of life aura. Dala! Uncle Dala! Suddenly, several voices rang out. Ning and Uncle Dala both turned their heads and saw that amongst the bound people, there were 10 of them calling towards the two of them. This caused Uncle Dala to immediately have a distressed look on his face. Black Tiger, why have you been bound here? Those 10 or so people belonged to his tribe. Dala, why are you here? That giant person is a dire monster. He's going to eat us all. One of the bound tribesmen called out frantically. Dire monster? Uncle Dala was shocked. Ning stared back at that massive man in heavy armor, seated in the center of that ring of armored guards. Taking a careful glance, he saw that the giant man had a hint of blood at the corner of his lips, and he was currently smacking them in a satisfied manner. This caused Ning's heart to immediately become filled with an urge to kill. So the dire monster which my demon stone sensed is him. Eastmount Marsh has a total of 12 dire monsters. I wonder which one he is. Shut your mouth. An armored guard walked over and kicked that bound man, kicking him wildly and repeatedly. All of you, shut your mouths. You are harming your fellow humans for the sake of a dire monster, and you want us to shut our mouths? And you are the venerable Blue Guards of the Ironwood clan. You really are a disgrace to the Ironwood clan. Kick away, kick as much as you like, kick us all to death. The people being kicked shouted wildly. Stop it. The massive, heavily armored man seated on the stone bench rumbled. His voice was very deep, as though coming from a bullhorn. If you kick them to death, then I'll eat you. The armored guard glanced at the heavily armored giant, and then unhappily stepped back. Aquatic Rhino King. A bald armored guard growled, we have already helped you capture over 500 people. Our comrades have spread out everywhere to capture people, and have already done our part. Give our young master back to us, and our Ironwood clan will act as though this never happened. Otherwise, if the situation escalates, Aquatic Rhino King, you should know that you are unable to bear the fury of our Ironwood clan. Watching from a distance under escort from 2 armored guards, Ning's eyes lit up. Aquatic Rhino King? There was only a single aquatic rhinoceros amongst the 12 dire monsters of Eastmount Marsh. It was an early Xiantian level dire monster. Early Xiantian level? Ning's eyes were filled with a killing intent. I've searched a long time for a dire monster of this level of power. This really is a case of searching far and wide to no avail, but then discovering it all of a sudden. Book 2, Chapter 12, A Slaughter Begins. Chapter 12, A Slaughter Begins. The aquatic Rhino King, seated on his stone chair, glanced at the bald armored guard. Reaching out with his enormous hand, he grabbed a nearby bound youth, placing the youth down on his thigh. The youth, on the thigh of the aquatic Rhino King, was like a tiny doll, without any ability to resist at all. The youth screamed in pain. He told you to go capture people, so do so. All you need to do is capture 1,000 people. Almighty Aquatic Rhino King, the 2 we just captured, plus the 19 you ate earlier, means that I have already ordered my subordinates to capture 583 humans for you already. Don't worry. The voice of the Aquatic Rhino King was still very low and very thick. I, the Aquatic Rhino King, will do what I promise. After you catch 1,000 people, I will definitely spare you. Baldy. The aquatic Rhino King stared with his massive eyes at the bald armored guard. Don't try to use the Ironwood clan's name to try and scare me. Here in the Eastmount Marsh, every year, how many disciples of the Ironwood clan and the Ji clan die? You came to adventure in Eastmount Marsh. If you die, you die. Even if this soft-skinned, tender-fleshed young master of your Ironwood clan really has an extremely high status, if I were to kill you all, most likely it would be a long time before the Ironwood clan found out that you were all dead, and wouldn't be able to find out who the killer was. The Blue Guards could only grit their teeth. The aquatic Rhino King laughed, and with a wave of his hand, tossed the bound young master of the Ironwood clan to the ground again. All of you, go out and capture more people. Go capture more, quickly. Go capture more of these lowly peasants. Lying on the ground, the Ironwood clan's young master was roaring angrily. But young master. The bald armored guard said frantically, we've already captured virtually all of the hunters and fishers here in Eastmount Marsh. Even if there were any more here, there would only be a very few. It's going to be very hard to reach 400. The young master of the Ironwood clan, lying on the ground, howled fiercely, then find a tribe. Any who resist, slaughter them all. Bring the rest back here. You should be able to find a few hundred people in a tribe, right? Massacre a tribe? The bald armored guard was stunned. What are you afraid of? The Ironwood clan's young master roared, if you are afraid, then go to the territory of the Ji clan. Go massacre a clan in the Ji clan's territory. Kill any who resist and bring the others back. The bald armored guard clenched his teeth. Yes. If it was a case of the two major sides engaging in battle, or an order from their master in ordinary circumstances, they wouldn't hesitate at all to kill. But they were now serving a dire monster to kill and torture other humans. This caused the valiant armored guards to feel incomparable shame. Ha! The aquatic Rhino King laughed loudly, his voice like thunder. Good, good, good. After you round up 1,000 humans, I'll definitely spare you. Boom! The aquatic Rhino King rubbed his rumbling stomach, licking his lips. Just ate a man. Now I'm hungry again. Who should I eat? The aquatic Rhino King cast his gaze towards the others, and instantly, the people who were tied up all had changed looks on their face. Many people's eyes were filled with fear. They had personally witnessed this dire monster eat someone alive earlier. They weren't afraid of death, but to be eaten one bite at a time was a sort of hell. The aquatic Rhino King's gaze landed on the distant Ning, and his eyes lit up. That human youth's skin is so delicate and so clean. He seems very young. His flesh definitely will be delicious. Quick, someone, go bring him to me. As he spoke, he began to drool. Young master. Uncle Dala looked frantically towards Ning. There were 10 blue guards next to them. Move it. A blue guard grabbed at Ning's beast fur clothes. Ning turned his head and glanced at the blue guard. With a movement of his right hand, he sent his right palm chopping towards the chest of the blue guard. Bang! A low sound rang out, and the blue guard was sent flying far away into the air. His eyes were bulging and round, and his mouth was hanging wide open. His face was red. Bang! Fresh blood spewed out from his shattered organs. He fell into the watery marsh over 100 meters away, and as he did, he kicked up a splash of water, then sank down, not moving at all. Clearly, he was dead. To willingly serve as the fangs and claws for a dire monster and harm those of your own race, you deserve death. A cold voice rang out. Utter silence. The 500-plus people who were tied up on the hill, as well as the 100-plus blue guards, and even that seated dire monster, the aquatic Rhino King, all turned to look at the seemingly fragile youngster. A single palm sent someone flying over 100 meters? Wonderful! The aquatic Rhino King was the first to react, and he actually became excited. He naturally was very happy to witness humans killing each other, and he immediately shouted, "Aren't you going to fight him?" He just killed one of your people. Quick, fight. Kill. The other blue guards instantly saw red, and all of them transformed into cruel blurs as they pounced towards him. The youngster in front of them had just killed one of their comrades. When their comrade had died to that palm just now, the only thing that could be said was that they were unable to react in time. In addition, this youngster probably trained in some sort of fiend god body refining technique. He just had a bit of strength, that was all. In a life and death battle, what mattered was the sword and saber techniques which one had refined and trained in. Even if one was much physically weaker, one's sword would still be able to pierce through an opponent's skull. Who? 20 blue guards attacked in unison. With a wave of his hand, Ning pushed the nearby Uncle Dala, who went flying. Dala somersaulted in midair, then landed on the ground, completely uninjured. Uncle Dala looked frantically at the 20 blue guards charging towards Ning. Young master, be careful. Be careful. Quick, run. Young man, quick, run. The bound prisoners all grew frantic as well, and they began to call out, staring at the youngster with worry. They knew how powerful these blue guards were. These blue guards were highly experienced Ninefang warriors who were extremely skilled at group attacks. These were elite soldiers of the Ironwood clan. Only a Xiantian level lifeform would be able to survive the attack of 20 of these blue guards. Faced with the attacking blue guards, Ning suddenly transformed into a gust of wind, the carefree wind which went where it pleased. When the blue guards chopped and stabbed at them with their sabers, spears, and sharp swords, Ning leisurely stepped past, easily making his way past their combined attacks. Who? Pa! 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 A series of palm slapping sounds in a row. Even as Ning made his way past the attacks of the 20 blue guards, he slapped out with his palms, each strike coming from his wrist and striking onto the faces of the blue guards. Each palm strike of Ning's carried 10,000 pounds of force, and sent these blue guards flying. No one was able to block Ning's palm. Who? Ning's body came to a halt. All 20 of the blue guards had been knocked flying to the side, all of their heads and necks crooked and twisted, blood flowing from their mouths, noses, and ears. All of them dead. What? Good heavens! But, the hundreds of bound people and the blue guards of the Ironwood clan, even the dire monster was shocked. You, the young master of the Ironwood clan who was lying there bound on the floor was both furious and frantic. We are the blue guards of the Ironwood clan. The other blue guards had very ugly looks on their faces. They were furious, but didn't dare to make a move. Ning said with cold calm, to willingly serve as the claws and fangs of a dire monster is a crime that deserves death. The Ironwood clan and the Ji clan were enemies to begin with, and these dead enemies had even been willing to serve as the claws of a dire monster. Hua! A sharp sword appeared out of nowhere into Ning's hands. His feet moved, and then sword light began to flash. In the blink of an eye, 9 of the blue guards held their throats, gurgling a few times, before collapsing, blood flowing from the wound in their necks. In terms of footwork or swordplay, this youngster was extremely fast, causing the other blue guards to be terrified. Earlier, Ning had already been terrifying without even using his sword. But now, he began to wield his sword. Quick, run! Aquatic Rhino King, save us! The blue guards were completely frantic. This youngster who had appeared out of nowhere was clearly about to massacre them. The Aquatic Rhino King just sat there, laughing loudly. All I said was that if you seized 1,000 humans, I'd spare you. I never said I'd save you from others. Kill, kill, kill. The Aquatic Rhino King wasn't worried at all. To him, a dire monster, these humans in front of him were nothing more than humans. This was nothing more than internal warfare amongst humans. Shie! 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 Blood was flying everywhere, and one blue guard after another fell down lifelessly. The blue guards all fled in every which way in terror. They were truly frightened now. Their swordplay and saberplay, against this youngster, clearly weren't enough to even withstand a single blow. Quick, run! Quick! Who? Moving at extreme speed with the sound of the wind, multiple blurry forms of Ning appeared out of nowhere. Every single blue guard fell where they stood. Some had been stabbed through the heart, others had their throats cut. Blood stained the ground. The blue guards lay collapsed on the ground, scattered throughout the area. Every single blue guard had died. HRM? The aquatic rhino king, previously just enjoying the show, suddenly stood up, his face changed. The last, full-strength attack which Ning had employed had pushed his speed to the utmost limit, generating dozens of blurry images. This had truly stunned the aquatic rhino king. Before this, he hadn't considered this youngster as a potential opponent. But now, he began to feel a bit wary. Too powerful. So strong. They deserved to die. The bound people all felt extremely excited. They hadn't expected this youth to be as powerful as this. Could it be that this powerful youth was so powerful that he was going to kill this terrifying dire monster? Swish! 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 Sword light flashing, the 10 or so people around Ning instantly found their binds had been cut through. Human youth. The aquatic rhino king transformed into a black blur, charging towards Ning and smashing down at him with a massive fist that was covered with a thick layer of ice. They are my food. Clang! Ning struck out with his Dark North sword, stabbing straight towards that massive fist. Bang! It was as though a mountain had collapsed. Ning flew back 100 meters, and the layer of ice on the fist of the aquatic rhino king also exploded, and even half the arm of the monster had exploded. The watching tribesmen all revealed looks of joy and expectation on their faces. Had the dire monster's arm been destroyed? Excellent! The aquatic rhino king growled. You are worthy of me using my real form. The aquatic rhino king suddenly transformed into a huge, watery fog, and then the enormous fog of water suddenly coalesced at high speed, transforming into a hill-sized, 30 meters tall massive monster. This was an enormous aquatic rhinoceros. It was covered with an extremely thick blue hide, and was 70 meters long. It truly was like a small mountain. The energy emitting from its nostrils caused the ground to be covered with a layer of thick ice, and the nearby tribesmen were instantly frozen into ice statues. At this time, Uncle Dala was still rapidly rescuing the other members of his clan. Quick, leave! The distant Ning transformed into a stream of light, traveling atop the water. In but an instant, he scurried over, and as his sword flashed, the ropes binding the dozens of men were instantly cut apart. Why aren't you leaving? Ning roared angrily, and then turned to stare at the giant monster. These people quickly grabbed the weapons lying on the ground, cut open the ropes on the people next to them, and then in the blink of an eye, the 400 lucky survivors quickly fled. Fleeing? I'm going to freeze you and slowly enjoy eating you. The aquatic rhino king stared around him. Instantly, a cold aura began to radiate forth, and the temperature rapidly began to lower. A layer of ice and frost began to spread out, and instantly, some people were turned into ice statues. Only the fastest runners and the likes of Uncle Dala, who had fled long ago, managed to survive. I am the Ironwood clans. The young master of the Ironwood clan was still shouting fiercely, but halfway through his words, he turned into an ice statue. In the blink of an eye, the area within 30 meters of the aquatic rhino king had turned into a graveyard. Only Ning and the aquatic rhino king remained, staring at each other. From off in the distance, Uncle Dala and the dozens of lucky survivors still felt the aftertaste of terror. A young man near Uncle Dala said with concern, Uncle Dala, will that young fellow survive? He will, he will. Uncle Dala said with his mouth, but in his heart, he didn't feel too confident either. Would that youngster with astonishing strength and swordplay be able to defeat the vicious, ferocious dire monster? Why haven't you left yet? The distant Ning roared in anger. Once the battle began, this distance of 300 meters, to the likes of Ning or the aquatic Rhino King, would be nothing at all. He wouldn't be able to help save them. Let's go. Uncle Dala gritted his teeth, then led his tribesmen to flee. As for those of other tribes, they had fled long ago. They had been utterly frightened. Book 2 Chapter 13, Ji Ning battles the dire monster. Chapter 13, Ji Ning battles the dire monster. Freezing ice covered the area. Frozen corpses stood there like ice statues, whether on the ground, lying down, or standing up. There was no longer any hint of life in them. These 600 corpses, especially those of the 500 innocents, filled Ning's heart with an even stronger desire to kill. Human youth. The aquatic rhino's 4 legs seemed like massive pillars, pawing at the ground as it stared at Ning. You have angered me. Those were meant to be my food. The ice covered Ning, and there was even a layer of frost on his fur clothes. But Ning's clothes rippled slightly, instantly breaking apart that layer of frost. Still, a large amount of ice continued to accumulate. All Ning could do was constantly break it apart and sent it flying. Your swordplay and footwork are both quite impressive, but you are still only at the Hotian level. Whereas I am a mighty Xiantian lifeform. The aquatic rhino rumbled in deep-throated laughter. Since a few dozen ordinary humans fled, you'll have to be the compensatory prize. The flesh of a powerful human youth is even more attractive to me than that of 1,000 ordinary humans. I haven't killed a Xiantian lifeform yet. Covered with frost, Ning stared at the aquatic rhino, his voice ice-cold. Thus, I have an unquenchable urge to kill a Xiantian lifeform. Aquatic Rhino King, as the first Xiantian lifeform to die to me, you should feel proud. I will chop off your flesh and personally sample it, and I'll also let my parents and clansmen taste your flesh. Hua! Ning's left hand suddenly was also grasping a precious sword, and he was now wielding a Dark North sword in each hand. Twin swords? So it seems your swordplay is just average. In this area around Swallow Mountain, there isn't a single person who uses twin swords who had good sword techniques. The aquatic rhino stared at Ning with its enormous eyes, and then casually stamped on the ground, causing the entire area to shake. And then, like a mountain, it came crashing towards him. Die! Bang! A massive hoof, so large that several men would be needed to wrap their arms around it in a circle, came crashing down from up high, stamping down towards Ning. The air itself exploded with a desolate, ear-piercing boom, and a blast of energy gouged multiple holes in the ground. Long before this hoof actually touched Ning knew how powerful it was. Swoosh! Ning first drew out a sword, which dimly flashed like a faint light of water which cut at the enormous hoof in a thin line. After just barely penetrating into the hoof's skin, it was no longer able to penetrate any further. Ning immediately moved like a gust of wind and retreated. Bang! The earth shuddered, and an enormous crater many meters in size appeared, while Ning himself had already dodged more than 30 meters away. You won't be able to escape. The aquatic rhino bellowed as it charged towards Ning. Although it seemed to be clumsy, due to its massive size, it traveled a huge distance with every step. Its enormous hooves created massive crater-like hoofprints in the ground with each pounding step, and soon, it chased Ning all the way into a mountain forest not too far from the hill. This forest was only a few square kilometers in size. These trees won't be able to impede me at all. The aquatic rhino bellowed, charging through them. In front of the mountain-like aquatic rhino, these large trees were like blades of grass being stepped on and moved through by ordinary people. He lives up to the reputation of being an aquatic rhino. His physical strength is much greater than that of an ordinary dire monster's. Ning said to himself. And its skin is very thick. Just relying on my internal ki energy and one with the world swordplay, I'm unable to even break through its skin. It seems I'll have to rely on Fiendgod body refining. Swoosh! Ning, with a leap, suddenly was standing atop the crown of a tall, large tree. Standing on the tree's leaves, he didn't sink down at all, staring down into the matching gaze of the aquatic rhino. Ha! The aquatic rhino suddenly came to a halt. He sensed that there was a change to this human youngster's aura, and in terms of the strength of that aura, it was only very slightly weaker than the aquatic rhino's own. Fiend god body refining? Right. Ning's skin was beginning to turn red. The power of the sun and the moon had begun to totally fill his body, and his strength instantly rose to the maximum limits. If he could break through and reach the Xiantian lifeform level, the divine power in his body would even be able to appear outside his body. Ha, you are but a Hotian lifeform. Even if you train in fiend god body refining, you are far inferior to me. The aquatic rhino charged forward ferociously, smashing through trees in its wake, and the trees it smashed through all went pang as they collapsed, not able to slow it down at all. HRMPH. Standing on the crown of the tree, Ning stared down coldly at the charging aquatic rhino, two swords in his hands. The aquatic rhino was physically enormous. Only a freakishly powerful dire monster such as Serpent Wing would be able to fight against it head-on. But, as an expert swordsman, Ning would not do such a thing. Shwa! At that moment of impact, Ning used his one with the world-level Shadewind steps to their utmost limits, and in but a single sudden movement, he dodged the aquatic rhino's charge. Compared to Ning, the aquatic rhino was simply far less agile. While dodging from the aquatic rhino, the Dark North sword in Ning's hand sliced down towards the aquatic rhino's flank. The sword flashed like a thin line, translucent, gem-like line of light, as though it were a line created by a large number of water drops. The line came slashing through the aquatic rhino's flank. Raindrop Sutra, Rain Line. Advanced level swordplay. Like the earlier attack he had used to block the aquatic rhino's stomp, this attack also was one which activated on the power of nature. However, last time, Ning had only used his internal ki energy as the foundation for the attack, while this time, the solar and lunar energy in Ning's body exploded. Using the fiend god body refining strength as his foundation meant that the power of this attack instantly increased by more than 100 times. Voila! The tough hide of the aquatic rhino, under the sharp slash of the precious weapon, Dark North sword, had an enormous wound chopped straight through it. Fresh blood burst forth as though from a dam. Bang! An enormous amount of blood exploded everywhere, and shattered intestines could faintly be seen as well. Swoosh! Ning landed on the ground and turned. The aquatic rhino, which had been charging at high speed, had come to a sudden halt while simultaneously letting out a roar of both pain and rage. His muscles and flesh were quivering, and the enormous, ripped wound in his body was rapidly beginning to shrink, but Ning's sword attack had been simply too vicious and the wound created had been too large. Even despite trying hard to suppress the blood from flowing out and to close the wound, blood still dripped out. It no longer seemed as boastful as it had been earlier. Aquatic Rhino King, the day of your death has come. Ning transformed into a shadow, flying at high speed towards the aquatic rhino. Howl! The aquatic rhino let out a fierce howl, and then began to charge madly, to the opposite direction. It was fleeing. Fleeing? It is going to run away, just like that? Ning was astonished. But he quickly understood. His father had previously told him that dire monsters were extremely crafty. Once they sensed any danger to their well-being, they would immediately flee. Clearly, this aquatic rhino had already discovered that its hide, which it was so proud of, could be broken through by a slice from this youngster. This meant that one of its greatest defenses was now useless. Ning's footwork and agility far surpassed the aquatic rhino. After all, even the dire monster, Serpent Wing, hadn't been able to do anything to him for a period of time. The aquatic rhino had always relied on its thick hide. It had thought that the youngster in front of it couldn't hurt it, while all it had to do was keep charging. If it were to even graze the youngster would instantly be injured heavily or even die. But now, it discovered that in single sword blow, the youngster had split his chest open. How could this be allowed to continue? Flee! The aquatic rhino fled wildly. My thick hide is hard to split open even for those other dire monsters. How could that human youth's sword be so powerful? The aquatic rhino was utterly frightened, not knowing what to do. But how could he flee? Ning, when utilizing his one-with-the-world footwork, was only slightly slower than Serpent Wing. He was far superior to the aquatic rhino. Shwa! 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 Ning had already caught up to the aquatic rhino. I serve the Azure Sky Snake King. You can't kill me! The aquatic rhino galloped wildly while bellowing loudly, and then it also let out a desolate scream, King! Save me! King! Save me! The low, fierce scream traveled a very long distance. Swoosh! Ning's incomparably agile body suddenly charged forward, while the twin swords in his hands suddenly, simultaneously stabbed upwards. For a moment, Ning's entire body transformed into a dazzling to behold line of firelight, and with utter ruthlessness, he stabbed upwards at the aquatic rhino's neck position. With a chi sound, the aquatic rhino's skull was broken through. A burst of fire rose over 30 meters into the air before solidifying into a human form. It was the fur-clad Ning. Ugh, the aquatic rhino's eyes were bulging in round. It hadn't thought that its glorious, brash life would have suddenly come to an end at the hands of this human youth. As a sentient lifeform dire monster, although it possessed strong life force and wouldn't die even if stabbed in the heart, Ning had selected its true weak point. Forget about the aquatic rhino, even if a Shintin-level Fiendgod body refiner had been stabbed in the head, he would also die. Bang! The massive corpse of the aquatic rhino collapsed to the ground, crushing many trees beneath it. The moth flies into the flame. It really does live up to its reputation as the most powerful attack of the Thunderflame sword. Ning landed gracefully from mid-air, not a single hint of blood staining his body. By now, even the 3 major killing blows of the Thunderflame sword have been trained to the point of the advanced level. The Raindrop Sutra had 9 techniques in total, and Ning was already at the advanced level for all of them, able to summon the power of nature. The Thunderflame sword was a bit harder, especially that last blow, moth flies into the flame. Ning had never been able to truly grasp it to the point of reaching the advanced level, but just then, the dire monster, the aquatic rhino, had tried to charge into the nearby marsh waters. If it had made it into the marsh waters, Ning wouldn't have been able to do anything to it. In order to instantly kill such a powerful dire monster with such strong life force, ordinary techniques wouldn't have been enough. Ning had been frantic, and naturally thought of the moth flies into the flame attack. Utilizing nature's energy, he had pierced straight through the extremely thick skull of the aquatic rhino, like a moth throwing itself into a fire. Dire monster. Ning looked at the mountain-like corpse of the aquatic rhino. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement in his eyes. This is the very first Xiantian-level dire monster I have ever killed. But before dying, didn't he say something about being the subordinate of some Azure Sky Snake King? Best that I leave quickly and not allow anything out of the ordinary to occur. Shwa! Ning instantly appeared next to the aquatic rhino's corpse. His sword flashing, he quickly chopped open the thick skin of the aquatic rhino. The skin of the dead aquatic rhino was now clearly much weaker than before. In but a few seconds, Ning retrieved from the aquatic rhino's corpse a black, palm-sized object that faintly emanated a fragrant scent. This was the most precious item contained within the aquatic rhino's body, the bezoar. It was often described as a miraculous antidote to poisons. The value of this aquatic rhino's bezoar alone would be enough to acquire an ordinary magic treasure. Time to leave. Holding the monstrous rhino's bezoar, Ning instantly moved like a gust of wind, flying away at high speed while occasionally landing and taking a few steps on the surface of the water. Half flying, half walking on the waves, he fled for more than 3 kilometers. Wah 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 wah. Suddenly, the water in front of him suddenly began to vibrate, and an enormous whirlpool appeared. Book 2 Chapter 14, The God Beast, Azure Sky Snake. Chapter 14, The God Beast, Azure Sky Snake. What? Ji Ning, staring in front of him, couldn't help but come to a halt. Could it be that this Azure Sky Snake King is really about to appear? Not taking the time to consider anything else, Ning immediately turned and dashed across the surface of water towards a different direction, desiring to flee. Hua! An incomparably beautiful, enormous serpent had emerged from the surface of the lake, covered with jade-green scales. Staring at the enormous serpent head of the Azure Sky Snake King which had emerged, Ning's face grew solemn. I'm in trouble now. I didn't expect the Azure Sky Snake King to be this fast. With my one with the world footwork, I can escape the attacks of many dire monsters. In Eastmount Marsh, there's only a few dire monsters that pose a threat to me, but the Azure Sky Snake King is one of them. On my very first trip to Eastmount Marsh, I encountered it. Ning's brain quickly flashed through the information regarding the Azure Sky Snake King which he had read, back in the West Prefecture. The Azure Sky Snake King was a god beast known as the Azure Sky Snake. According to the records of the Ji clan, the last time they investigated it, it possessed the power of an early Scientian lifeform. But although it was only an early Scientian lifeform, due to it possessing the lineage of the Fiendgods, its power was actually comparable to that of the dire monster, Serpent Wing. The Azure Sky Snake King was famous for its agility. In other aspects, it was perhaps a bit inferior to Serpent Wing, but in terms of agility, it was superior to Serpent Wing. In addition, the Azure Sky Snake's venom possessed extremely potent, hallucinatory qualities. If it landed a bite on its target, generally speaking, even dire monsters would be affected by hallucinations. My strongest attribute, my agility, is countered by it. Ning was worried. In this sort of life and death battle, agility was even more important than strength and speed. For example, the strength of the aquatic Rhino King was far superior to that of Ning. Its defense was far superior to Ning. But in Ning's eyes, the aquatic Rhino King was nothing more than a stupid, clumsy idiot. He was able to effortlessly circle around the aquatic Rhino King and then kill it. It wanted to ram into Ning, but it couldn't. But what this Azure Sky Snake King was most skilled at was agility. Wah, from afar, the surface of the lake was beginning to slowly reveal an enormous serpentine-scaled body. The Azure Sky Snake King raised its serpentine head high, staring towards Ning, its eyes filled with confusion. It let out a few low growling sounds. Ha! Ning frowned, looking back at the Azure Sky Snake King. What was this Snake King saying? He couldn't understand. The Azure Sky Snake King was a god beast, and at the early Scientian level, wasn't able to transform, nor was it able to speak in the human tongue. Hua! A human form suddenly rose from the water to stand next to the Azure Sky Snake King. A thin, white-robed man appeared, staring towards Ning. He shouted, "My king asks you, were you the one who killed the aquatic rhino? If I say I didn't, would you believe me?" Ning asked. "In this area, aside from you, there are no other humans at all. Who could have done it besides you?" The tall and thin white-robed man laughed coldly. "In addition, you are able to run atop the water, showing that you have reached the one with the world level." Suddenly, the Azure Sky Snake King let out a few more growls, and the white-robed man changed the subject. However, in the area around the aquatic rhino's body, there are no Scientian energy ripple remnants. Could it be that you are not yet a Scientian lifeform? If I answer you, will you let me go? Ning asked. How could that be possible? The white-robed man laughed coldly. You killed one of the king's subordinates, the aquatic rhino. If we so casually let you leave, what would become of the king's prestige? Ning frowned and shouted back, if that's the case, then enough chit-chat. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then I'm leaving. The Azure Sky Snake King stared at Ning with its enormous serpentine head, filled with questions. The little human child in front of it, it wasn't afraid of him, naturally. But the area around the aquatic rhino was simply too bizarre. There clearly wasn't any Scientian energy ripples in the area, but why did the aquatic rhino die? Could someone who wasn't at the Xiantian level kill a dire monster? HRMPH. Ning immediately began to run atop the water, transforming into a gust of wind, fleeing at high speed. Although he had come out to adventure, he knew his own limits. If he went to engage in battle against dire monsters that were too powerful, he was asking for death. Ning had never intended to do battle against the Azure Sky Snake King. Hua, the Azure Sky Snake King swam across the surface of the lake, transforming into a silver tidal wave. In an instant, an enormous serpentine head appeared in front of Ning yet again. He really is faster than me. Ning came to a sudden halt, his eyes blazing with wildness. It seems this fight cannot be avoided. If that's the case, then let's fight. In Eastmount Marsh, the only one faster than my king is that ancient monster, the snow toad. Do you know of the ancient snow toad? That is the most powerful dire monster of the entire Eastmount Marsh. It can freeze and kill you with but a single cold breath. The white-robed man was walking atop the water, each step causing the water to ripple slightly, his movements not nearly as agile and graceful as Ning's. It is best that you simply accept your death before my king. Ning frowned, then transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the tall, thin, white-robed man. Monster, you sure are noisy. Eat a sword from me. Swish. A cold light flashed towards the man. The white-robed man was so frightened that he immediately dove into the water with a splash. He served under the Azure Sky Snake King, and in terms of power, he was actually a bit weaker than even the aquatic Rhino King. How could he dare to fight with this human youth? Gruel. The Azure Sky Snake King suddenly let out an angry roar. Ning turned his head to look at him, not afraid at all. Since he wasn't going to be able to flee, Ning naturally wiped the hesitation and fear away from his heart, leaving only a blazing heat. The heat of battle. Only by fighting in opponents whose strength totally surpassed his own would the blood in his entire body truly begin to boil. Hua, suddenly, an enormous green scaled tail emerged from the lake at high speed, sweeping towards Ning at incomparably high speed. So fast. Ning's entire body was turning faintly red. Clearly, the solar and lunar energies in his body had been raised to their limits. At the same time, his feet began to move in accordance with the Shadewind steps, and he wielded his twin Dark North swords in his hands, one of which was flashing with blue light on its edge, poison. The Dark North swords composed of 3 swords and a sheath. 2 of the swords were normal, but one of them had been coated by Ning with poison. In fact, even a small part of the arrows he had brought were treated with poison. After all, while adventuring and engaging in life and death battles, the ultimate goal was to kill the opponent. Naturally, any means of accomplishing this would be acceptable. When battling with the likes of the aquatic Rhino King, Ning didn't bother with poison, but this Azure Sky Snake King was simply too dangerous. With one hand, he executed Thin Streams Flow Forever. With the other hand, he executed Rainline. Both Dark North swords moved, instantly drawing forth the power of the natural world. Wawawawa, a visible, thin, and long stream of water was currently arcing towards the serpentine tail in an attack. This stream of water was incomparably tough, and it wildly wrapped around the tail, causing the power and speed of that tail to slow. At the same time, drops of water had solidified into a thin line, and that thin line chopped directly towards that enormous serpentine body. Bang! Ning was blasted backwards at high speed by the force of the collision, and water splashed everywhere. Voila! Green, emerald-like blood came flying out of a large wound on the serpentine body, but quickly, the flow of blood slowed and the wound shrank. The blood, however, had a faint black color as well, but moments later, it returned to an emerald color. Clearly, the poison on the Dark North swords didn't pose much of a threat to the Azure Sky Snake King, which was venomous by nature. Swoosh! Ning rose high into the sky, leaping off the surface of the water. The Azure Sky Snake King coiled up its enormous body, staring at the distant human youth. This human youth had actually wounded it in a single exchange. Suddenly, the enormous body of the Azure Sky Snake King began to shrink at high speed. Previously, it had been even larger than Serpent Wing, but in a few seconds, it transformed to a size of only 10 meters long, and its serpentine body was now only as thick as a person's thighs. At the same time, this jade-green azure sky snake continued to stare at Ning, emitted a hiss sound. Not good. Ning's face grew even more solemn. The azure sky snake king was a god beast. It could increase or decrease its size, and was famous for its agility. When it shrank its size, that was when it was the most fearsome. A violet pill suddenly appeared in Ning's hand out of nowhere, and he immediately tossed it in his mouth. This was an anti-venom spiritual pill. It was one of multiple different types of anti-venoms which Ning had prepared for this adventuring expedition for when he encountered dire monsters. This one was particularly effective against hallucinatory toxins and venoms. Ning wielded his twin blades, staring death at the Azure Sky Snake King. The Azure Sky Snake King's serpentine head swayed slightly in a confident manner. It seemed like an experienced hunter, searching for Ning's weaknesses. While swaying, it also slowly began to move closer to Ning, but Ning, striding on water, took one step back after another, maintaining the distance between them. Swish! Suddenly, the Azure Sky Snake King transformed into a flash of emerald lightning. It charged at Ning. Ji Ning's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The Dark North sword in his right hand suddenly transformed into a flash, chopping ray of light as his speed increased to its maximum. This was one of the 3 killing strokes of the Thunderflame sword, Thunderflint Flash. This technique relied on a single word, quick. It could be described as the fastest sword attack Ning was capable of, and he used it now to deal with this sudden pounce of the Azure Sky Snake King. Shwa! Shwa! In but an instant, the Azure Sky Snake King changed direction 12 times, transforming into a magical, illusory shadow which passed through the Dark North sword in Ning's right hand, and even used its serpentine body, now greatly reduced in size but clearly much more powerful, to strike at the Dark North sword. But Ning's left hand, also wielding a Dark North sword, transformed into circles of spinning water as he put on display the most defensively powerful stance of the Raindrop Sutra, watertight. Clang! The serpentine head and the edge of the Dark North sword collided, and the Azure Sky Snake King couldn't help but have its trajectory slightly altered to one side. The two of them passed each other. Pa! In that instant when they moved past each other, a terrifying shadow suddenly emerged from the water, striking towards Ning. Ning, unable to block in time, was struck heavily on the chest with a bang sound. Ning couldn't help but immediately vomit out a mouthful of blood, his face turning red as he was sent flying across the surface of the lake. Hua hua! The Azure Sky Snake King swam at high speed through the waters of the lake, pouncing towards Ning's position. Those whip strikes of that tail are too fast. Much faster than the tail strikes of that old monster Serpent Wing. Ning, in midair, flipped around and gracefully landed on the surface of the lake. He couldn't help but clutch his chest. He could faintly sense that his bones were broken, but the powerful regenerative energies of the Fiend God body refining method was quickly restoring them. Kakaka, the 2 shattered ribs in his chest quickly were repaired. But his strength is quite a bit lower than Serpent Wing's. Ning stared at his chest. Only his fur clothes had been ripped apart. With the added protection of the Gold Star shirt, his body hadn't been injured too badly. Swish! The Azure Sky Snake King once more shot towards him as fast as lightning. So very fast. Come! Ning wildly wielded his twin swords in an effort to defend. The Azure Sky Snake King moved its head as if to bite, moved its body as if to coil around him, and also used its serpentine tail to strike at him. Its entire body was a weapon, and it coiled around Ning, wildly attacking. In this sort of extremely close quarters combat, often, a single second would allow numerous blows to be exchanged. Ning's Raindrop Sutra and Thunderflame sword had both reached the advanced stage, but he had yet to reach the one with the world level of swordplay. If his swordplay was at the one with the world level, every ordinary pierce, thrust, scrape, any attack would be able to call on the natural power of the world. Only then was one's level of swordplay truly at the one with the world level. Because Ning had yet to reach this level, thus in this sort of high-speed combat, some of the postures and movements of his attacks were no longer carrying the power of the world. Upon losing the natural power of the world, the power of his swordplay decreased noticeably. This was an enormous flaw, one which Ning was relying on his twin swords to make up for, but still, in the end, if one only defended, one would be defeated. Chie. The Azure Skysnake King's serpentine head bit viciously at Ning's calf, and its sharp, venomous fangs pierced straight through the fur clothes and the gold star shirt, the venom in its fangs instantly transmitting into Ning's body. A powerful, numbing, intoxicating sensation quickly spread from Ning's calf to the rest of his body, and Ning hurriedly swallowed the anti-venom spiritual pill which he had been holding under his tongue. Die! Ning struck out with the Dark North swords in both hands, both of them simultaneously executing the moth flies into the flame of the Thunderflame sword. The two swords instantly seemed to have transformed into two scorching lines of fire, piercing down directly towards the head of the Azure Skysnake King which was latched onto his calf. Book 2 Chapter 15, One with the World. Chapter 15, One with the World. The white-robed skinny man stealthily popped out of the water, staring at the distant battle between the Azure Skysnake and the human youth. That human youth is truly formidable. The white-robed man couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of amazement. He's actually able to force the king to shrink in size to fight him. In terms of power, even I am inferior to that human youth. It seems in the future, when I encounter human youths, I need to be more careful. Still, it looks like that human youth is about to die. After he dies, I need to go have a taste of that youth's flesh. Such a powerful human youth, I haven't seen another like him in the 300 years I have spent training. Ha! How unfortunate for him. The white-robed man shook his head as he watched. Most of Ji Ning's beast fur clothes had been ripped to tatters, and blood was dribbling down his chest. His hair bindings had been shattered, and his hair was now loose and unbound. But he still wielded those two Dark North swords with hands that were as stable as ever, and his eyes were still very bright, as though fires were burning in them. Desire. A desire to achieve victory. Even though he was currently at a disadvantage and was being wounded repeatedly, Ning had never even thought of giving up. So what if you trained in a Fiendgod body refining method? The white-robed man snickered. He's still only at the Hotian level. Injured repeatedly, then healing repeatedly. Each recovery will take up a large amount of his energy. After the energy in his body is depleted, then, utterly exhausted, he will no longer be able to fight back. He could all but see the astonishingly talented youth collapse, and then be dismembered and eaten by the dire monsters. How sad. A heroic figure who would have doubtlessly become legendary throughout this area is going to die, right here. The white-robed man watched, not wanting to miss a thing. Ha! The white-robed man's face changed slightly. Why is his swordplay? The Azure Skysnake King was simply too strong. After having shrunk in size, the body of the Azure Skysnake King became even tougher, like an iron whip. It had also become even more agile and even fiercer. In terms of strength, defense, speed, it was superior to Ning. Ning's only advantage was that the pair of Dark North swords he wielded in his hands. The Azure Skysnake King's pressuring attacks had caused Ning to enter an empty mental realm where nothing existed except the next attack. He didn't have any other thoughts, other than thoughts of battle. Kill. Kill. The Azure Skysnake King in front of him was like a nightmare. Its striking attacks was even faster than Ning's Thunderflint Flash. Its coiling body was even more elastic than Ning's Thin Streams Flow Forever attack. Its whip-like tail struck against Ning, causing him to lose his breath, but fortunately, his two Dark North swords were able to complement each other. If one sword couldn't take it, then the second sword would join in. Clang! 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 At first, he was constantly being wounded. However, because he had a Fiendgod body and had eaten an anti-venom spiritual pill, the venom of the Azure Skysnake King, despite causing a bit of numbness, didn't have any effect on his ability to perform in battle. As for blood loss, Ning cared about that even less. Slowly, the Azure Sky Snake King seemed to find it harder and harder to break through the defenses of the Dark North swords. It was growing harder for him to wound Ning. Wah, the swords flashed everywhere, summoning the power of the world. The Azure Sky Snake King transformed into an emerald ray of light, swirling around Ning, attacking him wildly time and time again, but that perfect, mastered swordplay which carried with it the power of the world had created an utterly unbroken defense. One sword attack flashed after another, flowing like quicksilver, revealing no cracks at all, causing each of the Azure Sky Snake King's attacks to be fruitless. HRM? Ning suddenly found that he was able to think again. Earlier, the Azure Sky Snake King had simply put him under too much pressure, forcing him to totally concentrate on defense and on this battle. But now, that pressure had decreased, and he could spare a little bit of time to think. And when he did, Ning discovered that under the pressure of the Azure Sky Snake King's attacks, his swordplay had become perfected, with each sword blow that he delivered having not a single flaw at all. My swordplay, Ning's face slowly was covered with a smile. Ha 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 ha. Ning suddenly laughed loudly, laughed joyfully. I broke through, ha ha ha. Azure Sky Snake King, thank you for helping me make this breakthrough. I've finally reached the level of becoming one with the world in swordplay. One with the world. After having experienced these two major, bloody battles, especially with the amount of pressure which the Azure Sky Snake King had placed him under, Ning had finally taken the final step and reached the level of being one with the world in swordplay. Actually, Ning had already reached the end of the advanced level in both sets of sword techniques he knew, and had already been very close to breaking through. All he needed was a bit of good luck. If he had stayed in the West Prefecture city and slowly trained on his own through constant repetition, he probably would have needed a few more years to break through. Hisses. A low, growling hiss. The Azure Sky Snake King had been enraged. The arrogant beast hadn't expected that the youth he was hunting would suddenly have improved. What's the point of being angry? Ning ran atop the surface of the water. I no longer fear you now. Hisses. Hissing with fury, the Azure Sky Snake King pounced wildly towards Ning, moving with even greater ferocity, no longer paying attention to its own defense. Previously, as the Azure Sky Snake King had the advantage, it didn't pay too much attention to receiving wounds, but now, the Azure Sky Snake King had decided that even at the cost of being wounded, it would still kill this arrogant, belittling human. Come, you little whittle snaky. Ning wielded Dark North swords in his two hands. At this moment, he felt as though being able to display his swordplay was a sort of enjoyment, something which was graceful and elegant. He delivered one sword stroke after another, each one perfect and flawless. Even the simplest of chops and stabs were utterly unbreakable and immaculate. Our fight comes to an end here for today, Azure Sky Snake King. This time, thank you so very much for helping me break through. Ning laughed loudly as he began to run away. Both of the Dark North swords in his hands were currently executing the watertight stance of the Raindrop Sutra. He wasn't striving to land any blows, only to be able to defend himself, causing the Azure Sky Snake King to be utterly unable to do anything to Ji Ning, and in the blink of an eye, Ning fled far away. A long time later. Go! The Azure Sky Snake King swam back. All it could do was raise its head towards the sky and roar in dissatisfaction. Over the course of its life, it had met multiple Xiantian-level humans who had reached the one with the world level, but it had still beaten the snot out of those humans. But that youngster with the twin swords he had just faced used those two swords as though they were wielded by two separate people who were perfectly linked in their thoughts. Indeed, the threat posed by those twin swords was 10 times greater than normal. No matter what sort of disadvantage Ning had been put into, and even if one of his swords had been forced out of position and no longer at the pseudo-one with the world level granted by his sword techniques, the other sword would still maintain the one with the world level, causing his actual battle ability to be no lower than that of a single weapon expert at the one with the world level. But now, Ning had truly reached the one with the world level, and his power had exploded. Even facing against a Xiantian god beast, he was still able to flee easily. Swoosh! He ran as fast as the wind. Ha ha! Ning was extremely delighted. He ran as he pleased atop the surface of the water, moving through Eastmount Marsh before entering the mountain forests. After running a long time, Ning leapt atop a large tree. Passing by the crown of the tree, with another leap, he sent himself floating gracefully several dozen more meters before landing by atop a cliff. With only a few more bounds, he ended up at the peak of this little mountain. Sitting down on the mountain peak, he leisurely withdrew a bottle of fruit wine from his keelstone, then raised his head and poured it into his mouth. And then, Ning happily shouted, "Enjoyable!" Today was so enjoyable. He had battled against two dire monsters, and had executed the aquatic Rhino King. The other, more powerful dire monster, the Azure Sky Snake King, was indeed extremely powerful. Under the pressure of its attacks, Ning's swordplay had suddenly broken through and reached the one with the world level. One with the world. Ning couldn't help but feel self-satisfied. Although the Xiantian level experts of West Prefecture City can use magic treasures, in terms of skill level, I imagine most of them are inferior to me. Only, I don't know what level Father is at, exactly. Even before going out and adventuring, Father had become acknowledged as the #1 expert of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture, and had reached the one with the world level long ago. Afterwards, he had gone adventuring for nearly 10 years and met my mother, and then ever since then, he had been living peacefully at the West Prefecture City. Nobody knows how strong he has become. Ning pondered this question. But previously, when that dire monster, Serpentwing, had attacked, that sword blow Father sent out from far away. That sword blow had truly been terrifying. My father's skill level should still be stronger than mine. Ning shook his head. Enough of that. I'm not even at the Xiantian level yet. Xiantian lifeforms possessed extraordinary power. Even key refiners at that level would be able to use all sorts of magic treasures, seals, and formations. As for Fiendgod body refiners, they had all sorts of incredible transformations available to them, and they would truly be able to be described as Fiendgods. After all, during the ancient Fiendgod era, those Fiendgods were all born at the Xiantian level. The technique I am training in is acclaimed as the most powerful Fiendgod body refining technique. Not a single member of the Ji clan, in its entire history, has ever successfully reached the Xiantian level in it. Ning was worried about this. So how should I break through, exactly? The crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens was simply too difficult. Actually, Ning's natural gifts, such as his utterly pure body, as clean as a newborn's, and the Manhwa painting, visualization technique, caused the power of his already mighty soul to increase every day. It was extremely beneficial to him in body training, causing his rate of improvement to be extremely rapid. If he had been training in an ordinary Fiendgod body refining method, he would have broken through to the Xiantian level long ago. By contrast, in terms of key refining, Ning's talent was a bit weaker. Because he had been injured while he was in the womb, his meridian system had been damaged. At that time, when his father, Ji Ichuan, and Prefecture Lord Ji Young had investigated the quality of the meridians in his body, they had found that it was very average. The vast majority of Xiantian lifeforms relied on key refining to traverse the path of Immortals. Fiendgod body refining was even more difficult. None of them had expected that although Ning's key refining talent was rather poor, he would have such a monstrous aptitude for body refining. The crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens has notes. I have to merge yin and yang, fuse fire and water. The power of the moon and the power of the sun must combine into a whole, transforming into the crimson bright divine power. Ning pondered this. But how would one cause fire and water to fuse? How would one cause the power of the moon and the sun to combine into a whole? All Ning knew was that fire and water didn't mix. How, then, could fire and water be fused? This was an extremely difficult step. I have to reach the Xiantian level. Ning suddenly rose to his feet. Standing at the mountain peak, his eyes were filled with desire. The Xiantian level, in the distant heaven realm, is nothing more than a starting point. To the ancient Fiendgods, the Xiantian level is nothing more than the level they were at when they were first born. If I can't even break through to the Xiantian level, how can I possibly talk about being able to control my own destiny? Book 2 Chapter 16, The Fur Collectors. Chapter 16, The Fur Collectors. The exquisitely cut and stitched beast furs were very form-fitting, causing Autumn Leaf to seem rather heroic and valiant. She stood there in the area outside the Metalstone tribe, staring off into the distance. Her figure had attracted the attention and the gazes of this rustic tribe's youths. Ever since Autumn Leaf had arrived at the Metalstone tribe, there had been no question that she had become the most beautiful girl here. One youngster after another did their best to find opportunities to show off their strength and valor in front of her, but not a single one had been able to attract her interest. Miss Autumn Leaf is waiting for her young master, right? Right. I hear that Uncle Dala, upon returning, said that her young master is extremely powerful. Over 100 blue guards of the Ironwood clan were all killed by that young master in the blink of an eye. Only a powerful young master like that would be worthy of someone as beautiful as Miss Autumn Leaf. It's a pity that he encountered a dire monster. Most likely, that powerful young master won't be able to survive his encounter with the dire monster. When angered, dire monsters can cause the entire area to change. That one had immediately killed a large group of people by freezing them to death. Uncle Dala and the others were only lucky enough to survive because they fled quickly. If that young master were to die, Miss Autumn Leaf would have to find another person to marry. The youths of the tribe all watched from their position by the gate while speaking quietly amongst themselves. As far as they considered, a girl like Autumn Leaf was like one of the legendary goddesses. Compared to Autumn Leaf, the other girls of their tribe were as far beneath her as the earth was beneath the heavens. Autumn Leaf stood there, staring into the distant mountain forest. She was waiting. Waiting for the most important man in her life. Autumn Leaf. A powerfully built figure strode out from the tribe. It was the other servant, Mo. Mo urged her, "Go back and get some rest. Once the young master arrives, the guards at the gate of the tribe will definitely see him." No, Autumn Leaf shook her head gently. Mo looked at Autumn Leaf, and then he sat down as well on a nearby, chopped-through tree trunk. His forehead was furrowed in worry as well. After Uncle Dala had returned, he had found out that Ji Ning had begun battling with the aquatic rhino king, a dire monster. As to what the results of that battle were, no one knew. Although in his heart, of course he still hoped that his young master would return, his rational mind was telling him, the young master probably had met with misfortune. This was because Uncle Dala and the others had spent roughly 2 days on the journey back from Eastmount Marsh. Given young Master Ning's speed, if he was still alive, he probably would have made his way to the Metalstone tribe under half a day. Logically speaking, he should have reached the Metalstone tribe before Uncle Dala and the others had arrived. But Uncle Dala and the others had been back for more than 2 days, but Ning had yet to return. If the young master is dead, Autumn Leaf and I will most likely have to die as well. Mo said quietly. If their master died, how could the servants continue to live? Local hegemons such as the Ji clan had very strict internal regulations. Ha! Mo suddenly blinked. From afar, he faintly saw an indistinct, yet familiar figure, the young master's figure. Young master! Autumn Leaf had already begun to rush over there. Young master? Miss Autumn Leaf is running over. Look, there seems to be someone coming from that side. Could that be the young master which Miss Autumn Leaf has been waiting for? The youths standing guard at the gate whispered to each other, while some of them also immediately began to run inside the tribe to inform the other tribesmen. Autumn Leaf watched as the fur-clad, smiling young man walked over. The past 2 days, she had been constantly repressing her own fear, her nervousness, her wild thoughts, and now, all these various emotions caused her to suddenly begin to shed tears. Young master. Autumn Leaf looked at Ning. Hey, I'm back. With his astonishing eyesight, Ning noticed that from afar, in the middle of the tribe, Uncle Dala and the one-armed man were currently walking in their direction. He couldn't help but laugh, so Dala made it back already. Was he the one who told you that I was battling with the aquatic rhino king? Just because I didn't come back for a few days, you were frightened this badly? Autumn Leaf did her best to hold back further tears. It was just an aquatic rhino king. To your young master, it's barely worth mentioning. Ning winked at her, seemingly in extremely high spirits. Autumn Leaf breathed out in astonishment. Young master, you killed the dire monster? Yep. Nin nodded delightedly. Wow, a dire monster. Young master, you killed a dire monster. Autumn Leaf was extremely excited. Young master, you are only 11 years old, but you killed a dire monster. This, as a personal maidservant, Autumn Leaf's life centered around Ning. As she always revolved around him, to her, Ning was like her most important family member. Naturally, Autumn Leaf was truly excited to learn that Ji Ning was now capable of killing dire monsters. Ji Ning hurriedly lowered his voice. Don't spread the news. Right. Autumn Leaf nodded hurriedly. Come, let's go take a look at the Metalstone tribe. Ning said. The past few days, Ning had been in the mountain forests, pondering the results of the past 2 days' battles. He had also come to realize some mistakes he had made in the previous battles. After careful pondering and consideration of the 2 sword techniques he had used, he had actually improved quite a bit further. Ning led Autumn Leaf towards the gate of the Metalstone tribe. Uncle Dala and a group of tribesmen were there, and they went up to welcome him. Leading the tribesmen was a balding old man with white hair. The balding old man walked over and bowed repeatedly with respect. I, Tyson of the Metalstone tribe, would like to thank you, mighty young master, for having repeatedly saved the lives of the tribesmen of my Metalstone tribe. All the clansmen of the Metalstone tribe feel boundless gratitude for you, and we've been waiting for your return. Ning smiled and nodded. I'll stay with your Metalstone tribe for a period of time. As for rescued, all I did was help out in passing. Also, for now, I don't want to be disturbed. Understood. The balding old man nodded repeatedly. Dala. Ning looked over. The tall, powerful, bear-like Uncle Dala hurriedly stepped forward, seemingly very excited. Young master, when I saw that you returned, It's all right. Ning laughed. You helped me for a month in Eastmount Marsh. I told you that when I returned to the Metalstone tribe, I would definitely reward you heavily. Take this. As he spoke, within his hands, 3 beast heads of gold appeared. He tossed it over, each beast head weighing 10 pounds. This bear-like Uncle Dala instantly was stupefied. And then, he hurriedly caught them all, while the surrounding tribesmen all stared at him with envy. Let's go. Ning looked at Mo and Autumn Leaf, then headed straight into the Metalstone tribe. Ning could easily have given an even more valuable gift, but to a small tribe like the Metalstone tribe, which had barely 1,000 people, truly valuable treasures might cause a disaster instead. Within the Metalstone tribe. Young master. Autumn Leaf poured some fruit wine for Ning, then offered him some fruit and some delicacies. Mo and I have been in this tribe for a month now. Not soon after arriving, we got in touch with our G clan. Right. Nin nodded. While adventuring, every month he had to reach out to and contact the scattered troops of the G clan of the Western Prefecture who were stationed in various places throughout the area. There is a letter from the West Prefecture city. Autumn Leaf withdrew a scroll from her sleeves. Ning accepted it. He rolled the yellow parchment open, and as he did, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. This was a letter his mother had personally written to him. The letter didn't contain too much, it mainly just consisted of some words of concern. But having just experienced a life-and-death battle, the nagging of his mother actually filled Ning's heart with a sense of warmth. Enough, Autumn Leaf. It looks as though it's been many days since you had a good rest. Go get some rest. Ning said. I'm not tired. Autumn Leaf hurriedly said. Go. Ning ordered. Autumn Leaf hurriedly lowered her head, obediently going back to her own room to get some rest. Time moved on. Every 10 days or so, he would make a trip to Eastmount Marsh. Most of the time, though, Ning remained within the Metalstone tribe, practicing his sword techniques. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Ning was currently seated on the eaves of his house, holding a bamboo reed that was filled with fine fruit wine. Although West Prefecture City is large, it isn't as comfortable as these small tribes. Resting at sundown, heading out at sunrise. The Metalstone tribe showed great solidarity. Everyone helped each other, and they all treated each other like brothers. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone, go back. Quick, bundle everything up. Suddenly, the formerly peaceful tribe instantly became a chaotic bedlam of activity. This caused Ning, who was drinking wine leisurely on the top of his building, to grow confused. He immediately leapt down from the building, then grabbed one of the running youths. You. Young master. The youth, seeing that it was Ning who grabbed him, immediately greeted him respectfully. What's going on? Ning asked. Why did the tribe suddenly turn so chaotic? Weren't you training in spear fighting just now? Why did you stop? The people of the Blackmount tribe are coming. The youth hurriedly said. The people of Blackmount tribe have come to collect furs from us. We need to hide some of the finer furs which the tribe has, as otherwise, if the Blackmount tribe discovers them, they'll take them for their own. That would be terrible. Young master, I need to get back immediately. Ning, understanding, nodded. Go ahead.